this was the Jackson Hole high. So we're basically sitting or bouncing off that right now, 575-ish on the Qs, holding as a nice support level here. So we come back for the retest. I guess we're good to go now to the upside. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Brendo. Excited for the long weekend. Yeah, I'm keeping my eye here on some Canada data, Brendo. Some Canadian GDP coming in at 1.6. Look at this, though. Second quarter exports down 7.5% versus the 1.4% expected. Got to assume that's probably tariff related. We'll do some more deep dives into that loss. Talk about today, guys. Marvell reporting down aggressively here, 14%. Looks like the Chinese are also looking to kind of counter NVIDIA's dominance in the AI chip space. Alibaba leading the efforts there. We'll talk about that as well. Baba did report. Dell reported as well, Brendo. Affirm reporting. There's a whole bunch of different companies that reported yesterday in the market recap show. We'll get through all of them.
Yeah, Affirm looking really, really good here so far this morning. We'll touch on that coming up. Dell, not so much. We also got retail inventories there. If you take out autos, 0.1%. Wholesale inventories, 0.2%. A little bit of an uptick on the July number there versus a 0.1% expectation. 945, didn't mention that one as well. Chicago PMI coming up this morning also. So just stand by for a couple more data points heading towards 10 o'clock and then should be good to go here. A little bit of a pullback after that number again, if you missed it. Higher than expected on the overall number, 2.9% versus 2.8% for July PCE. But if you go to this column here, that's what everyone was expecting. So yes, an uptick, but in line exactly what everyone was expecting, guys. Happy Friday.
If it's as expected, that means the number didn't come in hot, right? So ultimately, that means we care more about the labor market once again. So nothing to necessarily worry about. That feels like a nothing burger. Like as expected, wasn't going to really move anything. Here, like the only shock that you get this morning is Affirm's up way bigger than the expected move, and Marvell's down bigger than the expected move, and Jerry Jones is a fool. That's the
come over to the screen right here. The Green Bay Packers, you could be no more happier than acquiring the best defensive player in the NFL in his prime, 26 years old, for 2 first-round picks. It's almost like Jerry Jones. I don't know if he was into that weed or what he was doing, but right there, Micah Parsons, welcome to the best franchise in the world. You are now a Green Bay Packer, and 4 years. He's only making $188 million, $47 million a year.
But that's what
yeah, he makes
the best position.
Yeah, exactly. So that's nice to see for that. And yeah, we could not be happier. But we shorted, so maybe we'll be seeing you potentially in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
If you make it. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty confident.
I mean, I would, that to me,
we have the Eagles.
That vaults the Packers.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I wonder what I have to go over.
So, the Super Bowl odds must have really
I have to go over to DraftKings. Well, yeah, because it's really just the Eagles. The West is, the NFC
it's the Eagles and...
is not.
Wow, I don't know. Jerry Jones is a fool.
Well, you know what? He tried, and that was the best. I don't know. I'm not upset that they traded Parsons. Yeah, I think he was going to get traded anyways. It's just for what? And that's all. It's
you couldn't get more for a generational talent.
Like,
I don't know.
You know, on draft day, these guys trade picks like crazy, and then so it's not the right time to make a trade in the NFL.
No. Yeah.
Trey Lance, who's never even thrown a football before, was traded for 3 first-round picks.
Well, because everyone's trying to get the generational talent. But when you have a dude who is basically a guaranteed Hall of Famer, if he stays healthy, he's a guaranteed Hall of Famer.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with it. We are, he's probably already in the Hall of Fame right now. All right, so, what's not in the Hall of Fame is the Marvell call yesterday. So now down 14%. I guess just giving us a dollar cost average opportunity down here. Marvell will be talking about that, but yeah, it's not that funny. We bought some, and we talked about this yesterday. Neil used the example of some of the cybersecurity names and things like that. You know, you never want to buy everything, because Neil and I were talking like, what do you do when stock goes down and you want in on the name? I was saying you could buy a little bit before earnings just in case something happens, and then when something does happen, then you got to relook at things here. So Marvell. Not good. It's that data center warning again. That same thing that basically NVIDIA told us. Marvell told us the same thing, and that's not good. So you're all the way back in here now for Marvell. I mean, the thing is, it was a risky trade to begin with because many stocks are above the 200 period moving average. Marvell is underneath it, so it still had work to do. And in hindsight, down 14%, it's easy to do this, but yeah, maybe we wait until it breaks the 200 period before you make a play. But I think it's coming into again. again where areas where dip buys are relevant, but yeah, we're gonna have to sit on that for now. I sat down here today and I said, okay, crypto is bad again right now. We'll talk more about that story, but down to 111. And the market was down, and NVIDIA's down, and AMD's down, and the chip space is not great this morning. Banks up, and NVIDIA down 1%. So I actually have written down on here, and we don't have it out yet, but we had our number one trade was going to be the TQQ short if we got anything near this 92. We get that number that comes out, and I just hit a quick little fade there. So we're going to wait to see. We got it at 10%. I have another 10% hopefully coming around here again. And then we'll wait to see if it comes back down. I am thinking, I don't want to say free fall Friday, but I'm not feeling great about today in the market. Just hangover. Like we had NVIDIA yesterday.
Well, also too, remember, NVIDIA is down a percent on a few things.
Right,
Like,
that's the problem.
You've got Baba with their own chip to combat the demand for AI chips from NVIDIA, and also, I mean, obviously to an extent, AMD. That could be hitting them as well. And then on top of that, it came out that NVIDIA had the reliance on essentially two customers, their top two customers, grow. So their top two customers were 25% of revenue, and that grew to 39%. So like it's the kind of thing that sometimes the market doesn't necessarily love. NVIDIA's down twice what the NASDAQ is at this moment. I mean, I thought there'd be enough exuberance to get us up into 182, and we just faded off of yesterday's highs. But I'm not even sure we get that. But I'm looking to short pops in NVIDIA today, just based on, it's not just the Baba news, but you put that together with some of the stuff that came out after the report. It wasn't able to break out resistance either, through that 184, 185 area. So that seller was still very much intact. It was a good dip buy at 77 yesterday, but today is Friday, and it's a different day.
So everything as we just mentioned there, core PCE 0.3 versus 0.3, price index month over month 0.2 versus 0.2, trade balance slightly greater, minus 103 billion versus minus 90 billion, and 2929 versus the core. So we just came out as expected. I mean, Brendan dropped the story right at 8:30. Every market right here started to pop. The S&P went up, the NASDAQ went up. But then we said, okay, all the numbers came as expected. So we should, in my opinion, resume sort of this downward trend. If they came a little bit hotter, then obviously we would have thought the market would have been lower even more. But yeah, right now we'll just wait to see what this PCE number is bringing. And I'm interested to hear, we have Michael Noss coming through here today. I think you mentioned maybe crypto. I don't know if you saw the notes, but we'll see what he has to talk about. Yeah, and then Webull, we were kind of excited there on the recap show because Adair and I were watching it, and they turned a profit. They got 5 cents EPS. They had, I think it was 68%. I have to read the news actually, even in our own notes. Is Webull even on our thing? It must be. It's Alphabet, Crypto, Sentinel-1. Webull's right at the bottom there. That's okay. Yeah, but anyways, customer assets, 15.9 billion. That's the number I'm looking for. 64% year-over-year increase right there. So in customer metrics there for the assets. So yeah, I thought Webull was, bullish, but now it seems to be
nothing.
Yeah, it seems to be like, let's just follow the market here.
Meanwhile, SoFi is flying.
Webull is kind of like the Dallas Cowboys. Like, it was so good at one point, and then now it's...
I like someone put in the chat, it is the Reggie White trade all over again.
Yeah, the Reggie White trade, but
it was to the Packers. But
yeah, Reggie White was a little different trade.
It was later in his career, obviously.
Yeah, and he had to get there was some sort of a league permission thing that he had to get there to be.
It's going to end up the same way as Mike.
It was a weird one. I hope it does, because we lifted the Super Bowl, I think.
That's what I'm saying.
In the second year with the Packers.
Yeah.
Not only, the Packers are the youngest team in the NFL. You know that as well, right? So we'll leave it at...
That's okay. We got Bosa.
We'll leave it at that. Yeah,
I like
you got 30,
not Bosa.
30, 36
No,
years old?
it's just depth, right? Like, it's just, you need some bodies.
Yeah, let the bodies hit the floor, that's for sure.
Wow.
Okay, so yeah, lots of stuff happening. Even Open Door, man. Open Door starting to go again. We talked about, sometimes you let sleeping dogs lie a little bit, and that's happened here a couple of times where we got hit back down, sort of bounced.
Sound issues.
Oh, okay. No sound now, but anyways, we go down to 1.8, back up to 4.8 there. Now we're trying to sleep around this 3 to 450 area, so we'll see what happens here with Open Door. But yeah, okay. I hope the sound is now back, which it sounds like it is, or it seems like it is.
Jerry Jones tried to shut us down.
Yeah, Jerry Jones was like, I'm shutting this thing down for sure. This is, I don't know. Maybe Parsons is. Thing is, now you're gonna watch. This is what always happens. Now he's gonna get hurt again or something. You never know. But okay, we're back now. We're ready to go. So let's go back over to the desk and figure out what's going on with Mr. Noss.
All right, it's that time of the month, really, the end of the month, where we can look back at technically what has happened. And I was actually reading this morning, and I'm glad Mr. Noss has come along with some monthly charts to have a look at this morning. I was reading 4 in a row here. We're working on Michael Noss. Happy Friday. 4 in a row here for not only the overall market, but a number of different subgroups in the actual market itself. So we'll go through, talk a little bit about that. This monthly chart for the S&P, though, is still looking pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something, we're cheating a little bit here because we still have a day left. So I brought a bunch of monthly charts, but of course there could be something catastrophically bullish or bearish to happen. But one of the main benefits about doing monthly charts is that unless something crazy happens, their looks are going to be about the same. So just keep that in mind. And also I always try to make a case every month about, while I'm on here talking to you guys, about the importance of these monthly charts. And even for day traders, short-term swing traders, which most of us are, it's important to take that kind of big step back, I think, periodically, and, ratchet up the time frame on your charts and go through your list just to give a good understanding and feel of where everything is, and that can help guide some short-term decisions and that type of thing. So it's good just to take a step back and we're looking at the trying not to get lost in the forest and of the intraday kind of action. So right here, like Brendan was saying, the S&P 500, that is 4 months in a row of nice green action, up again every month ever since April, where we had that massive bottoming tail, that massive hammer that kind of just propelled us up here into new highs and beyond. And you can see a couple times on the chart that you've had 4 months up in a row, and it didn't necessarily mean a top. There's been a couple times in 2024 and then in 2023 where you've had 5-6 months up in a row, and not a huge crash after it, maybe a rest or something. But, looking at this chart, I'm saying, hey, this is looking not toppy, but maybe just a little bit tired. Maybe we need a little bit of a rest here, a couple months of sideways action, which would mean, pullbacks and bounces, that type of thing, inside of a range to maybe work off some of this overbought action. It doesn't necessarily mean down, but again, it could mean that we do a little bit of a rest. Next chart here is the MDY. So I want to kind of go down the cap scale a little bit. So your S&P 500 is your 500 largest companies out there. They're the big guys that we all know, the NVIDIAs and Microsofts and all these big guys. So MDY is your mid caps. So they're not companies that are small caps, so they're not junky, they're not really unprofitable or anything, but they're kind of in the middle ground. A lot of energy type names, things like this, industrials, companies that have good income and they make money and pay dividends and that type of thing, but they're not these massive companies that probably everyone heard of. You probably have heard of half of the companies in here, maybe if that. And you can see the mid caps again, 4 months in a row, same bottoming tail that the large caps had, but not quite at an all-time high. So some room to go here to maybe test that all-time high to see if that smaller cap scale could kind of take off. Last but not least, next is IWM. So IWM, again, is the small caps. So now we're talking, $2 billion companies, little guys, mom, pa shops, small banks, biotech companies trying to invent things, that type of thing. This, I scrolled back all the way to 2021, and you can see huge consolidation. We're basically just at the high end of a massive base. Every time we've gotten up to this zone, we've gotten rejected. And I want you to note how large this candle is, this monthly candle, versus what we saw on the higher cap companies. So this monthly candle is just kind of showing that, yes, we've had more action in IWM. I've been talking a lot about that, where it comes to they're short IWM versus the large cap tech stocks. Seems like this is starting to revert a bit, where There's still a little bit of room for IWM. As of the last reporting, they're still short IWM. So could be a little bit of room to go here on the smaller cap. And then all the way down here, this is the micro caps. The next one, the IWC, is your micro cap index. And these are, I think, sub-billion-dollar companies. So little tiny companies that, you know, they could all go to zero and it wouldn't really affect too much of the market, but just showing, again, another really big candle, a nice little breakout of the prior high, but not quite at all-time highs. So we are definitely being led by the big cap stocks. They are the stocks that are making the all-time highs. I'm looking to see maybe there's going to be some rotation where we get a bit of a back off in those large cap companies and then a catch up in these small caps. And just two sectors that were kind of interesting to me here. One more to look at first, and then two quick sectors. This is the RSP. So this is the equal weight of the large cap companies. So it's still large caps, but it's not really dominated by your Nvidias and your Microsofts and your Metas. More of kind of what the average large cap company is doing. This is the first all-time high breakout in this one, so this may have some room to go as well. Again, two sectors, only two sectors really stood out. This first one, again, I've been talking about a lot. Full disclosure, right? I'm in this one. I'm very interested in here. We've been talking about this anchored view app from the all-time high on the psychedelic sector. If we get a strong close today, it looks like this will be the first monthly close above that anchored view app since it's existed, so could be a little bit of a turnaround story here. I'm interested in that sector. Then the next one's Ethereum. Bitcoin, I know, has been not doing too much and down a little bit. The monthly chart doesn't look too phenomenal, but Ethereum, if you zoom out enough, and which is kind of the point of this exercise, this looks like just a really long base that we are trying to break out of. Now, we're up 4 or 5 months in a row to get there. So maybe we pull back for a month, maybe we consolidate for a month or so and then break out. But this chart to me, I don't know, this was the most bullish from kind of the monthly standpoint that I was looking at.
All right. If we go back to the overall market, part of that note that I was reading this morning also mentioned the simple fact that if you go back to 1928, 55% of the time, September is a negative month.
Mm-hmm.
So just sell going into the long weekend, come back in October?
I don't hate it, and also because if you also combine that with the first major Fed rate cut in a cycle, and I know we've had a couple years ago, and now they're going to start back up again, potentially in September. That's usually around a top as well. So there could be, you know, you combine that with the markets are definitely up a lot. I don't necessarily think that it means that we crash or that we sell off or that we go down a lot, but I really could think that maybe September, October, which are generally kind of softer months anyway, maybe we just do nothing. Maybe we consolidate and we chop in ranges, which doesn't mean you can't make money doing that. It just means you got to do it a little differently, right? Buy dips, sell rips, as opposed to this market, which has just been kind of chase breakouts and chase new highs.
Yeah, a lot of people with other things obviously on their mind going into the start of the school year, et cetera.
Yeah.
Michael Moss, enjoy your long weekend, and we will touch base next week.
I'll talk to you next week. Have a great long weekend.
That's right. Thank you, Michael. Long weekend. Kids going back to school, although I know a lot of places in the States are probably
They're already
everywhere
there.
in the States are already back in school, so you've had that. But the psychedelics, huh? MindMed is a name that, believe it or who's excited about MindMed? Sharif is that excited about MindMed. This is on a weekly chart. I know. Michael was looking at monthly charts, but the weekly chart on MindMed here, little rounded bottom and a higher low. This one actually could be breaking out. Now, on a weekly time frame, it's not close to the breakout price. Maybe in the next couple of weeks, it's definitely a September-looking thing here for a potential breakout on MindMed. That's an oldie, but a goodie. It's been beaten up pretty bad. The space wants to go. This is one to keep an eye on for next week. If we're looking for trades for September, I think this is one that you might want to watch. And that Nuke stock, the only time you want to see nukes fly is this NUKK stock right now. Well, I don't think that's a controversial statement there, Sharif. Nuke up 38% and still going. It just broke the high of the day. Super strong one. They expanded their aerospace and defense footprint with a strategic European joint venture this morning. So keep an eye on this. Over the 11 million shares. There's small cappers, big cap, medium cap names that we'll cover here today. But Nuke looks like it's one for the runners. And we have a special treat. It's Friday. You know what's options expiration. We get Joey options to do upgrades
Well, I
and
think,
downgrades.
yeah, he's doing upgrades. And,
Yeah.
He's been doing upgrades and downgrades for a minute here.
Yes,
so
sure.
I always wonder if he's going to do the options talk.
I know.
Right there. All right, Joe, let us know what's being upgraded and downgraded.
Sounds good, guys, and happy Friday. All right, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades. A lot from the earnings reports yesterday evening. All right, guys, so on the top of the list, we have Burlington Stores getting that price target raised to $350 by TSLA Advisory Group. And also Dell getting the nod as well, too, but negative on the session, guys. Price target raised to $130. Now, Elastic also getting that upgrade as well, too, to $150. Now, Ulta Beauty up on the session so far in the pre-market, getting that raised to $610 by TSLA Advisory Group as well. Now, on the downside, Gap Stores is getting the downgrade, guys, to $24 by TSLA Advisory Group. And then Lululemon also getting that price target lowered to $238. Marvell also down to $80 by Needham. And then Outlook Therapeutics, no specific target, but H.C. Wainwright giving the downgrade, guys.
Like, what do you like? What do you like, a DJ or something over there? Guys, like, all right, and now we have on the downgrade side, we've got Marvell, we've got Ulta Beauty, not looking out too good over here. And what's up, ladies? No, but yeah, so some big look. Marvell off earnings. I think we're going to be talking about that a lot, coming up here right now. But the other name was, we looked at Ulta Beauty. Ulta Beauty had a nice little run the last couple days, so we'll have a quick little look on here. $550. So we'll have to wait to see if that has any effect. Up 3.5% right there. Ulta Beauty continues to work out. Remember, they had that deal with Target, so they're going to be coming out of Target stores. So maybe there's some renegotiations happening there. But Ulta Beauty continues its march higher right there. The retail sector, it has its ups and downs. We talked about, well, Gap was on there as well from last night. And so there's a few different areas of strength and weaknesses here. We've seen Walmart and Costco both starting to head to the downside. And some of these, I guess, I don't want to say smaller, but when you talk about market cap, they are smaller names. But Gap, Abercrombie's, American Eagle, there's a few AEO. AEO went yesterday. I think wasn't there something, there was Sydney Sweeney, I think was American Eagle Outfitters, but then there was also something to do with Travis Kelce was also, I don't know, was that Abercrombie maybe, A&F? But there was some more news there with something the other day as well, as now Taylor Swift is 62% in the betting world that she will be the one doing the Super Bowl.
62%.
62% chance for Super Bowl halftime show. It was supposed to be Dua Lipa, but then now apparently because Taylor's married now to, or getting married to Travis Kelce, who, by the way, I don't think Kansas City will make the Super Bowl.
I was going to say it'll be great because then Travis Kelce doesn't have to worry about playing while his wife is doing the Super Bowl because the Bills are going to be there playing the Packers right now. If the Bills play the Packers in the Super Bowl,
yeah, like the Packers.
We gotta go.
Yeah, we'll have to. The show will definitely buy us Super Bowl tickets.
We gotta go.
We'll go. We'll hold up Trader TV signs.
We gotta go.
We'll get a lot of viewers on that. But anyways, Andre, just the chat is saying that there are some mic issues. So I don't know if you're hearing that on your end. If there are mic issues, we apologize. We'll get those going. But right now, guys, we are in 4K.
Yes.
So you can see all the blemishes. That's why we put on the makeup.
Well, we want to make sure that you guys get the best view possible, but just one other note on
maybe
that.
they're just like, wow, these guys are way more handsome than we thought.
Well, I don't know about
I think that's probably what they're thinking.
It's
that's probably what they're thinking.
Kind
but
of
I don't
say that.
I don't want to put words in people's mouths or anything here, but I think that's what they're thinking.
I don't know about that, but
oh boy,
how are you going to downgrade? Look, first of all, downgrading the company when who cares about the downgrade? What matters here with Gap is what happened last night when it was immediately bought back up. And then what's already happening this morning where they're just buying it up again. We saw this with the cybersecurity names. The first market reaction will tell you what they think about the earnings regardless. They blamed everything on the tariffs and nobody cared. And ultimately, it was disappointing in some veins, but they didn't care. It's up 2.5% when it was down double digits in the aftermarket yesterday. So maybe some people got caught offside with this one. It's got to be on the watch list today for you, to me. Like, as long as it holds a 50 period today, that's initially where I was looking long. It's so far away from it. I have to drop 5% to get there that I didn't put it on my note. But I only want to look for a long today in Gap. And maybe it does get to 21. I don't know. But certainly, I love that setup. When you rinse out and then you start going the next day. We've seen retailers do this before. We've seen cybersecurity names do this before. What did we see CrowdStrike do yesterday? It was a little different with CrowdStrike because it didn't quite gap as far, but this is same thing. They bought it up and then bought it up and didn't stop buying it. So sometimes it's more about what the money does after that initial algo push on earnings. And yeah, downgrade or not, it doesn't really matter. Price doesn't lie.
All right, let's go back over the desk and see what the boys are up to.
My screen is breaking in front of me, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about here, regardless of whether or not I can see anything. Here's Alibaba just popping up in front of me on a couple of scanners, taking out the highs, in fact, right now. I didn't see any further comments on this, but off we go here for Alibaba on a better than expected report.
This is a fantastic report. In addition to the other headline that we got, is they're accelerating their advanced AI chip production out in China. It looks like Baba's leading the efforts there. They've launched a new chip, more versatile, apparently, according to reports on NVIDIA's H20, specifically made for the domestic Chinese market. It's positioning itself sort of as a homegrown alternative. We'll get to this on the rundown, but there is rising local competitors now for NVIDIA's chips in China. Meta X is one of them. Byron Technologies, obviously Huawei. We've spoken about that ad nauseum with their Ascend chip. So yeah, it looks like, you know, there's clearly a will in China to push this through, Brendo. So Alibaba leading the way.
ADRs in general positive for the most part, guys, because of this. Nice move here for Baba to start.
Monster move for Alibaba. And remember, the Chinese ADRs have a tendency to sometimes to steal over from Sharif, bamboozle at the open when they're gapping up like this, and it essentially just gapped right into 128 bucks. All the usual bullish stuff that I like gets completely thrown out the window. Pullbacks into prior highs, pullbacks into prior support. That crap ain't happening now on Alibaba. You're not going to see 122, which was the closest possible close. It did seem like that was, whatever. Like that seemed like a level before the stock went absolutely ham. So I think you're eyeballing 125 in here. And the important thing is somebody looks like they've wanted to accumulate Alibaba in the low 120s and the teens at the 50-period moving average. How long did we sit here? We sat here for an entire month, essentially not even moving, 117 low, 125 high. So now we're breaking out that 125 high. So I think look back in, if we get a dip at the open, the 125, I'm actually didn't actually have this one on the note, but we gotta have this one on watch for the 125 for sure here on Alibaba. I mean, everyone's gonna want them to want to have a competitor in China anyways, to have a chip that competes. So this makes sense, and there will be demand if they can pull this off. And let's not forget, I mean, their core business doing fantastically. Their cloud, remember how everyone was crapping on Amazon for under 20% cloud growth? Well, these guys were 26%, I believe, or in the mid-20s at least, right? So, you know, that's more in line with the big cloud companies' growth, and that's what everyone liked here in the U.S. when it came to cloud growth for Microsoft and for Alphabet. So, you know, I like Alibaba. I still hold some of it, but kind of wishing I'd bought more. Ultimately, never got back down underneath $100. But today, look for a dip into 125 first. If it loses that, if we lose 125 and it does that, you know, real bamboozle, then maybe that 122 comes into play.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have Alibaba written down here I have it on the sticky note. I'm just putting it out. That's what I was just typing right now. I'm putting it out here to 124. I always use either VWAP or the 200-period moving average, and I think it's, you know, we showed it to our good friend Brian Shannon over there at Alpha. Oh, we're not even doing the rundown. I thought Baba would have been on there, but okay. You know, nice move up there for Alibaba today. I was going to say this is just more competition, and it's not great for the space, which is why I came in on the NASDAQ, and that's the words I'm using right now in the tweet. I feel we're short for a reason here. I don't like what's sort of yesterday on NVIDIA. Market missed. Like it was up to all-time highs and faded, basically faded into the close. Marvell not great there again, right? So now there comes in. Okay, there's a report of a new chip that's compatible. Baba again, so it's the same story. Just hearing it in our ear now. There's a report about a similar compatibility here chip with Alibaba. So that's the story. I have it written down here. When there's a gap, play to VWAP. So I don't think it comes back down this far. But if it does, we want to be here for that. I mean, if I think the market's going to come back a little bit, there is a chance that BABA does fade. And if it does, I think this is the strong name that you want to pick up. I think you want to pick up some BABA down here, 124, 125. And it's just about diversifying your exposure to the tariff trade, basically. It's if something goes bad, is something wrong? Oh, no audio again. Okay, I know the sound is not great. All right, so we're just hearing in our ear, thanks, Andre. We're just hearing on our feed, in our ear from our audio department. If it's bad, maybe go down from 4K is what I'm hearing. But if you take off the 4K, you should get a better feed. And that's what people are also saying there in the chat. So we apologize. We're working through it. The reason why we went to 4K, better picture, hopefully a better program, and we'll work our way through some of these glitches, I guess. As my kids say, Dad, it's glitching. I don't know. They haven't said that in a while. But like, I guess when we had slower internet or something, it's like, it's glitching, but I guess now we have 1.5 fiber right now, so that's not it's not glitching.
The
not
tablet
lagging
my daughter
anymore.
gets to use is old, so
exactly
she gets to say glitch.
Or the devices, right? They're using an old iPad. It's glitching.
My iPad glitches.
My little Minecraft guy can't move anymore. Okay, so it's intermittent. So okay, there it is. So thank you, hamster. I appreciate that we look more handsome in 4K. Really? But you know, I don't know. All right, so we're just playing around with that joke. All right, let's go back over to the desk right now. But DeepSeek, all these kind of stuff now happening in our ear. Huawei now training models. Everything is starting to happen in the AI space. As Joe mentioned yesterday, second inning, I think you said, like pretty early in this AI game. So there's going to be stories that are coming out pretty much every day, every week, getting us, excited or not as excited about some of these AI trades.
And NVIDIA down over 1% now.
Yeah, not good.
Not good.
I wrote down AMD. We're going to talk about it because we have to go over our watch list. But I have AMD again. AMD has been my #1 stock all week, and it's the #1 trade again on the watch list for me. Let's go find out what the boys want us to talk about over at the desk.
Yeah, 65.17, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract, with the overnight high being 65.18. So we're still kind of, at the limits of yesterday's high. We're holding above 6,500 right now at 01s, with the overnight low 64.88. So if we hold 6,500 at the open, we're going to look to use that as support. If we lose 6,500 for whatever reason, we're looking at that same area we looked at yesterday, 64.75. If we really get going, hold 6,500, 65.50, Brendo, as resistance.
Happy Friday, everyone. First off, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of the video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Has everything you need to know on it. Every single morning comes right to your inbox, absolutely free of charge. Let's go to NVIDIA to start things off here this morning. I mean, not a heck of a lot going on the past couple of days, but this China narrative continuing on a couple of fronts now. As we said, BABA coming out now with another possible challenge to NVIDIA's market share in China specifically, which is so important.
Which has been dropping, Brenda. We know it was about 28% back in 2023. Now it's about 13. Let's talk about what happened here. Alibaba has launched a new AI chip more versatile, according to reports, than NVIDIA's H20 for domestic market. The company's positioning itself as a homegrown alternative amid U.S. export bans, and their cloud service revenue, which we'll get to on the next item, there rose 6%. Obviously, cloud has a lot to do with AI. Washington's limited NVIDIA's AI chip exports to China, including the H20, with now reports coming out that they're making a new China-specific variant called the B30A based on the Blackwell architecture. Despite the curbs, though, Brendo, Chinese AI companies are accelerating R&D with government support. And here are some of the companies that are involving themselves. We already mentioned Alibaba, but there's Meta X out in Shanghai. Byron Technologies posted a $217 million breakout quarter, and then everybody knows about Huawei and their Ascend AI chips. The financial markets kind of like this, and Huawei's Ascend 910B chip has become one of the central chips to the Chinese AI labs and cloud providers, with demand really outstripping supply here. So we'll see if these Chinese tech companies can kind of close the gap a little bit.
Yeah, still kind of consolidating after the earnings move down here, guys, for NVIDIA. What are we doing today?
Yeah, well, it's consolidating in the wrong way.
What are we doing? Huh?
Right? Like if we didn't get this Alibaba news, and if maybe we didn't hear about the greater concentration in a couple of their biggest clients when it comes to revenue for NVIDIA, like that increased, like the concentration in their top 2 clients for data center revenue was, it grew like 50%, right? So it went from 25 to 39, which is actually a little bit more than that. So that's not always the best thing. And if you're not going to potentially get as much growth out of China, that's now for another reason in question. Yeah, I'm looking a little bearish on it today. Like in the absolute long term, I mean, NVIDIA is going to be fine. Let's be real for a second. But in the short term, 185 held like a champ. Lower high was obvious here. I mean, I put 182 in the note, but you can see like anywhere in this zone near the tops, I want to fade it. And what's crazy is even when the market went up on that number, we got that PCE number, NVIDIA barely budged. That's you're not used to seeing that. Like usually, we get a decent little bounce there in the Qs a little bit off an 830 number. You're going to see NVIDIA maybe try to go a buck or two, and it just had no juice. So it's weaker than the overall market. I'm going to be fading pops into this, and if it never gets up into the 181, we can at that point try to play it a little bit by ear. But yeah, looking for the fade there. Oh, the other name is maybe like not a proxy, but like an alternative. SMCI had some negative news. You'll see that on the watch list as well. That it's not a flat bottom break because it already broke these lows at 43.5, but it's a little bit closer, just a little bit closer to where you'd pop and fade than I think NVIDIA might be. But yeah, looking to fade this group. And of course, I mean, if NVIDIA goes down, it brings all the chips down with it. Typically, not always. I mean, sometimes you'll see like maybe like Intel will be up because it doesn't care. But for the most part, if NVIDIA goes down, they're all going down.
Yeah, I'm not like worried about the China trade as far as like some of the investments, but I think for today it is a little bit of a problem. So we're going to do what we've been doing. There's AMD between 168 and 169 short. Now with this news and the market's getting a little bit lower right here, we could not see this level, but we are watching NVIDIA for that short as well here today. So we're gonna watch out for some of those levels. Yesterday we nailed this AMD trade, and I think we can do it again. You're at 167 here. Some of the best trades that we've had on this has allowed it to get up, and then we smack it right back down. I mean, that's what happened earlier on this week. I don't think it was, yeah, there it is yesterday. So here's the run up yesterday, then whoosh all the way to the downside as well. That was on earnings. We didn't get too much the day before, but here we go. We actually top ticked this as well at 169.50, and then it came right back down in. So that's AMD off the open, right, has had the ability to do these kind of moves. That's on the NVIDIA earnings right there, but that's yesterday. So I'm looking for the same kind of a play here today that's why I wrote down between 168 and 169. It's quite clear I don't want to be short past this 169. And even if you are short past the 169, I think it's about looking to see what your share size is, because I even like this area better. So I feel like we could do, like we had a $14 winner or whatever on Tesla yesterday. And I feel that we could do the same type of thing here where it rips up and maybe we get stopped out right around here, but then it's clear it doesn't want to go up, and then we can smash Citi back down again. So for me, it's AMD all the way today. We've just been, it's kind of like just address the trades that you've been making, trade the stocks that you've had some success on. And I think NVIDIA's P&L number one for me in the last, let's call it year, but day two off earnings, anything can happen with this stock and anything can happen with this space. And I would say the same type of thing here for NVIDIA, but the levels just to me aren't as clear except for up here, 182. And do we get to there? Maybe. And if we do, we'll look at that. So I just want to be net short today, everything, until something changes my mind. The only name that we don't want to be net short, of course, is what's on deck right now. Yeah, no, Affirm, I mean, Neil's saying Affirm. I don't know if I'll be trading Affirm. And the thing about Affirm too is that we had that huge move, and we'll talk about this in a bit, but we had MongoDB yesterday, or 2 days ago. We had Snowflake yesterday with a continuation higher throughout the day on good reports. So, Affirm's the one that's primed for that because it's up 14, 15%. It's the
only one, right?
And it's the one that could continue to go, but I don't think so. And we'll talk about that when it comes up. So, all right, BABA earnings right now. Let's go over and figure out more about earnings and more about this chip news.
Yeah, coming back in a little bit here. 128, a bit of a level if you zoom out on Alibaba as well. We touched on it just going into the top of the hour there, but we'll reiterate here. I mean, ADRs across the board, pretty strong outside of the EVs, it looks like. EVs a little bit weak on the day, but Alibaba leading.
This was a really good report, Brendo. So let's just get right down to it. Very few negative line items here. Revenue came in at about 247 billion yuan, which just give or take is around $36.5 billion. That was below expectations, believe it or not. So that was the first miss. But net income surged to about 43 billion yuan, well above that 28.5 expected. It was boosted by the equity investment gains and trend dial disposal, including those investment gains. Brendo, net income would have actually declined 18% year over year, and the stock is up almost 40% year to date. Here's how they did in their different segments. Their cloud and AI. Their cloud revenue reached 33.5 billion yuan, up 26% year over year. AI-related product revenue saw triple-digit growth for the 8th consecutive quarter, and their adjusted EBITDA in cloud rose 26%. Here's how they did in their e-commerce segment. That's what I know them for anyway. Their core e-commerce revenue rose 10% year over year at about 19.6 billion yuan, driven by a 10% customer management revenue, and their quick commerce, which means 1 hour delivery or less. The revenue for that climbed 12% year over year, and their adjusted earnings in e-commerce dropped 21% year over year, reflecting the heavy investment in the instant commerce wars. And their international commerce, Brendo, saw a 19% year over year increase, with losses narrowing there. Not a bad look.
Yeah, a lot of positive opinions here from analysts this morning as well, guys. Rightfully so for Alibaba.
It's hard not to agree. And we sort of talked about how somebody likes it, right? Like, and again, I think when you're looking at something like this, you make assumptions a lot of times when a stock is consolidating, but when you're consolidating in a bit of an upward pattern, and you've seen the Chinese names have a pretty good move recently, and Baba was just sitting here accumulating at the 50-period moving average. So when you break out of something like this, I'm only looking in one direction. Like, I cannot look short when I see a stock breaking a consolidation this long to the upside. The same way if it was breaking down, I'd be looking short. I got to be looking long today. So, the levels I have is 122 and then around the 125 in VWAP. So I'm looking for a pullback in here on Alibaba. I just feel like it's going to do volume today. You've got the chip news, which is good. You have the fact that if the market falls, this doesn't necessarily always have to follow the U.S. market, which is a good thing. You can have NVIDIA down. You can have U.S. chip names going down, because this can be a positive for them and a net negative on the other side. So I think this gives you some leeway for the long trade here on Alibaba. What right now is a negative market. There's not much that's up. But we talked about Alibaba. I just see Micron popping here, guys, or everybody. And yeah, there's something going on here with Micron. See, there's always something strong here. There's got to be a story on Micron. We'll see if we can't get this one, because there's no way Micron's popping $3 here and going green when you've got NVIDIA sliding, you've got the market trying to pull back in here in red. So Micron getting a big time bid. But Baba, yeah, like the long 125, 122, those will be the levels. And I guess there's a bull market somewhere. Go Micron. Not sure what this news is yet.
Just having a look here. Not seeing much, though, for Micron.
I heard something in my ear.
Sean, do you want to jump in on Baba again?
I was going to say my ear there about SK Hynix and stuff like that. So we're going to find out there what's going on with Europe and Micron. But yeah, so I wrote down right here for Alibaba that we had similar levels. I heard what Neil was talking about down there, but I'm going to go a little bit lower, 123 to 124. Potential strength if China chip headlines stabilize. I mean, it's just like, we've heard these stories before about DeepSeek and everything, right? Alibaba's obviously with earnings as well getting bumped up, but I was talking about when there's a gap, play that to VWAP, and I don't have a problem starting it at 125. I think that might be a decent level there to get going. Obviously, as the market comes 15 minutes now, we're getting close to these levels, meaning something. So I like this area. If we do get this dip down, you're too strong right now. You're up 6.7%, so it's not... I'm not sure it's going to fail, but if the market does take a little bit of a dump here, you're underneath VWAP, I could see Alibaba coming in and giving us something down here. The reason why I wrote down 123, I think that's the kill zone. So I think if you get into here and it's coming back, then you don't want to hold it too much through like 122.50, something like that. So between 124 and 125, I don't want to get too early to the name, but I do want to be long. So in a day where there's not too many longs on the board that I can see, and I actually have, we don't have Marvell on this board here today, but Marvell's down 14%. The other long I think is potentially Webull down here as well, near 14 and change. So we'll wait to see if Webull can hold this bid. It looks like it's a decent support area right here at 14.50. They surprised me with their numbers there yesterday with an EPS 5 cents beating. We didn't have any earning estimates, but I didn't think it would be positive. So they're now turning positive, which is great, I feel like. So I do like to support this Webull long if that can come in. So a couple different long ideas right here. And from, again, one long, one short with NVIDIA and Alibaba. And now we have Dell coming through again. We'll go over to the desk right here, but let me just find out what Dell's down with 4% or so, I think it was. 7% right now for Dell, going a little lower here, breaking off that 126 and now getting into 125. So Dell with a downside move. Let's go to the boys and find out the story with Dell, and then we'll talk about some trade ideas.
There you go. Do you want to show that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. This is the headline, guys, that came in. That's what Sean was talking about with respect to SK Hynix. So the U.S. will make it more difficult for global chip makers like Samsung, SK Hynix, and as well as Intel to produce these chips in China by revoking the permission for the companies to receive American semiconductor manufacturing equipment there, according to the Federal Register. So you're going to have companies like Lam Research and Applied Materials, Brendo, that won't be able to send their equipment to China unless they receive a special license. So this will help Micron, which is a major competitor, U.S. competitor that is, to SK Hynix.
Yeah, all right. I just checked out Intel as well. A little bit of weakness coming in for INTC. Let's go to Dell. Speaking of weakness, coming up to session lows right now. We're right there right now for Dell. A lot of negative. Anything in red here is a negative analyst view here for Dell.
They beat on the current quarter, Brendo, but the guide was quite disappointing. Let's get right down to it. Adjusted EPS came in at $2.32, beating the $2.30 expected by the street on revenue of $29.78 billion. That was up 19% year over year, and it beat the street's expectations. They did raise their full year outlook to about $107 billion in revenue, which is above the midpoint expected by the street, with $9.55 EPS, again beating. But the Q3 revenue is what sent this down. EPS guidance came in at $2.45, 10 pennies below the $2.55 expected by analysts on revenue of $27 billion, which is kind of topping expectations. 26.1 was expected. They're blaming seasonality in the storage business as a reason for the profit concentration in Q4. How they do by their different segments, servers and networking, which is the AI focus here, $12.9 billion in revenue, up 69% year over year, driven by strong demand for their AI servers. Their storage division printed $3.86 billion in revenue. That missed expectations. Their client solutions group, which is a euphemism for their PC segment, printed $12.5 billion. That was only up 1% year over year. Their AI growth ambitions, though, continue to manifest here. Dell shipped $10 billion in AI servers over the past 2 quarters, Brendo. The company now targets $20 billion in AI server shipments for full year 2026, and they spent $1.3 billion on share buybacks and dividends.
Still well off its highs, but constructive, I guess, guys. So if you go to a weekly chart here, we're only back to 125, which is essentially the last little level of support here for Dell.
Some stuff there's a lot to
I actually like this quarter the more I hear Sharif talking about it.
It was pretty solid. This will be on the list for, look, I mean, Marvell's not there, but Marvell's down already 10%, so that's going to be, I'll look for an SSR bounce on a stock like that. But if Dell does go 10% down, like at that point we were talking about getting into this support at 120 to 121, because I think it's actually at 121-ish. That it'll be at the 10% mark to the downside. So I feel like on a report like that, if you get there, that's where you look for long. Outside of that, I mean, technically, you've got a pretty clear stair step. 127, this prior low from the 20th, is exactly where it bounced in the aftermarket. It's exactly where resistance sits in the pre-market. So it's like an over-under 127 kind of deal. And if it gets to 120, 121, then I'd look for a long on Dell. So yeah, I mean, that level stands out like a sore thumb at 127. Volume is I put volume on the okay more than the great here. So It's not the first thing I'll be looking at. I think obviously Alibaba, the name we'll talk about next, is going to move more. Nvidia is going to move more, but this one has to be on the back burner. If we see it, if it gets to 127 or it gets to 121, I would trade it off of both of those levels in short the pop and then look for the reversion. It wasn't really that bad of a report, so if you like Dell, I think you just let it settle down for a couple of days. Maybe you get really lucky and it snags that 200 period moving average, which seems like a good place to buy after the report.
I just tell you guys I got it at 5%. I did two 10% tranches here and a 5% one rate here as we are back just testing VWAP again. So we're going to go short. We're going to exit out of some of our short there. We took 42s there on the way out. What about SMCI? I mean, Neil just went over some Dell numbers. I think it's down. It shouldn't be. I think it's a buy down there. So SMCI though, whoops. This name, wow. Not great off the top there. Come on, charts. Not great off the top, but just like Dell, I think it's finding a home here somewhere in and around this area. Forget about this 200 period moving average. That's not going to be right. Let me call it up on a E-signal chart where I don't have to zoom in like that. Okay, so here it is right here. So this is what I was looking for right there. You're coming into the 200 period moving average here now on SMCI. So for me, this is a good little look right into here. So on Dell weakness, again, we do have some weakness in this market today. Look, I spent some money yesterday on buying Marvell. That didn't work out. We're going to see if we can buy the dip there as well. And I think that over the last little while, you had that SMCI miss, the gap down, and now we're going to wait to see if it can hold these levels. Look, sometimes you want to get out of stock when it's high. Obviously, buy low, sell high. But not only that, it's also to raise capital so that you can find other opportunities in either same space or other space, other names. I've never actually owned SMCI shares, and I'm thinking right into here around this 200 period moving average isn't the end of the world for this name. Again, we're going to have to fuel the AI play, and that's going to have to come in the form of, again, like the cooling systems and Dell's racks and SMCI as well. I don't know enough about the technology of the two, but I like SMCI where it is technically right now. So buying around $40 seems to be good to me. And VinFast, we want to thank them for sponsoring as well. Ticker VFS. They delivered nearly 36,000 EVs in Q2 of 2025. That's marking nearly a 172% jump from last year. Their first half total, 72,000 EVs. That's up over 200% year over year. And strong sales in the second half, they are expected to get near 100,000 units right now. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2. That's up 400+% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers, of course, being phased out of Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City that we talked about, this growth of VinFast looks potentially huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. We want to thank VinFast for their continued support of Trader TV Live. So there it is, VinFast. Go check them out. And we have Lucid News, obviously, as they go 1 for 10 as well. So that's another, not as well, but that's another story in the EV space. Tesla bouncing around off that 350 marker, getting lower here. But we go over, hey man, maybe you want to buy a car and you want to pay later. And if you want to do that and you want to pay probably a ridiculous interest rate, which I don't know what Affirm offers, but they're better than the credit cards. It's better than that. That's what gets them going. It's a different lending system. So let's go find out if Affirm got that pop that we're all looking for.
Basically, people buy groceries and stuff on it.
Yeah, Klarna.
Yeah, Sharif was actually just saying great deals from VinFast actually.
Absolutely.
On
ridiculous, Brendo, where you're looking at like 1.9%. I'm talking about Canada, but I'm sure they have it in the States as well. 1.9%, and to get the VF9, their top model, it was like $250 bi-weekly. And if you know anything about cars in Canada, you're paying a lot more than you are in the States, so that's a fantastic price.
Yeah, let's continue on. Affirm, huge move here to $94 if you zoom out. This is the highest level this has been at since all the way back here, which is January of 2022 for Affirm. So a huge move.
It looks like a crazy rounded bottom there.
Yeah.
Fantastic look. Let's talk about how they did, what precipitated this big up move. EPS, guys, for revenue came in at 20 pennies, well ahead of the 11 pennies expected by the street, and a sharp turnaround from the minus 14 pennies EPS they printed last year on the quarter. This came in on revenue of $876 million ahead of the 837 expected by the street, and also another 33% increase as compared to last year on their quarter, with that profitability coming bringing in just shy of $70 million in profit. Compare that again to a $45 million loss last year. So they've shored up revenue. They shored up cost and increased revenue. Gross merchandise volume came in at 10.4 billion versus the 7.2 last year, which is a 43% bump. And they're guiding good Q1 revenue here, 855 to 885 million above the current street consensus. Their market position, their composition continues to improve. They have key partnerships now with Amazon and Shopify, driving scale in e-commerce. They're also facing, though, Brendo, some possible headwinds here with growing buy now, pay later competition. Walmart's shifting to Klarna, which, as we've talked about before, is planning an IPO for later this year, possibly next year.
Gapping into space for Affirm, guys. It's been a long time since we've been up here.
Yeah, I think they was on the analysis here. Let's quickly jump in here. Affirm with a 240,000. That's not a huge sell and balance, but it was enough to make it move a little bit. Alibaba,
quarter of the volume so far.
400,000 to buy, 440 to buy there on Alibaba. So if you just saw any action in Alibaba, that could be it. Look, Affirm, 88. I think you could fill the gap in a little bit here today on Affirm, but overall, it's on a monthly chart just because you have to go that far back to see the pandemic highs. It was spectacular at the time, but then everything was, and it fell back to earth. This is breaking out on this monthly. If it gets above, if it closes above, and it seems almost like a lock that it will, above 82.5, then you've broken out on the monthly chart. So effectively, this is already happening. The chance to be able to get that prior high makes no sense here. Today, it would drop $10 if it got there and barely even be green. So I'm just simply looking at where this rounded off here at the highs in the aftermarket at 88. So if we fill in the gap, I'm expecting you can get to the $88 level here on Affirm. It's only a 7% short float, so you're not really worried about that anymore. This is not some kind of crazy squeeze name. It's a decent short float, but that's not the overall driving factor. They've got some profitability now. They were more than the expected move. I just think playing some patience on a Friday is when people take some profit off in the long weekend and waiting for it to get down a little closer to 88, where I'd be much more comfortable buying it.
All right, I just wanted to talk quickly here because we did have Webull right now delivering, and again, Affirm, good talk there. I'll see if we trade it, but I do have Webull. It's on the sticky note today, and I just had written down, and I'm not sure if it's going to play or not, but $14 is the support. Now, whether or not we get that price and go over, I just put the sticky note, I'll put it again in the chat. I want to thank everybody for getting part of the chat. Go over there and hit the like and the subscribe immediately for your first trade to be around a 50% success rate. Webull right into here. We've seen some good support on the daily for Webull in and around, well, there's when it comes in this IPO, and that was a fun day for sure. But right into here, I don't know, I guess I got to zoom in even more here to give you guys, here he goes. This is where the 50-period moving average is here on the daily chart, so we like that. And it doesn't have 200 days to talk about, so right into here, $14, pretty good, $13.50 complete bottom, up 1%, should be up a little bit more in my opinion, so I'm going to try to trade some Webull right now, and I actually put 14, but now the fact that we're not fading out. Remember, we're writing the note, up around 8 o'clock, if not a little bit earlier. So we're waiting to, or at least looking at them, waiting for that move to happen. So if we can fade back into 14.50 or so for Webull, that's going to be a name that I'm bidding right now. So, all right, with only a minute and a half left, let's just go back over and see the story on Celsius and Pepsi, and then we'll go from there. Maybe Jake Paul's drinking some more Celsius.
Pepsi up to 11% ownership now entirely, with another 585 million going into Celsius. On its way back down here, but a huge pop this morning here pre-market.
Yeah, Brendo, acquiring Rockstar Energy brand in the U.S. and Canada from PepsiCo is Celsius as a part of their expanding partnership. Pepsi will continue to own and operate Rockstar internationally, while Celsius will manage it in North America. Celsius will become Pepsi's lead drink partner in the U.S., overseeing Celsius, Alani Nu, and Rockstar Energy brands.
Yeah, pretty strong, guys, if you zoom out a little bit here as well for CellH. Not a terribly exciting stock, but nice look here this morning.
It was really exciting at one point there.
But not anymore.
Yeah, it was a huge growth stock as a new entrant into the space. And now I was actually looking at Pepsi because, again, to try to diversify. I only have 30 seconds left right now, but Pepsi's been on a nice little run. It's not doing anything with volume, but I just wanted Coke and Pepsi, some nice runners there for you guys early. All right, Alibaba, we only have 30 seconds left right now. We can talk more about this. We sort of lost some time there. Alibaba's going to go out at its highs. So we got to watch out for that. With now only 20 seconds left. AMD, a possible fade. I'm sitting sitting up here at 167.75 to see if we can get some shorts there in AMD. Alibaba, we're waiting for those dip buys. Bull, we're waiting for dip buys, and we're waiting to get more shares here on the TQQ. So today's opening bell brought to you by VinFast. Go check them out on the NASDAQ VFS, and now we are now open.
Market open.
So here we go, man. We are on the TQQ, so let's wait to see what winds up happening over there right now. We're watching out for some AMD. TQ's just dancing around. Let's see, does Baba, my guess, and Baba's actually taken off right now, so let's go.
It is higher.
Yeah, let's go. Is it breaking 130? No, 129 right now.
Bye-bye NVIDIA down.
For Alibaba and bye-bye NVIDIA down. Okay, so AMD also must be making close to a move down. We'll go find out about them. No, AMD upside a little bit.
Huh?
Yeah.
Because SMCI is, man, forget about the politics. SMCI is absolutely
All right, we'll
tanking.
try AMD.
NVIDIA is to the downside as well. Affirm just blasted higher. Oh, we're not going to, yeah, well, obviously we're not going to get 88. If you go to 95, everybody, that's complete insanity. But Baba is the big flyer here, tagging $130 almost.
That, though. We knew
it continues to go. Look, we knew this was going to be a potential great story for them.
Boy.
NVIDIA, look, they're making a chip to compete with NVIDIA. You know what's going to happen. Last time we had this DeepSeek nonsense, it was scare everybody. So I'm looking to short the top here. If we get one in NVIDIA, and
right, here we go.
Let's try and get this order in on SMCI, which is looking, SMCI is done, down 3% already.
All right, yeah, so SMCI, there goes the NASDAQ as well, so hit sirens up for that. Our number one trade is on here's AMD and the TQs. We have both of these trades, and there goes the NASDAQ to the downside. We actually catch our Webull right now, so look at that move down for Webull. Not a great spread. We're going to let this one settle down, man. We do have lower bids here as well at $14 for Webull, so let's just let it calm down. We talked about this with SoFi. We've seen SoFi get sort of hit on plays like this as well. So we'll give it a little bit. We're not necessarily into it yet. We are into the short on the Qs. And Alibaba is absolutely ripping, by the way, and so now is AMD. AMD's getting real spicy now. So this is the levels that we liked, 169. So again, we're in this name now. We better get in some more right now as AMD making huge moves right now to the upside. So let's
get... Is it at 169 yet?
It almost went there, and I should have got a little bit more short, but we missed that because we were looking at stupid Webull. But yeah, right now we're going to find out. There it comes right back in now is AMD. So, okay, we're fine with it, but should have got more short there, man. We nailed that price, and we didn't do much about it. So, all right, we're getting some out. It's a big day already. If this holds to the short side, it's going to be monstrous for me. So we just should have got more up there, but that's okay. Right now, here we go, Neil. We're getting ready. 167.60. It's already everything we have is huge in the money right now. The TQs is 15 cents, which is not huge, and Webull just went and came right back. Webull is just 55, so we got to put some orders up there and let AMD fall down, man. AMD's a monster right now.
Yeah, I'm not even in anything because NVIDIA is just only dropping like an absolute rock.
Dropping further,
anything
dog.
I wanted short has only gone down insanely off of the open here. Keep an eye on Affirm. That could get to $100 any second now. Now 23%. And apologies, we didn't get to Marvell this morning.
Oh, AMD.
But Marvell down 18%. We did talk a little bit about it at the open. I do want an SSR bounce on this name, but the first level I'm looking for underneath $65 is not till like 59. So it's just going to be any kind of a trend break on Marvell as this stock, 18% to the downside. I think it could catch a bid. It wasn't that bad of a report, but you just have to be very, very absurdly patient with this thing.
There it is, man. It's $1 right there. And again, people are saying the magic sticky note. Yeah, I don't know what else we could possibly do with this. There goes the AMD right there, 168 to 169 short. That is exactly what's playing right now. There's the 168, there's the 168.50, and there's the bang to the downside right there. So this is a monster trade. I'm upset that this is always trader dilemma, but we talk about this. I'm always upset that we don't have more shares on this play, but okay, we still have a good amount. We had 2 units there, and we were looking to get more up there, and unfortunately just didn't get to that one. I was at 168.75. Just took 167.75, 168.25 right there. So we're just playing it, but there it is now. It's an official Dollar Club member. So that's going to be a pretty good trade. We're really happy with that one. And then of course the TQs just continue to bleed as well. So we've got that trade on board right now. So we're going to go deuces right now, 2 for 2, and absolute, and Webull, whatever. We're not even worried about that right now. But AMD is really clocking lower now, man. This is a good one. You're not in the short yet, but this has been an absolutely crazy morning.
My level
for
was
me.
69 on AMD.
Yeah, that's me too, and it almost got there. But so
Yeah.
I play things a little different. Like my levels were 168, right? But I started the offering there at 167.75. So sometimes I'm with you though. Off the open, it's very. That's how you lose too, right? If you don't,
Affirm
don't
is
take the right price.
ridiculous. Okay, Affirm's gotten to the point now where I've got to think reversion on this.
That went to 160.
This is too crazy. $100 for Affirm.
24%.
It's only 7% short float, and $100 just the monthly chart. $100 is basically the only level on the monthly chart until you get to like 160. So. Yeah, I'm going to look for the mean revert here on Affirm. Not getting into SNCI, barring some minor miracle, or even NVIDIA just now down 2%. And Alibaba's gone absolutely ham as well. Like, Baba's trying to reverse off 130, so you can't really, I'm not longing up there. There's no way I'm chasing Alibaba that far. So Affirm putting a bit of a topping tail candle in. If it breaks 100, it breaks 100. You know, that's just one of those things.
Yeah,
the stock is insane.
And we called it. We were like, is this going to be the next Mongo? Is this going to be the next
Mongo,
whatever, Snowflake? But yeah,
I like
either
those
way.
names a little better than.
Oh, yeah, me too. I mean, they're in the right space, that's for sure. But look what's happening right now, man. I mean, Sharif just sitting down again. There's the TQQs low. That's the trade of the day right there for me. And then we also have, Sharif, look at this dollar club right here on AMD. As we keep on saying shout out to Queensbridge and everything, but shout out to Nas, because as it was written right here on the sticky note, there's the AMD short, there's the TQQ short, there's the Weibo long. So we're in all of these right now. And so far, it's so good, as we have about 40% or so left here on AMD, but I need to cash something out here. Cash Cobain, you guys heard of him? He's a New York rapper. I don't know. What's your opinion on Cash Cobain, Adara?
Who?
He's fine. I actually think I prefer him as a producer. Some of his beats are okay. I find that he sounds like he's asleep half the time.
Yeah, I don't love him either, but he has some sort of song called Feels or something like that. So anyways, okay, here we go. I got the Feels right now for advanced micro devices. It's a monster trade right now. 2 times daily goal. I don't know why I hit a 3 right there with my hands, but 2 times daily goal. Packers get a lot better, trading getting a lot better, the show getting a lot better, and we are here live with you every single day. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's go.
Yeah, oh my goodness, we went right to $100.00.
What?
On Affirm there. I mean, exactly. VWAP is here at 97. So if it holds 97, going to get the you-know-what out of Dodge.
What are we even doing?
But if this gets through 97, we're looking for 95. And ideally would have been long this stock, but I thought it was going down to 88 or at least dipping a little bit, but it's not. So we got to the 99 level. I took the short there, best price at 99 quarters, but let's see if we can get back underneath the volume weighted average price as the market's coming down in. I can see Affirm coming in. Just very quickly, Marvell, it did bounce, but I was looking at Affirm at the moment. So Marvell just bounced to VWAP. If it puts in a higher low, the market continued to go down. I didn't think it was that bad of a quarter. I was looking for some kind of a bounce play. If we hold the bottom, I look for a long on Marvell. But that's the, again, opinions are opinions. You can read through the report and try to tell me what you think was bad in that report for Marvell. So I want to look for some kind of a long there. Might have just missed it. So VWAP's here on Affirm. If this closes holding, I got to jump out. The stock's up 22%. I should respect it.
Dara?
What?
Alibaba here, nice push to the upside. We know they said they're going to be continuing, to invest heavily in AI. They had their earnings report, which is pretty well received. But I also want to let you guys know here that we do have coming up at 9:45 Chicago PMI. 46 is the forecast here. Previous print 47.1, so we're expecting a bit of a decline. Then at 10 a.m. we'll get the University of Michigan consumer sentiment number. So don't go anywhere, guys. We have economic data in less than 10 minutes. Back to you.
Yeah. Okay, get it, Sharif. Yeah. Okay, so here we go, man. I'm starting to cash out already. Like it's 2:30 and 2:38, 9:38 right now, and we're able to basically wrap it up right now and start a long weekend. So if that's you, man, congratulations if you have this AMD short. It's now $2 in and still going. And then not only that, we also pushed the pipe here on TQQs. Like this was a great look early. It's too bad that we didn't reload it right there, but the market was just opening up, and obviously we shorted our #1 trade idea with AMD. So there it goes. Wow, we are now 3 times our daily goal right now. What a way to end the month, man. It's going to be one of the biggest months of my career, and here we go, man. It's happening right now again. So congratulations to everybody that's having this kind of a month right now. We come back. We even took some days off this month, which is crazy. We weren't even here like every Friday pretty much, but here comes AMD. Nice move back in again, and we are getting lighter and lighter on these plays. So there it goes. Again, I hope you guys are having a good time. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's Trader TV Live. We're doing it every day, man. The TQs, Neil. Sharif, what did I say when I first sat down here? I know you have two. He's eating. I said, I'm feeling weak. I'm feeling like this market is heavy today. I said, I turned over to Sharif and Neil. I was like, crypto's down. All these space, the chips names are down. We got Chinese news. That can't be good. And then all of a sudden, bang. The very first name I write down is AMD. The second one we write down are the futures. And there it goes, man. Boom goes the dynamite right here. And it's a monster here. And we're just happy to be able to do this and to be able to have this on right now. So it's Webull, TQs, and AMD. So there it is. That's my story today.
The short is 100% the play, but the only name I shorted was actually a long stock I wanted long. You got to be able to find it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know, Nvidia came straight to the downside. That never even went up. Nvidia's now down 3%, by the way. Affirm did bounce off VWAP, so it went 100 down to 97 and held VWAP the first time. It's now starting to break through and get a lot lower, a lot lower. The only name that's sort of sitting here, well, I mean, it's not good. Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you anything great about Marvell, but when I'm talking about looking for something for the long side, it's not always about what you think is the positive story. They're down after earnings. It's just a gimmick SSR type bounce play. It's trying to put in the higher low as we speak.
Oh boy.
The current low sits at about $63. So it's trending down into that low. We'll see if we can pick it up. Alibaba, we wanted long. It's for the first time looking like it might pull back into VWAP 125. I don't know if we get a chance to see that. VWAP sits at 127, so we'll have to wait for it. Affirm, we went the other direction because that was the only choice available.
Right, yeah.
I was never buying it at $100. There was just no chance. There is Nvidia. It flat bottom broke. It continues to go down now $174. I'm not chasing this move. You're a little too close. You're a little too close to some support down here.
Too close for comfort, man.
To where you look for a reversion. And like yesterday we waited for a nice reversion to catch the bottom because we weren't short Nvidia. I'll do the exact same thing here. Pop it to a 1 minute chart because when we're falling this fast, I like to use a 1 minute and see if we can't get a trend break on Nvidia just for a scalp. Just for a scalp to VWAP.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, I'm just doing what we do right here. So we're I don't know. I was looking for AMD here. We've already posted it up. You know, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Again, I keep saying that, but you guys should do that. Let me see how many people are actually watching right now. This is trading. Honestly, this is what we're doing every day here. 822 likes. Get that going a little bit. 9,300 of you watching. We're gonna go. I mean, we're gonna wait for Webull here, but we're gonna go 3 for 3 right now today, and they're all pretty huge. So, congratulations to everybody that has something here. But it looks like AMD is trying to find a bottom. So I wanted to. Unfortunately, I got to edit these wicks out here. I don't know what was up with this. I'll definitely get out of that in just a couple seconds. But where are there some buy zones? I think we're at it right now, right? 165.30, 165.40. Some of these little bottom areas, we touch down at the 26, we touch down there. If we do break 165, then we've got, oh boy, it's happening. I mean, this is, again, like, I get emotional all the time, but honestly, like, you know, controlling your emotions, just doing the right trades, doing the work. And I think this is what matters, right? It's about putting in that work and getting those the levels that you want, and you know, trading, putting in time, putting in screen time, and it's all paying out right now. So there it goes, man. Huge move right now into the downside. We've tripled what we made yesterday on, doubled what we made yesterday on AMD down here. So I just took out a little bit more. So right now, I'm just trying to do the math here, 50, 30. We have about 15% left. So there it is. Thank you so much to Darwin and everybody there with your nice comments about the trades. It does mean a lot. We're now $3 in the money on AMD, and we're $1 now in the money on the TQQs. So it's just like, when it's really good, Neil, when your bias is there, you write it down and you take the trades even when they're not set up. Like our TQ didn't get there, but we tried it, and we took the TQQs, Neil, early.
And that's the thing, like if you
like right there, like on that
can have
PC
any
number.
style you want. Like if it sets up, if it doesn't set up. Me, I'm like if I don't see it, I can't do it. But you have to. Bias to me only gets you.
No adopting
gets
you guys.
It only gets you so far, because admittedly, like I was biased to the long side on Affirm, and maybe that's why we're out. I can also tell you my VWAP was dead wrong. I had to restart my chart. So when I said Affirm was at VWAP at 97, one of my charts had bad data. It was not the volume weighted average price at 97. The volume weighted average price is at 95, and it did bounce off 95 and continues to go to the downside. So I had to restart one of my charts. It was missing some data from the open, so it had VWAP at the wrong price. It's only now at the volume weighted average price. Let's go to Adara.
Chicago PMI coming out here. We got a print of 41.5 for Chicago PMI. So that is below estimates of 46 and the previous print of 47.1. Again, much lower than expected. Chicago PMI 41.5 here versus 46 expected and the previous print of 47.1. So market continuing to drop on this lower than expected Chicago PMI print. Now, again, at 10 a.m., we will get University of Michigan consumer sentiment. That is usually one of the more closely watched numbers. It also comes with an inflation print, which is the 1-year and 5-year inflation expectation. Fed's Cook's hearing as well is set for 10 a.m. Unsure if that's going to be streamed, but I'll be following any news either way. Back to you.
Man, we are at 165 right now. Thank you, Adara, for that. Chicago PMI 41 versus 46. Ciao, Bella. As we continue to go to the downside right now. Wow, we are now $1 and change now in the money here on the TQs. We are now like yesterday, we had $14 winner. At this point, it was only $7 or $8 on Tesla. But right now, there's AMD, man. And like we said, you know, you gotta have that look, have those ideas in line, and just go for them, man. And that's exactly what we did there. And this is the market, in my opinion, to kind of do that. This is why I don't have like the full amount of shares, because we were waiting for that ultimate top of 169 right there. But what else are we supposed to do? We nailed the downside today with the futures. We nailed the right segment here with the chips names, and that's about it. I knew I wouldn't trade anything else. This is what we do. We trade 2 or 3 names every day. We just find them and we go for them, and it's really been pay dirt so far. So yeah, good so far. But this Webull is not good. This is down to 14. I'm going to try one more. It's such a small amount of shares right here, but you never want to lose on them. But I'm going to put the stop in on a break of 14. So I was actually going to go a little bit lower than that and go into 1375. But now that we've got this bottom wick right there, we'll take one more fill, and then we'll just do this 1397. We'll do stop. So if it comes back in, we'll get stopped out there. It will be our one losing trade today. But what are we supposed to do, man? $4 here, $1.50 here. Trading is here, and it's great. And you know, again, let's go. Let's keep on getting to the downside and see if we can get a bounce on Webull. But other than that, man, consumer sentiment's coming out at 10 o'clock. These numbers do not look good so far, and we are really running the table right now. AMD, look where AMD is, man. I mean, this has been a huge move down. So I don't know. Yeah. Just congratulations to everybody with these trades. I'm in. Neil's going to look to get into something, but so far so good here as we go 3 for 3 today.
I mean, the only thing it set up was that Affirm, and I'm not setting that one up again, but Marvell is trying to hold on to trend. We like this one for an SSR bounce, so if it can hold on to the trend line, I might take a shot just very, very quickly on a hold and pull back into the volume-weighted average price. If it breaks down, we can always play this in both directions. But let's be real. When the market's moving like this, or in any market in general, you want to be able to take advantage of those moves. And if you're a sophisticated Canadian trader, then Beta Pro by Globex has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs. They're going to give you 3x bull, 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semis, and U.S. Treasuries. And better than that, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st. Those ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize the U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. And make sure you check that perspectives. And remember, when you're trading leveraged ETFs, they're a trade. They're not an investment. Decay is going to kill you. Or going to hurt you. It's not going to kill you. It's going to hurt you.
Yeah, it could kill you.
If you try to, well, it can kill the position. If you try to hold on.
And hopefully you don't.
A little bit too much. But hopefully you don't do that. All right. Looks to me like Affirm, sorry, Marvell, not Affirm. Marvell holding on to this trend. 64.4 looks like the local bottom in here. If it breaks down, I think, let me just make sure, I think we have locates on this. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't. If we lose VWAP here and break down on the trend line, I'm going to look for the short in Marvell. I know I like the long for the bounce. We didn't get that. I didn't like the short for Affirm, but we had to take that because that's what's set up. It's the same thing here if we break trend line on Affirm. This is a 3-minute and just kind of connect the dots from these higher lows that it's put in. So if it breaks underneath, I go short. If it does not, I don't do anything. And Affirm's now heading back to the upside, so it doesn't seem like it wants to get to 88. I thought if we lose the bid, you can at least get down into the early 90s. Affirm might turn into a long trade after all for me if we can catch this one holding above the volume weighted average price. So it's really just Marvell and Affirm that are on my radar because not really seeing anything that's setting up too well in here outside of those two. And I know everyone's like, I know there's a little bit of a delay and we're working on maybe changing that for you guys here. But we're still something that we should be always doing because I've seen a lot of names that in the chat that maybe I haven't been paying attention to. So we're just going to quickly do this. And some people are doing it where they're typing $ and then the ticker. Remember, if you type a name in the chat, like I just saw BBAI and SMX, you've got to do the $. That way we know which symbols you're interested in. And we don't have to always monitor the chat. We can look at our level 2s. I can go back to this site. Like I can go in there and say $ gap, let's just say, because they reported and we haven't really done anything with them. HL, open. And so this is what we need from everybody here. So open door, IREN, gap, that was me, Alibaba. Makes it easier for us to follow along for you guys and make sure that we're paying attention to what you guys are interested in. That's what we want to do around here for sure. So yeah, I mean, obviously Open Door doesn't care what the market in a general sense is doing. This one's squeezing back to the upside. And when I say squeezing, sometimes when the market's down, these are the only squeeze phase you can have. I tend to think, we talked about this yesterday, the $5 level and the 520 a couple of days ago. Actually, it was 2 days ago. I think those are fade zones on open. I didn't think we were getting there. Specifically, it was the 525 level. We're now 30 cents away from that on open. This, I'm pretty sure I do have to pay for locates, though.
All right, yeah, people are starting to pump in the chat there, and thank you, everybody, for joining us one more time there. The NASDAQ down 1% today as we continue to get a little bit lower here in the broader markets. NASDAQ down, ES down, everything seems to be just a little down right now today, down in the dumps, and this is what it looks like right here. And this is part of the problem. Every time I call this up, it's like this side is really leading the whole market because we talked about this yesterday. 34% of the S&P 500 is Mag 7. So when you see the market and the NASDAQ especially, obviously it's way greater than the NASDAQ, but that's with the S&P. So right now you get a nice move down. Oracle, what's going on with that? Down 3% today, obviously on weakness in Dell there, SMCI weakness. NVIDIA, come on, man. I mean, we called these plays. So far so good. We're happy with them. Berkshire, though, and the financials upside. So you got to have different exposure, right? We talked about yesterday how the financials were starting to lead. And I even brought to your attention that XLF was at all-time highs 2 days ago and continued higher yesterday. Berkshire today, JP Morgan, American Express, Goldman and Schwab, both these names that I also like, still heading to the downside today. Coinbase down 1.2%. I don't know if they should be in finance, but maybe right there. I don't know if they should be more in technology. I don't know.
I don't know where you put them to be.
Yeah, me neither, but I don't know. We know that retail, we know all these names belong in retail, though Amazon, I guess you could question that. Amazon getting kicked a little bit with the tech trade today, but it's Walmart and Costco. Those are the two names that we've focused on a lot here. Home Depot off earnings. What's up, Fabian, as well. How were the Pixies? Did you wind up going to see them eventually? They were fun. Good. Okay, good. Good. They're old? Yeah, you never realize how old some of these artists are until you see them in person, I guess, right? Okay, so anyways, this is what we're doing, man. We're just covering a little bit of stock here. We could look, a name that we traded yesterday that absolutely crushed. We were great on this trade yesterday was Tesla 352 short. And then there's the move up for Tesla today. And if you had 350 in mind, you had a big win right now because that is starting to come back in a little bit here for Tesla off that 350 marker. Check in on Webull. I mean, I wish there was more happening on this name than there could be. Let's go back up to the upside right now and see, but it's now 9 cents out of the money there. So we are nervous hands on that one. No, we're not, just joking. 9,000 of you watching, 1,000 likes. Get that going. Let's get going on that one, chat. I may just exit out of some Webull here. If we can get 20, 25s, let's just do that and call it a loss for now and see if it gets back up to the upside. I'm going to take out 25% of Webull right here.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, Webull didn't do anything.
It's not going.
It didn't do anything off their earnings except like fade back in. But I'm reminded about SoFi, which we'll get to in a second. What SoFi did on its earnings could be instructive for Webull here. Trend break on Affirm. First it was down. Well, first it was up, then it was down, and now it's kind of breaking the trend above the volume weighted average price. If we lose VWAP, which is sitting at about 96, that's the out for me. Just going to get my stop order in. There, because we don't want to raw dog it, as you like to say, which I think is a good term. Now, you want to make sure you have a bit of an out. But what I wanted to get to with SoFi with regard to Webull is, if you remember, SoFi on earnings ran not in the aftermarket, but in the morning, and then gave up the move, held prior support, and then did that for a couple of days, and then got going to the upside. And I know it's not the same thing here for Webull, but I don't wonder if it doesn't have a similar trajectory. There is your bottom at 14. As long as it holds that today and not tomorrow, Tuesday, I guess would be the next day of trade, I think you're good to go off this 50-period moving average. Because like this is what SoFi did. Everyone's like, oh no, why is SoFi going down? And Webull, same thing. Up, down, hold 14. If anything, this might actually be a bit of. I might take. I don't know. I'm going to stick probably trying to get this long in Affirm because I know that's what I wanted originally.
Yeah.
And that did not break VWAP.
Do it, Neil. Do it.
My VWAP is moving around. It's different on one chart than another.
Yeah, just use the signal one. Okay, so we did get out of some Webull there as it did pop back up into the 20s. So we do get out of actually got out of a third of it, not a quarter. So we get out of a little bit more of Webull than we had hoped for, than I had told you initially. But now I'm at 25s and 35s. I just want to get out of this. If it starts to rip up, fine. We'll try to hold half. But again, out of a third. We'll see if we can get out of it about 10% more up here in the mid 20s, into the 30s. I like the stock. It's Webull. It's starting to go, hopefully upside. But what's starting to go back down is, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. There goes AMD again. And I mean, it's just like I said, when things are working right now. We're having quite a nice morning. And I hope you guys are enjoying the stream as well. It's about to get a lot better as we go over to Adara.
DAL dropping here. Delta reportedly agreeing to pay $79 million after a plane dumped thousands of gallons of fuel over homes and schools in California during an emergency. So DAL on watch here. Back to you.
$4 in on AMD DAL. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good. So we can have a quick check there on Delta to see what's going on there. You shouldn't be dropping things on pedestrians.
You have to dump fuel in an emergency. I just don't know what the normal protocol is.
Yeah, so they're probably in stock.
You're supposed to.
We'll get some more.
You have to.
She's going to get some more context on this. But
if it exists, I'll get it to you guys if there's more context. I'm just seeing like this ruling or whatever, so we'll see.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all good. And that's, to Neil's point, I mean, it's going to have to be something, probably punitive damages or something like that, paying for, I don't know, whatever. Homes got damaged.
I mean, it's insurance thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. And Delta right now not really reacting, but what a move that the airlines have had. I mean, wow, straight fire right there as people look to spend more money by traveling and internationally. I think it's getting a little bit better out there. So we'll wait. I hope so. We'll wait to see if Delta and the rest of the airlines can get going. I've never bought an airline stock, so I don't know much about that space, but
they should be utilities.
Yeah, we had Pacifino Gold on yesterday in the after hours. That was a fun time, and I just heard in my ear that gold right now is nice upside. What's up to Gold member and a Canadian treasure, Mike Myers, right there with Beyonce coming through on Austin Powers. But there it goes right there. GLD, what a nice move on gold over the last couple weeks, right? I mean, I guess it was just the last week, bottoming out there. So just like all other asset classes right here, gold continues to move up. Neil, how much do you think gold is up this year to date?
Oh, I couldn't even guess.
You're going to have to guess.
47%.
Yeah, so the S at 47, no, yeah, half of that. But so it's 23%.
Well, I always guess high because you're asking me, so I'm like, it's going to be higher than I think. And
yeah, so 47, no, that would be quite incredible, but not bad. I only looked it up because of yesterday we had the guy on, Pasofino Gold, but S&P 500 is 13%, gold, I guess with the move up today, I don't know, maybe yesterday was a little depressed, but about 20-something%. So there is space available in everybody's portfolio for all of that. I mean, look what's happening with the NASDAQ right now. This is a name, this is, again, and I'm going to keep going over it because what we're doing here is for free. And we're putting these things out. I'm putting this out every single day, the sticky note, and writing down trades that I'm going to be taking. Well, there's AMD is $4 in the money off of this exact level. TQQs, as per to Neil's point, it didn't get to 92 short. But I wanted the short today, so I took the short there. You know, not every time am I going to write down magically all the exact levels that are going to fill, right? So we actually took this at 8:30. So we should have taken it there as well. But like, you know, again, to Neil's point, it's like if it goes up to 92, then I'm going to be mad because I was like, why did I double fill myself there? But instead, we roll with what we have right there on the futures. And with that being said, we are at a nice level. I think I'm going to take some profits down here as well on the NASDAQ. So let's just bid that out. And there it is. We get it. Now the numbers are now out. Let's go over to Adair. Michigan sentiment is now out.
Yeah, let's get these numbers here. University of Michigan consumer sentiment finals. Mine are still populating, it looks like, so give me a second there. I do apologize. But yeah, we know that we did get that lower than expected Chicago PMI print. Okay, we have the numbers now. 58.2, a little bit lower here than the consensus of 58.6. 3.5% here is the 5-year inflation expectation. Looks like that's lower than the consensus of 3.9%. And the 1-year inflation expectation, 4.8%, slightly lower than the consensus here of 4.9%. So both the 5-year and 1-year inflation estimates a little bit lower than we were expecting. Furthermore, we did have, again, that slightly lower than expected consumer sentiment print. So it's a pretty mixed number here for the University of Michigan. Let's take a look here at Alibaba, BABA on watch. They did have earnings missing on EPS, beating on sales. But the bigger story here was that the Wall Street Journal reported that the company is developing a new chip or has developed a new chip for AI. This story sent NVIDIA to the downside this morning. Then we had Dell, DELL, one of many, many earnings names on watch today. They did have a double beat, but their guidance for Q3 is a little bit more mixed. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Also be aware, 10 a.m., so starting right now, we're supposed to have Fed's Cook's first hearing with regards to the Trump removal attempt. If there's any updates there, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Wow.
That's just absolute drama. It's just a soap opera at this particular point.
Cold.
It is a little chilly. I'm going to put my sweater on in a second.
I can't feel my face when I'm with you.
Dell's earnings weren't all that bad, ultimately, but I think you're going to have to sit this one. We always talk about the 2 or 3 day rule. It went 10. It did get 10% down, and is now busting the volume weighted average price. So Dell, the buyers have come in, and they do seem to like it. You already mentioned Alibaba going absolutely ham. Affirm was probably the strongest percentage move to the upside. It did look. It eventually broke VWAP, so I would have been out of it anyways. That was long at 96.5. It eventually broke the volume weighted average price. So really, just maybe saved myself 20 pennies on Alibaba there, but I've now fixed my other chart, so it doesn't really matter. But it's holding this breakout price on Affirm. Only a 7% short float. I don't like the lower highs that it's putting in here for the long trade, and ultimately the short has ended up better unless you bought it right at 9:30 or just at like 9:31 or so. The short has been better on the stock. So I want to see it start to make another set of higher lows, maybe break out this little wedge that is forming before we try to get this one to the long side. But yeah, good recoveries on Dell, good recoveries on Marvell. And we asked you guys what names you were interested in, and the top of the list is still Open Door. Yeah. So in a tanking market, we said before, in a tanking market, sometimes it's a small cap name, sometimes it's a squeeze type name that's going to give you the long opportunity. I would venture to say Alibaba's giving you one as well if you're interested. But I'm not chasing it up here. We liked 125. That stock went nowhere near $125 at the open. But from 5 to 525, I think this is a fade at those prices. So we don't have to pay for locates. It's actually free on Open Door. So it's pretty close, but it's not there just yet. But I think this stock is a fade. So if it breaks trend up here, fine. Otherwise, I wait for $5.
$5, that's how much we've got in the money right now on AMD, as Joseph and I both can't feel our hands, and I'm sure Neil probably the same way. It is cold in here. I may get up and get another coffee in just a couple seconds.
There it's freezing.
Well, there's in a completely different spot.
No, but usually it's colder at the desk.
I don't know.
Truthfully, I'm actually up here with an ice cap, and I'm warm. So I don't know. Maybe it's just because the lighting. I don't know.
I mean, Adara is built differently than us, as we know.
Winnipeg.
So no doubt about that. Shout out to Winnipeg and servers that they could improve on. We talked about that when we went out to Earl's the other day. As
I mean, like there's
very, very, very questionable.
There's poor and there's like the worst ever.
Yeah, that's not the worst ever.
Yeah, it was very poor.
No, I mean somebody. So now we've got it from like he was good to fine.
So maybe I'm used to like a different standard in Winnipeg. I don't know. I thought he was perfectly acceptable. He was cool. We had a good conversation about Winnipeg. I'm definitely biased.
Yeah, I'd say you're biased for sure because anybody that is in the server business, do you, after people have been there for an hour and a half, do you ask for a second round of drinks?
No, not that. It's to me. It's,
by the way, AMD.
You take everybody's order. That's.
Yeah. The guy was shady at best.
No.
Okay.
Two of us didn't order until like half an hour later.
There you go. So I mean, just tell them like it is, man. I mean, that's all we do around here. And right now we are $7 in the money right now, and people, I don't know, it's a trading show. I've got the trades on, so we've got some entertainment this morning, I think. We've had some great laughs here today. We've had some great trading. Neil's in Open Door, which is the lead there, and we are leading the way here with these trades. So AMD, TQs, and we just wait for Webull, and let's go for something else right now. Let's have a quick check on Intel. We had that move up there, HK Hynix today. There was a report there that it was going to maybe be harder to sell some of these chips into China and whatnot. So yeah, Intel downside right there because we just look at the U.S. strength here for Intel, and we know that the U.S. government has come in and taken that 10% stake. So we'll have to wait to see what Intel. Wow. Holy man, we are really elevating now. These trades are just starting to get honestly, I don't just really happy with the way some of these have been working. I don't really know what else to say. I mean, it's a trading show. I have these 3 trades on, and they're absolutely monsters, and they were given to you guys. So I think I'm accomplishing exactly the role that I was put here for, hopefully anyways. And then there it goes, man. The trading is here with these 2 names. We just looked at Intel. I don't know. I'm trying to find like some other areas. We talked about Costco, looking to dip by maybe some love here for Costco. So if the market gets really bad. I got the email from my account. We got filled at 64.11 on Marvell, but I have not looked at Marvell today, so I don't know. Have no idea.
71.
71. That'd be great if it was at 71.
No.
Oh, 64.71. Yeah. Okay. So we got long down there at $64. I guess it did get a little bit lower than that off the open. So I'm not even sure what price. Oh, I must have got filled on the way down. Yeah. So I was bidding 64. So anyways, at the end of the day, we averaged in to our position here on Marvell on what was not the greatest quarter. I would have liked to see a little bit of a stronger guide. They did talk about market center data, market centers being lower than expected, data center revenue, sorry. So that was not good. And the futures obviously taking a fall down, but we've made enough trades here today to not really worry about what we did in Marvell yesterday. So all good right now, and the market continues. $6 now on AMD and $250 on the NASDAQ as we called this move as soon as we sat down. So there it is all afternoon. We'll see if they can continue to bleed here into the afternoon, as the morning's been one of these type of days so far. So, okay, Oklo. Yeah, we can look at Oklo. We can look at Baba again. Neil's on Open Door.
Is apparently really popular still, and so is that Nuke stock. Just for everyone looking at Nuke, just for simple open, you know the deal. I'm going to get VWAP. That's where our bids are always going to be there. No, Nuke is giving up the ghost as well. 28% still to the upside, but your best shot was right at 930 or in the pre-market. Any stock that makes its high in the pre-market and fails that on a gap up when it loses VWAP, I promise you Sharif's not going to be looking at this name because that's part of his plan, but I tend to agree with that as well. Like, you're on the back end of the trade very firmly here, so you're looking for $4 to $4.50. Maybe you can catch some kind of a bid. But that also looks like it's a bit of a short. And I would feel the same thing if Open were to completely break down, but I'm not really thinking that. Like I'm thinking this is on the front end, so get out in front of the volume weighted average price. On open, my stop now moves to just under break even instead of the prior bar because it's already moved down halfway to the volume weighted average price. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
I just want to let you guys know, it looks like this Fed's Cook meeting has begun the hearing with regards to if they can block the temporary restraining order and allow Fed's Cook to remain, I guess, in work while this Trump case proceeds. Basically what happens here is CNBC's reporting apparently she can retain access to her office and devices. That's according again to a report from CNBC. But again, it looks like this meeting's still happening. So if I get any other updates or more details beyond that, I'll let you know. But it is worth noting, we know this is market related because of the Fed independence issues. So if I get more updates from the Fed's Cook hearing, I of course will let you know. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, the saga continues, Wu-Tang, but I don't really know, what to expect anymore from all of this. I mean, we'd like to have Fed independence. We would like this to not have happened, but I'm just going to let
it's happening, though.
The judicial system play out. I don't think there's anything else we could do. Just trust.
All that matters is we're getting the cut.
It's we definitely.
It doesn't matter in the short term for the actions of the Fed. It might matter in terms of how many cuts you get in next year, but I don't think this matters for this year. At the end of the day, like we're probably still at 85% because I don't think the number should have changed anything for us. But look, the market's obviously bleeding, as you can see. Like Sean's got it, the market's down. We're getting a bit of rotation again, it seems. Because I don't know what your Costco is doing, but Walmart's green on the day.
Yeah.
And I feel like when this is happening, like it's like the drill, everybody. They're selling everything that we love, and they're buying crap they're buying things like I didn't mean to say crap with Pepsi. Pepsi, Procter, Walmart, defensive name. This rotation.
Exactly.
It's the first word that came to my mind, and it didn't mean bad. It was just it was a figure of speech.
It sounded like it meant kind of bad.
No, it's a figure of speech. Does anyone they're buying some stuff, they're buying some ish, and then I said crap. I used to own Pepsi shares.
Yeah, you used to like Pepsi, didn't you?
Yeah, I used to like Pepsi, and then
we had that friend that used to work there.
Well,
that was a long time ago. Wasn't it?
We had a friend that worked there. We had a friend that worked at TD Bank.
Oh, well, we're not saying that story.
No, I'm just simply saying if the timing of when, anyways, and I own both those stocks at the timing.
TD Bank is doing well.
Time of when they went and when they left, and both the stocks went up after they left, and we never let them hear the end of it. But Open Door just got to the volume weighted average price. I guess the market going down isn't going to save this one. It makes some sense here to hold on to the prior pre-market breakout price at 460. That's sort of an obvious level here as, it shouldn't matter too much on a squeeze name what the market is doing, but sometimes you just fall so far that it doesn't matter. Like it drags everything down with it. Mm-hmm. I would strongly suggest, I bet you gold is having a really good day. Forget about, I just went to Pepsi for some reason. And the first thing that came to mind was what's Walmart doing? What's Pepsi doing? But let's be real. GLD to the upside. Silver. Oh, yeah, silver's probably crushing it as well. I would imagine. Silver's chart looks really, really good in a higher time frame. No, that's disappointing. Only okay.
Yeah, silver didn't make the same
Only
turn.
Okay. No. It hasn't even broken out the top yet? Are you kidding me? Silver hasn't broken out yet?
What's up with this question?
That's nonsense.
Where did we get this question from, by the way?
Probably Fabian, I guess.
Yeah, no, but where? Why is this question in there? Was it in the chat, Andre, or what? Oh, it's the chat. Okay. Yeah, Neil and I could talk about this because this is something that's pretty interesting. I don't really even understand before we get going here, we're 650 in the money on AMD, and it is completely falling all over itself. Unfortunately, we only have 5% left as we exited the clip on pretty much everything right now. We had sort of done the due diligence here on advanced micro devices, and not only did we say this fade and this fall down was going to be imminent today, hard to predict those things, but we were looking at this level right here of 64.50, 65 right there on advanced micro devices. And I say this all the time. We came in yesterday with AMD as the #1 trade on the sticky note. We came in the day before with AMD on the sticky note. We came in today with it on there, and it was all 3 days. It was my #1 stock. So I think that just goes to show it doesn't. Whatever you're, like Neil said, be obsessed with a certain stock. Like if a firm is on your radar, trade it. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We've had days here where I've been like, I want to go short on X, Y, Z, and it didn't work out, and we take the hit, right? You just got to make sure that your hits are equal to your wins, if not, hopefully a little bit less. You want to have higher wins than your hits, but some days that won't happen, right? I'll check with you guys, and maybe we could all do it, but I'll check to see how many days I was up versus down this month, because I think that's somewhat important. Okay, is my ability to trade dependent on others? I'm having a hard time understanding what exactly that means. But I'm going to say no, because I come in here completely alone with my thoughts and just start writing them down based on what I've seen. But the thing is that when you're talking about dependent on others, it's dependent on the market and what winds up happening in the market. So that's why I'm going to say no. I'm more a slave to the market themselves, not to others. But, and I think I've always sort of been that way. I don't really listen to, I'm kind of the other way around than other traders around here. I know Neil's big into, reading trading books, and I know Joe Sharif talks about it all the time.
The only trading book I recommend is in the trading book. I've only ever read one book, and it is literally not a trading book. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Okay,
I've read a couple of trading books. No, but
what I was getting at was everyone's going to have their own thing, and what I'm saying is I just use my own examples from my real life. Like, I don't, and it's good. I respect that more, that you don't take it from books. But
I just think as a trader, your ability to get better comes down to evaluating your decisions that you make. And so the book I recommend is literally about evaluating your own decisions,
right?
Thinking in bets, because it's written by a poker player, and poker players, like traders, have to evaluate the decisions based on the circumstances in that moment and not based on what happens. Otherwise, every single time you get rivered, you can be like, oh man, was that a bad play? No, probably not. You probably got it in good. So as long as you get it in good, you don't worry about it. But in terms of I don't think dependent's not the right word. Right. Because I don't think any trader is going to be dependent. You got to hit your own keys at the end of the day. Even when you invest, you got to do it yourself. The question becomes what's your do you gain from learning tips from others? Do you gain from engaging in discussion from others? Or if I don't know a sector, do I ask the right questions about it so I can learn a bit more? Or maybe I'll get a perspective. Hey, were you watching this when this happened? And then I get to, okay, this is what happened at that price level, and it might help me in a trade down the line. I believe firmly in that. Especially if I miss a day and a key price is there, and I'm like, hey, Sean, what happened on Apple at $180 yesterday when I wasn't here? Right. And they'd be like, oh, well, there was a buyer there and blah, blah, blah. And maybe that might help me the next day. So I don't think that's dependent. I think that's just being willing to take in information. And the information that we're taking in is the market's going down.
I did read one good trade.
Oh, we didn't get to Tesla.
I didn't read it. I listened to it.
Oh, the
one good trade by S&P Capital.
I never pronounce his name right, to be honest.
Mike Bellafiore.
Yeah, it's Bellafiore, and it's because in my head I start wanting to say Belfour because obviously.
But then again, these guys, they're selling things, they're getting people to join them up, and it is what it is. Everybody has their own thing. Here at Trader TV Live, we are doing it for free live and every single day and showing you our active trades. It's one thing to have somebody come on here and say, I made $10,000 yesterday, and then you say, well, how? Well, let me just film this video for you that I'll make after the fact. And it's just we're showing you live, and although we don't show P&L, Neil and I, and to this point, obviously you can see we trade completely different. We have completely different P&Ls, and that's the whole thing about, even though we're sitting beside each other, taking our own trades and our own ideas, and the proof is in the pudding. You can see the success rates, and this is what we have every single day. We're showing you our trades, so you guys can write them down, learn from us and all that, and ask us any questions you want in the chat. That's the whole purpose of what we're trying to do. So all right, 10:17, still real early, man, real early right now. Okay, so I did want to check back in Marvell. Are we taking out those lows yet? No, so that low right now, 63.20. So wow, pretty bad. This is actually where we first bought Marvell back in the day, 64.50s. We went up to $85 or so right there off their past earnings call. 85 was the top. We talked about getting some out around there, but we put it right back in again last night, and whoops, right there to the downside. So Marvell's going to be a wash for me in my history of trading this name. And again, it's in the longer term spot, but that data center warning was not great, and that's the same thing that NVIDIA said. So we look for some more strength there. Okay, the only red stock that I have today is going to be Webull. We'll go 2 for 3 on the green side, way more green, obviously, because we have AMD and the TQs. But Webull does give it up. We were able to get out of some there, and we talked about getting out of a third. So we get out of something there for flat off the average in, and then we wind up losing that 20 cents as we get out. Actually, I don't know why we got a better price than what we got there. On Webull, we got like 14.02. You guys saw me put the stop in, was below 4. So what I think happened is it might have went through 14 and then just like, I don't know, something happened on the way back up and boosh, got me out there, but I don't know. So I got a better price on the break there. So slooshy.
No, sploosh. Archer.
Is it an Archer thing? Okay.
You'd love Archer if you got a chance.
Yeah, I know. I started watching Baxter. Used to watch it, and I didn't. And I didn't get into Rick and Morty either.
I knew, and Baxter probably loves Rick and Morty.
Well, because we one time got him. My mother, he forgot. We were up at a cottage, and he forgot his swim trunks, and my mom stopped at Walmart and got him one, and it had Pickle Rick on it.
I was wondering where that was going.
And I was like, what the hell? Why would you get like? Who actually makes bathing suits with pickles on them? And then I realized that it was exactly that.
I had the guy that made Anatomy Park somewhere, and I don't know what happened to it.
All right, yeah.
I lost it when we moved desks. Just very quickly, well, we usually talk about the plan, but in case, look, I'm out of Open Door, and this again goes to different styles. Ooh, where'd my chat go? There you are. Don't hide from me. Ultimately, one of the things I love about trading is you can go back and look at strategies and try to figure out what works for you. And I like trend breaks because they work on multiple time frames. They work for swing trading, they work for day trading, all that kind of a thing. But Open, very, very clear. 3-minute trend line. It didn't get to 5 to 525. Like that's a level. Like that's an area of resistance, right? So if it gets there, I short it because it's a level. But if it's not there, then I need some kind of a setup, which is where I'm getting in, prior bar, where I'm getting out, so risk of a tiny one, risk 5 pennies. I want to make sure I'm scaling out in front of the volume weighted average price. At minimum, get more than halfway out there at VWAP, because that's a big trend. And then look, that morning breakout, that morning support, if I see it support again, I'm out. I see it support again, I'm out. That simple. Now, do I want it here at VWAP? I don't know. And I have to answer this question to Cardur in the chat. How was a black-ended tilapia? I didn't enjoy it yesterday. I'll leave it at that. Everyone can have their own judgment. I know Joe didn't even eat it. The dude just had shawarma instead. So I think he made the absolute right call. It was 1,000% the right call. So Open Door is still up 9% in a bleeding market. At the end of the day, it still has a chance to go, but the trade ended up being the short. The same way on Affirm, like this one came all the way back. If you don't get that opening move, sometimes you have to just kind of take the other direction because it's not going to leave you. You don't want to chase the move to the upside always and buy those tops on a Friday. Let's get an idea of what the small cappers that aren't Open Door are doing. Although I guess it's over $2 billion, so it doesn't count. I call it a small capper. How are the others, Adara?
I mean, honestly, Neil, I put it on our small cap gappers list because we didn't have that many running today, so we will talk about it further. IWM dropping here off the open, much like a lot of the action we saw with the market. We know this is a little bit more rate sensitive, and we did get here a slightly lower than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment print. The bigger issue, though, at least the number the market reacted to more, was that weaker than expected Chicago PMI print at 945. That came in at 41.5 versus 46 expected. DUO, FANG DD, reporting its unaudited revenue for the first half of the year. They had $28.4 million in revenue, up apparently on a year-over-year basis. DUO, market cap of under $10 million. IPTN, market cap of just over $10 million. Meanwhile, they did announce in their intentions to develop a compliance-driven Web3 digital investment banking platform. So digital banking news for IPDN, which has a float of about 1.35 million shares. Last but not least, OPEN on watch here. We did have, I guess, a filing here last night showing that Trisha Radhakrishna, who has recently been appointed as their interim executive leader, in addition to being a president at the company, he bought 30,000 shares of the company, and he announced on X that he and some other executives are trying to end these share sales plans. Well, we know these sales plans were a big issue for Open Door investors, so this catalyst was very bullish in the eyes of these retail investors for OPE. And back to you.
Yeah, that's
that's not that much money. That's
no,
like
man.
120.
the thing.
30,000 shares. It's
No,
a
the
$4
thing is-
stock.
It's not just that. It also go ahead, Adara.
My understanding was that the bigger deal was that they're moving to end the share sales plan, because that was a big issue people had with the previous CEO, Kerry Wheeler, like just people selling shares too much. I mean, we always say there's multiple reasons people can sell shares, but these open door investors are basically interpreting it that if you're selling shares, you don't believe in the company.
Right. Yeah. I was gonna say. Oh, by the way, I found this mug. Okay. Bears. Found it there. Get your claws off.
I thought you don't like the
Coffee.
Bears.
But I put in. Oh, I'm loving the Bears today, man.
You know what I mean.
This has made me.
That's not what
enough
I'm
money
talking
to-
about.
Yeah. No. This will at least pay for my Micah Parsons jersey that we'll be getting very, very soon. I just got to make sure that he is going to wear number 11. I assume he will, and then once I get that confirmation, then
Who
I
wears
will be
11 on the Packers?
getting
No,
I don't. Who cares who wears it now? To be honest with you, I would just.
Because we'll have to pay them.
I just got to search to see if it because we have a big ring of honor, so I don't know if it's a retired number or not.
Oh,
so.
no, it's my boy.
Who? Jaden Reed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's hurt.
Yeah, he's hurt. So okay.
I'm a
Yeah,
Michigan State fan.
Jones
I'm not-
fracture. That's right. I should have known that. I have Jaden Reed. I should have known that he was 11. So
Michigan State.
he'll probably give that back up there. But I have orange honey mandarin or something like that. A hibiscus. I don't know, some kind of a nice smelling tea in there. So shout out to tea drinkers here today. Yeah, just quickly, let's go over again some of the sectors. We've talked about some of the stocks that you guys wanted us to look at, but Webull again off earnings, not great today as that gets to the downside there. Alibaba off earnings and new chip news as it's going one way, the market's going the other. This is again to our point. I had written down here long Alibaba, but unless you took the break real early, that long does not come through. This is 750. This is the pre-market. The market actually opens up right here at 930. Really no dip buy opportunities. I put the 21 period moving average. That's the one that's going to be a lot tighter to the market right here, because that's going to be, again, not a trend changing idea. This is maybe when, if you wanted to start to think about getting some out, where you would if you were for a longer term period. Every time we break this significantly, then break the 50 period moving average. Just a little area there to look at. I'm watching the 21 period moving average. Right, we're going to throw out to Neil, and then we're going to come back, and I want to look at some sectors.
Yeah, and if you're looking for what sectors to maybe swing trade in, potentially Trade the Pool's got something for you. Because they've got something special, and it's a free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. So shout out to Trade the Pool. And I'm guessing we got some defensive sectors that are looking pretty good. But before we get to that, all right, the setup is happening here. I said wait for 14. I'm waiting for this 14 on Bull. And it's got a trend. It's not a trend from the open, but it's kind of obviously trending down from the first available pop. And it's respecting the trend line since 931, literally. So if it breaks this trend line, it would have to get back above 14 really to break that trend. Hold the low, break the trend line, go long, similar to the open trade, but just in absolute reverse. But yeah, the market with the bleed here today. And if it's not a defensive name, it's not looking too good, I don't think. Here today. Maybe some small cappers. I get it. Like that nuke was okay for a little bit, and open was doing okay for a little bit as well. But unless you're in like the Walmarts of the world, the Costco's of the world, the Pepsi of the world, or gold, yeah, it's been a rough morning for you. But the market's down 1.3%. It's not the end of the world in terms of bigger moves, but certainly a lot of bleed. And this is coming after NVIDIA reported yesterday.
Right,
Let's not forget.
that's the other thing.
Like NVIDIA was down yesterday. NVIDIA's down again today. That's 2 days in a row for NVIDIA, the biggest and baddest and most important name in the market. And how it goes is how we go.
Yeah, and this is how we do right there as big trades. We've already talked about it's 10:30, so we'll just switch our gear up a little bit here as we have very small positions left in both of those names there. We've cleared out a lot near those lows and pretty happy with it. We never get out of all of them, but we try to hold on just to see where the market goes. But yeah, here's what Neil was talking about, consumer non-durables today. And again, it's just sector rotation. Sometimes you got to sit back and look at your portfolio and be like, okay, am I overweighted in a certain area, and pretty much everybody with this most recent run up, again, Fed rate cut imminent, right? We can actually just check on that really quickly here. It was 88%, I believe, yesterday. That's where we were going, Eric Lindros, and we were talking about who number 90 was and whatnot coming through. But here we go. Right now, 89%. So that's Alexander McGillney. I know that much. One of my favorite
Never
Leafs.
forget that.
So we had Pat LaFontaine on the show as well. So those of you, the Islander fans, the Ranger fans, Pat LaFontaine on the show a couple months ago.
But they were together on the
For
Sabres.
concussions. Yes, they were
He
together.
was he was in the Islanders, but LaFontaine, McGillney
Yes,
were.
yes. And
It was,
McGillney wound up a Leaf, and he
Adam
wound up
Oates?
was a Devil as well. No, Adam Oates is not an Islander. He was
No,
Bruin.
he was a Bruin
Boston Bruin.
and
Yeah. Mike Bossy, the best Islander to ever play.
St. Louis Blues. That was the other team.
For Adam Oates, yeah.
St. Louis Blues.
89. What? That is the name of it.
Oh, I know, but
Oh, you're just saying.
it's like
What? You don't like that name? But anyways, okay. So that's the Fed. I don't know. We're Toronto Maple Leafs. So. Right into here. So yeah, the only name that seems to be hurting right now has been hurting for a while. Lululemon, everybody is not having the greatest time trading-wise these days. Kraft Heinz, which is downside, that's kind of strange because you would think that they might be up with all these other names here. But yeah, a lot of change up right now in the market. As you can see, there's been basically a flip from this side to this side right now. Alibaba still going up. We're hearing about it. I did want to check on health technology. We've had Eli Lilly. We've had some of these names going up and going down, and Eli Lilly right now just floating around. It was zeros yesterday, zeros today, so we'll have to see what's going on there. Pfizer, I'm not sure what's going on with Moderna. Moderna hasn't been the greatest of stocks. We did get that CDC chair, I guess, was let go. So there's lots of stuff happening here these days. With
UNH wasn't actually. UNH was doing well
with
earlier.
positions.
Michael Burry special. As well. Like, we keep saying Berkshire Hathaway for UNH, but let's not forget it was Michael Burry as well. He put some new long trades on in his latest 13F filing, and at least until maybe 15 minutes ago, this was trending up and looking like it was going to be a nice defensive play, but right back underneath. So what's weird about this is it's just straight up accumulation. The stock cannot get too far away from $300. So yeah, somebody seems to be buying it around the $300 level, but it's not doing it any good. It's just holding, and this is exactly what happened the last bounce on UNH. No breakout. It just needs to break out 325. And there's always these negative headlines, more investigations going through for them. So despite the fact that everyone seems to be bottom picking this stock, it'll hold the bottom, and then it won't actually do anything off of these consolidations. I don't necessarily love the sideways action that we keep seeing here on UNH. But let me just go back over here because we were talking about the fintech names, and Bull just wicked the bottom. So this could be the setup. We'll see. It just wicked. When I say wicked, it broke the low and is trying to close back and hold that prior low. So if it can do that and break the trend, it looks good. But you know what? Why hunt for it if something has already done it? SoFi has already held the low. And SoFi has been on the good. And since their earnings has been nothing but upside for SoFi. Remember, in a higher time frame, a lot of the reason why, part of the reason I actually believe in Webull as well applies here too. Everybody knows we're going to 24-hour markets.
Yes.
Right, and everyone knows that it's going to be a positive. And I think the more that you can give your customers, and that's why I like Webull, the better. But SoFi, what sets them apart a little bit is the banking charter. But since earnings, it's been only upside. Outside of this $26 level, but let's not worry about that now. What I'm sort of looking at is what's happening. If I draw the same trend line that I'm looking at for Webull, where it's at the low, SoFi is doing it with a higher low. So it's only down 1.8%. I think this is one that I want to take a look at. And I keep refreshing the stock visualizer, and Open Door is still at the high. It's like Open Door, Alibaba, and Marvell.
All these Chinese names.
Continuously. And Alibaba is $134. Yeah. Alibaba is squeeze zone. So the news here, of course, developing a chip to compete with NVIDIA, and they had strong earnings. It was a double whammy for Alibaba. Their data center growth. I mean, So their cloud growth was on par with Alphabet in terms of percentage. And then on top of that, with this new chip that think about it for a second. They already don't, the Chinese government already doesn't want their companies using U.S. chips. At least that's what they're saying is a negotiation tactic. So do you think that they're gonna press for them to use Alibaba's chip if it can be comparable? Of course they are. Like, that's the ultimate bet. Forget about taking a stake like the U.S. government would do. Like, they'll just say you guys are using this, and they'll be like, okay, and they'll do it exactly like that too. Okay, they'll be afraid. But to Alibaba, 12%. I'm surprised it was this far without any real pullback. It's just been that program buying that you see sometimes here in the Chinese ADRs, which sometimes you know what that means.
Yep.
It's like who's doing some of that buying?
Yeah, the government has been in there buying, and they're allowed to do that, right? We have the plunge protection team here
it happens
in the United States and in Canada. So, yeah, that should be a good one for sure. So that's some of the talk there about what's been going on. Let's just have a quick check on, is there any names in here? And I know Neil's already refreshed this, and we've had a couple looks on this already today. But Open Door up 3%. Congratulations on the Open Door trade. We've been talking about that for a little bit. But if you're playing options, these kind of moves really aren't doing anything, I would think. You guys tell me if you're in this name via options. Nuke is absolutely huge. We had sort of looked at that a little bit earlier. Maybe we'll do that in a minute. NVIDIA's down 3%. Almost getting close to buying the dip on this one. I do think that a dip buy opportunity for NVIDIA is around 170, and we talked about that yesterday. So we'll probably be buying some more there. I told you, I just want to try to buy the best names, and I thought that was going to be Marvell. Marvell today, not one of the best names. Oh, wow, you're only down 17%, so that was good. Right there, down 17% for this. This is a huge name in the space. So we actually bought more today at 64. So we'll probably buy more tomorrow at 62. All right, AMD right here down 3%. That's not very good. IPDN only up 170%. So we can find out about that. And we had the Celsius story earlier for you. I don't even really remember what it was at this point. Yeah, something to do with Pepsi.
Pepsi increased their stake to 11%.
Okay, so
they already owned it. They bought some more.
Yeah, there it is right there. Expanding partnership with PepsiCo. So let's go over here and look at CELH. This was, again, a really high flyer when it first sort of came to market now. And there's Celsius right here on the daily. Look at this move that it's had. This is since August. Like, Adira, what was the real catalyst down here? Like, is that earnings there? August 8th, if you could look that up. Early August there. Celsius right there, acquiring Rockstar Energy brand in the U.S. and Canada. Pepsi increases stake in Celsius to 11%. $585 million investment. This is Pepsi's now leading energy drink.
It was earnings.
Yeah, so, all right, so there it goes. Thanks, Adira. Celsius distribution across North America now. So it's like that whole thing with e.l.f., right? I mean, the minute that e.l.f. got into Ulta Beauty, it started taking off. Like, this is what they need. They need these agreements. They need these partnerships to get going and just give them some more exposure. So look at e.l.f. as well. Man, damn, I'm never going to hear the end of this one from myself either. But that's a nice move there. e.l.f. trying to take out some highs. And, yeah, Pepsi, when you're in the space, you're just looking for distribution and getting on the shelves. So right now, Celsius can definitely, wag their tail a little bit more in the space because who has more? I mean, Pepsi and Coke, I think, are all the clout as far as shelf space is concerned. And you just made basically a deal here with Pepsi and didn't cost you anything. They invested in you. Yeah. So I like Celsius here. Also, I just lost my chart, though.
Anytime like a big company just starts slowly getting more and more, it's like, well, maybe at some point,
it's a takeover candidate.
They just decide.
Pepsi also.
For a penny in for a pound is
they took out SodaStream, Pepsi.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Exactly.
The more you know. Where's that button? Right there. But okay.
Button I don't have.
All right.
There it is.
Right in here today. Oh, that's nice. My wife is chilling out. She's been at hockey all week, and now one of her friends is there with her. That's nice. I'll tell Marissa. We were just saying the kid's finally going back to school on Monday. So Tuesday. I wish Monday, but Monday's Labor Day, so we have to wait and let them go.
Enjoy your long weekend.
Our kids don't know. I know your kid does, the teacher.
Yeah.
They're waiting for today to find out who their teacher was. And my daughter, same way, because she could either be in a 5-6 split.
It's a cheat. We didn't technically know, but there's a thing that gets that got sent out that has like a code for the class.
Okay.
And so we know somebody in the board.
How do they know?
The code, if you know a certain point, that's the initials of the teacher.
Oh, okay.
And so when we saw the initials, we found out from a mother of a friend who had this parent who had
that said, like, I've seen this code.
They're like,
before,
yeah, I've seen that code. I know who that teacher is. So that's essentially what happened.
SodaStream is still around. Yeah, they got bought out.
Whoa, that was interesting.
They didn't get taken out. There.
No, just a little volume spike. In
Webull? Yeah, I just saw you call that.
So Webull broke that trend, and then it just kind of little volume spike almost into the volume weighted average price. Always have orders out.
Elf on a shelf.
Because if you know you're taking it out on the way to the volume weighted average price here at 14.20, then why not have orders? Like I have my orders every 5 pennies on this one. The last one didn't get filled. I didn't get filled in front of 14.20. We got the 14 change. We got 14.06. We got 14.12, and I had a 14.18, which did not get filled. But after that volume spike, if it goes right back to the low, that's bad. I mean, obviously it's bad, but to me, if it doesn't put in a higher low here, you don't like it at all. So my stop would have previously been this bar here, but now I'm going to move it to this bar, which is closer to break even. But maybe a dead cat bounce there, but it was just a trend break. So we had a few trend break trades today because when the market's trending, you tend to have that set up more, obviously. That kind of speaks for itself there that you're going to have a few more trend trades. The one name that's on that list that we haven't really gone over is not Tesla's, but Tesla.
Isaac Tesla?
Oh, yeah, I don't want
to. You have him? No, because
no,
Williams, yeah.
I have Jameson Williams in both my pools, and I do not.
In my other pool, I have Amon-Ra and Jameson Williams, and not Tesla. So that's a problem.
I think Tesla's it's gonna be more important for him after they can't pay Jameson Williams,
right?
And then Jameson's gonna leave, and then this guy's gonna
go to Green Bay. Yeah.
So Jameson's not going to Green Bay.
Well, our wide receiver room is getting thinner because
I want him on the Bills.
Christian Watson is out now. He's been out for a year.
A receiver like Jameson Williams, just a pure speed guy.
Yeah,
with that arm on Josh Allen.
Yeah, well, I mean, why can't they just get that? They had some speedy guys there, I thought, but Jameson Williams, we'll see.
Who?
Jared Goff. I thought Khalil Shakir was fast.
Yeah, he's a slot guy. He's more quick than fast. I'm talking about a burner, a dude that you want on a 4x1 team like James.
You're talking about Matthew Golden.
I love Golden.
4-3 or whatever.
That guy, his route running is.
Yeah, he's going to light up, hopefully, Jordan Love this year. Okay, empowered women do change the world. You can scan that QR code right in front of you and help make this happen. Women Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can help launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan that QR code on your screen and help us build a brighter future. So we want to thank Women Boss for making that possible on our stream. Yeah, thanks for that. And yeah, let's go back over to Adara at the desk.
I'll start. We actually have some more notes coming out of Fed's Cook's hearing here. So these are coming from legal reporter Zoe Tillman. She is saying that apparently the judge, who is in this case Gia Cobb, is making it very clear that she does know her ruling is not going to be the final word. Now, apparently she's even asking Lisa Cook's lawyer for precedent supporting his position, but when I say his, I mean Fed's Cook's lawyer, because she's very worried about apparently getting smacked down by a higher court. So lots of concerns here apparently about the legal precedent issues for the judge in this Fed's Cook hearing. If I get more news, I will let you guys know. But it sounds like the judge is very aware that there could be, of course, some appeals and some higher court issues with regards to this for-cause issue. We know this has been an ongoing concern and source of commentary with regards to whether or not a president can remove a Fed board member. Let's talk here, or governor. Let's talk about these sectors because it's very clear who's leading to the downside. It's three sectors in particular: electronic technology, technology services, and producer manufacturing. We'll start with producer manufacturing. Kat here with a negative note, sending GEV, LRCX, and a whole bunch of others sharply to the downside. Electronic technology here, NVIDIA leading to the downside. We know Wall Street Journal reported that Alibaba out in China has developed an AI chip. Broadcom, AMD also pushing lower, as is Dell. Dell here on day one earnings. Technology services, Oracle leading the way to the downside, down 5.5%, but CrowdStrike also giving up some of its earnings day one gains. Netflix, Palantir, Microsoft, Meta a little weaker here too. Transportation, Uber notably to the downside here. Consumer durables, we have Tesla leading the way, lower. Finance, health technology consumer non-durables, and energy minerals, all slightly green. So it looks like a lot of these tech names and some of these industrials are part of the names dragging this market lower. Back to you.
Yeah, energy. Not bad.
Yeah, that was one of the index. That was one of the sectors there that was well positive there, energy. And don't spend too much energy looking for those stocks. But I would just say XOM and CVX are the stocks that
That's
we really
with oil
like.
down.
Defense tech here. I mean, what about Nuke? I mean, Nuke just continues to go upside here, 34% here today. NUKK. Nice move here. Strategic partnerships, I guess, being talked about here. Significant strategic shift from fintech focus to new emphasis on defense and aerospace sector for stock Nuke right now, and it's starting to go back to the upside after making potentially a bottom. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you're looking for. I mean, you don't want to catch this falling knife, but the reason why I waited for this to sort of load back up is we've seen this $2 mark before and went like this, and now you're just falling back in and maybe a bottom there at 350 for NUK and then NUKK. And as you look there, bouncing off the 200 period moving average. So again, just kind of goes back to what individual traders are looking for, and 200 period moving average right there on the 1 minute chart has been a pretty good one. So watch out for that. A good hold there at 450 for NUKK as that looks to go higher there. And then Gap, I just wanted to check on this one because another retail play that gapped lower, made it all the way back, and now is trying to make a difference here. 22 to 22.50 for Gap. So yeah, not really going around too much there. I don't know. We talked about Costco and Walmart and some of these other stocks, but right now Gap, a nice move higher from yesterday's earnings was not great. So I remember Darren and I were talking about that, a nice move there for Gap, as the guide was not the greatest there. But I don't know, retail, you have to have an online presence. And I think Gap does, right? I mean, Old Navy. I know that whenever we're buying stuff from Gap, my wife it's called Gap Cash. And she gets like basically tons of things sent her all the time. And then we buy our kids. I mean, not so much anymore because, my daughter wants to wear Lulu and Aloe and all that crazy stuff. So, yeah, no, Sharif. This is why I talked about using more shares, my guy.
Yeah, Lulu's a problem.
Right there.
They're not doing well.
Yeah, no, I know, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So some of these apparel names not doing the greatest, but some of these discounter names, I think, like a Gap, doing good. They have Athleta, I think, is their brand. And apparently it's not too bad.
You get a little weakness in the labor market, mix in a little bit of tariffs.
Stock market's at all-time highs.
It can be a little bit tricky for some of the, well, to a certain extent, but unfortunately, retail, a lot of retail needs the people that don't have money in the markets. That's sort of the rub there, unfortunately. That being said, Lululemon, as Sharif likes, maybe, just maybe, I'm giving it the old, maybe we can get above that 50. This is where it gets interesting. This is where it gets interesting for a stock like this. It's like how badly can you really get beaten up here before you get some kind of a turn? And we've seen this story before with Nike. Not that it's not a direct comparison, but Nike has managed to turn it around in a big way. Like this. I'm not saying Lululemon is going to go 50% from here or anything along those lines. But there can be a light at the end of the tunnel, no question. That's even though you have some of those troubles. You get a little wipeout bottom, you get that 50 period. Nike is a perfect example. It's a really tricky business for any brand to stay on top. Like there's always going to be that moment where you have weakness. And it's what you can do after that. Like Nike's always had some staying power in there, but it's not like they haven't been tripped up a little bit. And Lulu, they're having their first big trip up. And the question becomes, can the brand sort of stick with the next generations? I tend to think it can. I mean, even just doing channel check, hearing
there's the kids still, my kids do. I don't know.
I mean, the quality's there. I think price is a bit of a problem for them. That could be a little bit of a tailwind, a headwind is what I meant in the next little bit, but maybe that just means you have to be more patient with them. But I think looking at what Nike's been able to do here gives you some kind of a chance. I did get into just SMCI off VWAP. Ultimately, we liked SMCI short, but when you don't, this didn't pop, obviously. It's just immediately dropped, kind of like NVIDIA. It just immediately dropped at the open. So getting into prior closes or any resistance levels was going to be impossible. But it comes back into the volume-weighted average price. does a little bit of a dip, and I'm now in. It's now going sideways, but prior bar out, and then we'll look for it to get back into the low of the day. We haven't talked a heck of a lot about crypto, by the way.
No.
And
no. Thank God.
Well, 108. We're at 108.6.
Yeah, I want to talk about Solana.
I mean, look, everything's down. So to say that IBIT's down and Bitcoin's at 108, probably not surprising. ETH down at 43, 4,300. So if you look at, and they're kind of making bottoms here because the NASDAQ has made a low. But just one note, ETH has bounced to VWAP, volume weighted average price, a little bit better, like a little bit better than Bitcoin on the bounce. So it's
market's
still
turning around,
just a little bit better, but the market's rolling back over. I think that's why when the market bounced higher, that was a chance to get into, like if you missed a short in something, your chance to get in would have been when we just bounced here, I think. So that's why I jumped into SMCI. Webull it's probably just going to break down again. So we had the trend break on Webull. Yeah. My stop is now right here underneath 13.9. It doesn't seem to want to go any further than 14.15. Like that was the top end of the move there for Bull. Give it the old 2 or 3 day rule.
Look,
it wasn't anything that bad. It wasn't anything terrible in the report for Webull.
I thought it was great.
And it's at the 50 period, which, by the way, when it respects the 50 period on the daily, it's closed underneath and then opened underneath. But it held and then broke back out. So I'm not even super concerned if it closes under the 50 period. If it breaks down under the 50 period, like loses $13, then I'd be a little bit more concerned.
I want to show everybody something here. Okay, so, this is Marvell. I'm actually, maybe I can zoom in a little bit here, right? And not just because I just bought some more, but look at this, 1046, Marvell. Wells Fargo, overweight, maintains. Marvell, Barclays, maintains overweight. Right here, Rosenblatt maintains buy on Marvell. Look at all these price targets, 90, 80, 95. Evercore ISI, this is after their report comes out. Outperform right there. Benchmark reiterates buy on Marvell. Needham reiterates buy on Marvell. B of A, screw you, downgrades Marvell. Okay, Jeffries, buy at Marvell. All right, so I mean, this is what happens, and we talk about investing and how investing is a different beast than obviously swing trading and all that. We don't need to talk to you guys about all of that, but you want to try to still buy, and it's right back to where I got filled, actually literally right here at $64. Buy good companies, and I think that I'm not alone in thinking that Marvell does have a little bit more upside to where it is right now, but it's definitely not at that level to dip by anymore. I just did it today to figure out what's going on, but right now, it's Marvell's world, and we're all living in it to the downside right now, and it's not a great one. But there goes AMD as well. We just take another piece out, man. You bounce off the 50-period moving average. We'll take this out. $5 in the money on Marvell. Let's take another piece out on the TQs as well, as we're sort of at that low again, and bang. Money. Let's just go. I mean, we are now $8 in the money on these two trades, and they're the ones that we had. This is from 8:30, and our AMD is from 9:30. So two early gets right there. And then the only stock that I'm bleeding on is Webull, and that was a lot better than I thought it could have been, because we actually got out of a third there. And we talked about it. As soon as we got out of it, I was like, we're getting out of a third there, and then we're getting out if it breaks 14, and we got 1402s. For some reason. So that was actually a pretty good fill there. Yeah, look, people talking about $60 maybe on Marvell. Yeah, I mean, that would be
Why
nice.
are the chips down? So a lot of the reason why the chips are going to be down, like part of it has to do with NVIDIA yesterday, regardless of what you think about it doesn't matter what you think about the earnings. Like they were down yesterday.
Yep.
Sign of weakness could be that Baba's producing their own chip, or the Alibaba chip was one piece of bad news. NVIDIA had a report come out after earnings that the reliance on their top two customers for what previously was 25% of their revenue is now up to 39%. So you have more competition from the biggest name. And on top of that, you have China coming out and giving an alternative. It's just throwing a little bit of cold water on the chip space here today. And again, the price action is the price action. Mm-hmm. It's easy to say, well, these are the stories. I'm just telling you what the stories are around the chip space.
Yeah, tell them.
At the end of the day, price action is a price action. Sometimes it doesn't matter. You just want to observe it. Like I tend to think that I liked NVIDIA's earnings for the most part. But it doesn't matter that I liked it. it's just been weak off of the highs. And there's a decent chance that we could retest minimum the 50 period. I don't know about today because you still have to drop another couple of points to get there. It's possible. And if we lose that, then I think you start hunting for a real good dip buy zone because I think that's going to be a great opportunity. If we lose the 50 period on NVIDIA, it's a matter of where I want to buy it again because I'm not waiting for the 200 period, which is $30 down. It's got to be somewhere in between. Let's go to the desk. Oh, shoot, it's past 10:50. Let's go to Adara.
We're going to look at the US dollar here on a weekly chart because I've talked about how range bound this has been over the last couple weeks. I think you can really tell when you actually see it visualized here. This weekly chart, we've had more or less the same base for now going on 3 weeks. This week, we actually right now are poised to close slightly green. But again, it is worth noting, like, if you look at the range between the last 2 weeks, especially, basically identical. Tops here just below 99, bottoms here around 97 halves. Let's talk about some of this economic data that we got today. These PCE prints came basically exactly in line with estimates across the board. That's for core and non-core, month over month and year over year. I would say one of the most market-moving prints came at 945, U.S. Chicago PMI, lower than expected, pushing the market a little bit lower, though we were already headed to the downside. Then we got this Michigan consumer sentiment, and it was very mixed at 10 a.m. 58.2 coming in here for the sentiment print versus 58.6 expected, slightly lower than the forecast, but 5-year and 1-year inflation actually both coming in a little bit lower than expected. 3.5% versus 3.9% expected, and then 4.8% for the 1 year versus 5% expected. So these inflation expectations are getting a little bit lower, could potentially be viewed as a good sign, but that decrease in the inflation estimates with the decrease in consumer sentiment does send, as I mentioned earlier, a bit of a mixed signal. Let's talk here about the Fed because we know this has been on watch. I did check the CME Fed Watch tool. Right now, we're still about 87% here with that 25 basis point cut. Lisa Cook's hearing was on watch. I'm not sure if it's still going on, but I've seen some commentary here from legal reporters who were at the hearing on X. It looks like the judge in the situation, Gia Cobb, is very concerned about making sure that there's precedent because she understands the possibility that things can be overturned, especially because, as we've mentioned quite a lot here on the show, the issue of cause is a bit tricky, specifically because the actions that Lisa Cook is alleged to have committed, which were mortgage fraud, happened prior to her, appointment to the Fed. Now, usually for cause will mostly apply to actions that have happened while the person is in their position or actions that are directly related to the position. This issue is neither, so it's going to be a little bit of an interesting legal issue. We'll have to see how it all resolves. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, we're just going to have to wait to see how it all unfolds. And I mean, President Trump definitely wanting to take control of the monetary policy. We've already gotten a few different Fed members in there, and we're going to see if we can get another one, and then we'll see if they're more conservative or not, or what exactly is going on there. As Lisa Cook, that's still to be discussed, and how that's all going to work out. But one thing that we can do right now, it's 10:55, so. All right. Yesterday actually was black in tilapia, and so sometimes whenever we get to tilapia, we hope that it's not that. But yesterday it was that, and today we go back, right back to where we're kind of more comfortable because today we've had a bunch of these. So if you're into poultry and whatnot, then today might be your day. I just heard Joe's getting pretty excited about it. It might be okay. This could be up our alley, and it's not going to be the ingredient that we were hoping because it's not going to be natural, I'd imagine, but it's maple glazed chicken. So I was going to say, like, if it was real maple syrup or something, then maybe we would get a little bit more hot fire on that. But maple glazed chicken with vegetable fried rice, it's not too bad. My wife just asked me what to make for dinner. I said chicken sandwiches, so I maybe have to change that. Vegetable fried rice, garlic bok choy. That should be really tasty there. Get those greens going as well with, ooh.
I love bok choy.
This is one of my favorite summertime salads. Summer.
Favorite summertime salad.
Summertime.
I don't know if I have a favorite.
Shout out to Big Willie Styles there. Oh, did you hear that? Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't even say it.
Greek salad?
It's cucumber and tomato salad.
Okay.
I love that, man. We have some sick tomatoes and cucumbers growing at the Katina household right now. Chop them up. You get a little oil and vinegar, a little bit of salt, pepper on there. That's it. Finite. You are done. You do not
need cucumbers in your garden?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, I show you some.
Ours didn't do
some
too
nice
well.
ones.
So we
Some of them kind of, like they always get that little look about
We didn't
them.
do them again this year because last year they didn't do too
That's the
well.
thing. You know what? Who gets those are the squirrels. The squirrels are loving life
We got like a
when it
cage
comes
and
to
everything, but
cucumbers.
They find
Cage, come on, man.
The squirrels don't care. They're gonna find a way.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do.
Yeah, man.
When you have a garden.
You can't protect your neck too much from that. But I like. I'm definitely a fan of the cucumber and tomato, fresh stuff
tomatoes.
right there, and you cannot beat it. The tomatoes that I really like, but are really you know what to manage, are the cherry tomatoes.
Yes.
Because they grow in like weeds, man. And then next thing you know, there's millions of them,
Yes.
and you're like, what am I supposed to do? So Will Smith, apparently, this is what I was going to get at, and I saw this on TMZ or something. They were saying that his promo video for his concerts, no, it's not that bad, was all the fans in there holding the signs was AI generated. So they're saying that like his little promo there was actually pretty much like nobody was at these concerts or whatever, and he was getting some AI generation happening.
Good.
So shout out to Will Smith, very creative on that.
Do what you got to do.
So do what you got to do there.
Not a fan.
Big Will
Not a fan.
on that one.
We in our fantasy football chat.
So Chris Rock.
Somehow Aunt Viv came up. I think Aunt Viv came up in the chat.
Did she?
And like someone was like, "Oh, I only believe
There was
in
something, yeah.
I only believe in the original Aunt Viv," and I was like, "I second that." And someone's like, "Are you hating?" I'm like, "Absolutely."
Neil hating on something? Never.
No, straight up, in Fresh Prince, the original Aunt Viv called out Will Smith on some of his ish.
Oh, really?
And she ended
Okay.
up getting
That's the
kicked,
story.
and then she ended up being off the show because they clapped.
Oh, that early? Oh, I thought you meant on the
Maybe
recent
there was a
stuff.
hint at the type of dude he was. I'm just throwing it out there.
I don't know. Is Will Smith that bad of a
Sometimes you
dude?
find
I don't
things-
know.
I don't know, but just sometimes you find out things down the line. It's like, okay, well now you look at it in another light, right? Like the original Aunt Viv was the ish, but anyways,
I like Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil was great. Carlton.
James Avery's
Something. What's Carlton's name again? It's like an Italian
Alfonso
name.
Ribeiro.
Ribeiro.
I was gonna say it's an Italian name.
Sharif does the dance, believe it or
Sharif
not.
does great dances. You know, in another life, Sharif was
Carlton dance.
a line dancer actually, and that's why he likes Dallas Cowboys so much. You know, he has those boots. Do you own cowboy boots or no? No. Okay. We almost had the dance.
There it is. There's the dance.
The thing is, he's got the neck and
I can't-
that is it.
It's like
man.
the whole.
What a great show! Didn't they
the
try
whole
to
vibe.
Didn't they try to reboot?
Yeah, they tried some kind of a reboot.
Oh, it's still on. But it's not Will though. It's
No,
no.
some-
Okay,
I don't-
he's too expensive now.
I don't know the.
It's also like a drama where Alfonso, sorry, I almost said Alfonso, I did say Alfonso. Carlton has like a substance abuse issue and it's like very serious.
He does?
And I don't know, it doesn't, like, I think he's also an
That doesn't
athlete,
jive.
Carlton. Like they changed his character a lot. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not jiving with Carlton having a substance
Yeah, I'm
problem.
not-
I feel like he's like
in
a
the
guidance
orig-
counselor.
No, but in the original, when he accidentally, like that was different. But like he actually, that's just so far away from the character that you're just being ridiculous.
People are now questioning if Sharif was a dancer or not. No, I made that part up.
No,
and he can address it. Maybe he has a history.
He was a break dancer.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we all
He
tried.
literally did some breakdancing on the green screen over there. He literally was breakdancing on the stage here, although we don't really have the green screen anymore because we're doing bigger and better things, everybody.
K-pop.
That's why it's all dark around here. Can't see anything because we're hiding it from you. No, because they actually haven't done the lights yet. But once they do, that'll be another step closer to Studio
It's a big
8.
black screen behind us right now.
That's what it's going to be, a big gigantic.
It's going to be something else.
that you guys should be excited about. But you should also be excited.
It's going to be nice.
Well, we'll be excited for our chicken and
It's
salad
really
lunch.
nice.
And some IPDN and maybe some crypto from Joe. Small cappers. We'll see you guys back at 2 o'clock. Hopefully you enjoy your lunch. I know that we will. Hopefully we'll get out for a walk. It's a little bit cold, but it's about to heat up with the midday.
Is it that cold?
It's cold in here.
Yeah, it's 18. Oh, and here.
18 degrees is cold.
All right.
It's underneath. If it's underneath room temperature, it's cold to me.
Ciao for now.
Oh, that's your thing now, man.
Greetings Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options. And as I introduce him, I'm taking money out over here on these positions. Let's go IPDN. Here we go. I just got to focus here. It's taking out all my orders. Okay, so we didn't get the dip trade, but there we go through the local area high. We get the print at 25. Let's go ahead and set up now at 33s. I'm talking about IPDN. This is the number one gapper in the market right now, up over 218%. Looking to go more. I'm quite disappointed the fact that I did not get the ads at 570 and 555, but here we go. We're working into that 20 to 30 penny area, Joey. So yeah, I'd love to shout out everyone, but typically I'm not in a position that moves this quick. But here we go. We got, who else, man? Michael Baldwin. We got Hina Patel, Will Fishing, Gray Worm. Shout out to Picky Eater and 420 Bud Monster. We got Ed George and Flo Grade. We got Yannick. We got T What's Up, DAP 711. We got the OG Darwin. Who else, man? Let's go. Let's go. Why not? Why not? Big Joe, Levi Corbe, Parabolic FOMO, JD Vance. JD Vance. Yeah, JD Van something or another, man. I'm sorry. I just got to focus on this trade.
Focus.
But good morning to everybody. Good morning, Joseph.
Losing focus right now. Focus. Shout out to Bryson Tiller, man. I'm an R&B guy because, this is what we rock and roll. But guys, happy Friday.
Hey.
We're back. We're ready. We're prepared for the long weekend. A big R&R one for your boys. So we're going to chill out, post up there. But what did we trade today? And not for that. That is going to be some Tesla and some iBit. So we were short this off a 5-minute hammer candle off of those off the opening drive high. Boom. We take that short. And then I was frustrated. I didn't take it again, but it is what it is. There's another opportunity right here. And then you get that big time leg down, so we can't complain. But also, by the way, building a little bit of a position in iBit. I don't think this one's going to work out too well, to be honest with you guys. Trying to catch falling knives, especially in the crypto space. I think that probably within the next couple of weeks, we'll see Bitcoin to 100,000 south of it. Truly, because we're sitting around 108,000 right now. We tapped into 124, couldn't hit that 125 level, and then sure enough, we're just continuously selling here. So let's see if we can get a bounce back to the volume-weighted average price. That's the game plan. But again, catching falling knives, going to the club. No, I haven't been to the club in a long time, my friend. Yeah, I haven't been to the club in a long, long time. Go to bars.
What's a long time mean, Joey?
I couldn't even tell you the last time I was in the club.
Okay, so that means long time.
Yeah, I legit couldn't even tell you. Like, bars and stuff are different, but last time I went and popped bottles and all that stuff, it's been a while. It's been a while since we did that. Yeah, but other than that, guys, this is what we got going on. Market selling. Katina Man called it today. I heard him earlier in the morning. He's like, I think it's going to be a faded Friday. And then sure enough, you got to fade everything. But now we're trying to catch falling knives on IBIT. So if it cracks that low, I'm going to be taking a hefty loss on this bad boy here. Nice volume signature. We like that, but it doesn't want to bounce. So yeah, it is what it is on that one, Sharif.
All right, Joey, we added into the dip there, and we're taking more out. 85s now, just took out some in the high 90s. I still have a couple of dip trades that have gone unfilled, but what we currently have on IPDN on the 5-minute chart is a disadvantageous candle. It is a candle of indecision with a very small body and bigger upper and lower wicks. So we only have one beak wetter unless we get the ad. Now, the ad over here comes into 570. I will take that ad. I don't mind. I only have one profit taker left, so I need to take out more. Simple ad, or to get more in, excuse me. And you always want to get more in at the most advantageous price. So right now, I'm seeing the 10 EMA on the 5 at 560 something. It's going to take out my order. It took out my order. We're done this trade, believe it or not, and it's not even the best one, even though we're profitable on it, because we didn't have the biggest position that we should have had. So we'll look to do a little bit better there. Still profitable on it, but I'm looking to get more in here at current bar low. Current bar low takes us to about 570 something or another. So let's set up another dip trade over here. I'm going to set it up at 77s. Now this may or may not get filled. Oh, wow. This is breaking out here, Joey. It looks like it's going to take out the area high into about 650 or so. So let's see. We're going to get in a small position over here and work our way in. We didn't get punched in for whatever reason. We'll do it now. Let's see if we can get in. There we go. We got 12s on now, so let's go ahead and post. in the 20s. Now, I will leave this order, this dip trade here active. We're defending the 10 EMA on the 5, and that's what I want to base my trade on. This has been obviously defending the 10 EMA, did it at 9:45, it did it at 10:30, and it looks like it might be doing it right now. So let's base our trades off that until it doesn't work. So dipping back into the high 5s, which I'm fine with because I'm looking to pick some up in the 70s. Maybe I should move it up a little bit over here so that it has more of a chance of filling. Exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it at 577, and then we're going to cancel. Well, we'll actually leave that one. Let's see what we can get on that. So that's what I'm looking at right now. 693 high, by the way. It's done 129 million shares, and it is professional diversity, $14.75 million market cap. They're an operator of professional communities with a focus on diversity, employment, education, and training. Sure. Whatever. Let's see. We can continue to move up over here. There we go into the highs. Joseph frickin' Wilson. It takes out all my orders again. Let's set up some more now at 34s. We're going to see if we can get that prior or that prior bar high. Did reject into that 34 area, so let's keep an eye on that. Looking for that continuation above 6. But as you can see, it's really having trouble holding and staying above 6. I mean, you've got a 693 high, but you don't exactly have that very, very decisive clearing off that $6 level. It keeps retracing back into it. So shout out to you guys. Hope you guys are having a great day as we wind down. What is the last trading day of the month, man?
The month, yeah,
Crazy,
exactly.
Bro.
All right, big.
There he is.
Oh, yeah, the market's down, so he's super chatting. I see how it is, my friend.
Of course, bro. You surprised?
Little Joey Smalls. You got big plans for another boys-only campfire, karaoke, short shorts, long weekend. Hope you do not have to buy another phone because it fell in the water, babe. I swear, kind of time. That's exactly what it is. How did you know what I was doing? So yeah, that's what it is. We got our Daisy Dukes ready and everything along those lines. The jorts, you name it, my friend. All for that boys' weekend around the campfire. Obviously,
crazy.
hot dogs on a stick as well. You can't go wrong with those. So yeah, that's what we got going. Another $5 from Dell. Thank you, Kyle, very much, and I appreciate the constant heckling. So Snap is #1 trending on StockTwit's rumor of buyout. Oh, okay. Let's take a look at Snapchat.
You've been talking about that for a hot minute.
Snapchat, who's going to buy them out? Okay, yeah, so there it is. Continuing to climb higher, some nice prints around the lows, and then sure enough, you're trading around $7.21. But that is all irrelevant. We got to zoom out and take a look at the daily. Come on, and all these people's Snap scores are insane, and this is how the stock's going to be trading, Sharif. That's it. That's
no, they're
crazy.
not monetizing it enough, though.
They're
Joey.
not monetizing enough, even though they got advertisement out the wazoo. You're down quite a bit, 87%. Let's actually go to a weekly to see what we got going on. We can get a better picture from $82 all the way down to $70. So 90%. Down from those highs, and I don't know if it's going to recover. It's having a really, really bad time. I don't know if I'll ever financially recover from this, for those who know what that is from. But yeah, other than that, guys, let's see if we can get this bounce slowly starting to curl over there in IBIT. Hopefully we don't break out those lows because that's going to be bad, and that's not how you want to close out the month. And then Ether a little bit stronger, so I'm okay, let's go with Bitcoin. It's been stronger. No, today we reversed those rolls right there, my friend. Double bottom right at 32.33, and then now trading back to the volume weighted average price. I'm looking for that on IBIT, but there goes Snap breaking out the high of the day. Way to call that one out, my friend.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to do a more of a deep dive into that because we've been talking about that here on the desk for a long time, that it could be a buyout candidate, and I want to know more about that. So thank you for whoever brought that in the chat, and thank you, Joey, for mentioning that. All right, I flipped to the one over here, guys, so you can get a better look at my entries and exits. So as you know, I'm using my top screen for my scanner as well as my 5-second chart where I try to spot micro pullbacks. So we're going to get it in every time I see a micro pullback into a key technical area. I'm talking about IPDN. Oh, baby. This one wants to take out the area high. It just popped up into the $0.75 area, and it looks like it might want to take out area highs over here. So we got 70s on. Let's post them here at 75, and I'll be looking to pick up more if it gives me a good technical area off which to get in. What is that technical area? I'm going to feel it's like the 50 penny area. So I'm going to wait over here at 50s for a dip trade on this one. We got 70s on, showing me 60s and change, but I'm definitely interested in picking up more if it will show me the correct pattern that it is looking to make higher highs and higher lows. Here we go again into that mid-60s area. Looks like there's a 64 to 63 seller. We're zigging and zagging, unfilled on that 50 dip trade not quite yet, so we'll wait on that. Either a print to the high side. Oh my goodness,
days.
again. There it is, Joseph. And we're going to take out area highs again. So I've got a beak wetter here at 82, but there's a seller in the high 70s, and there it goes again. Oh my goodness. This is a beautiful one today on IPDN. 260%, looking to go more. Sadly, we didn't get that 50 dip trade, so you don't always get what you want, but now it is a new high a day, and it's $7 on the freaking dot, 256%, and looking to take out 7, and there has been no breaches. None, literally none of the 10 EMA on the 5. I really want to show you guys here what I'm looking at on the black charts, at the possible expense of missing a trade, but this is a show for you guys, not just for me to trade. So there it is. There's the fullback. The fullback. I'm thinking football here with Katina Man pounding the table all day about Michael Parsons. There's the pullback into the 10 EMA. Defend number 1. Defend number 2. 3, 4, 5. You guys get it? So beautiful look here on IPN. Joseph Wilson. We're going to keep an eye out on this one.
Good look there. My guy Gorev is long some. Google. I'm looking at this name. Is this going to be a head and shoulder? Maybe not, but if you can get that long, I like your chances there, my friend, considering the open drive was relatively strong. Overall market is just tanking, and then Google and Apple are holding up good. So, yeah, I like your chances there. Nothing from a VPA standpoint. Maybe this hammer liquidity grab. Consistent higher lows, which is positive. So we'll take that for sure. There's nothing wrong there, but what we need is a potential bounce in this bad boy. Come on, break through some resistance zones. You can do it. You're Bitcoin. You're the king of crypto. Anything can happen with this name. We get a buy program to step in. We're down by some key support levels as well too. So we're gonna note that, and yeah, that's what we're gonna kick up. But in the meantime, Sharif, you know what time it is, my friend.
We're gonna look at the sectors.
Ooh. Oh, my guy, get it. Yes. All right, let's see what the top performing sectors on the day are. All right. Looks like we're getting a little rotation into some defensive names. Consumer staples at the top of his class.
Get it, Joey.
Up about 0.33%. Then financials as well, too. Strong sector. I really like the financials for the next little bit. That might be a solid rotation in there. So we'll take a look at XLF momentarily.
Bang.
And then real estate, the exact same thing, up 0.33%. The bottom 3, consumer discretionary, getting smoked. Tesla, yes it is. And then industrials down 1%. And then Technologia, the technology sector down 1%. Technologia is down 1.5%. Now, for the week, IWM still holding on to that monster gain, Sharif, up 3.5% on the week. That is Dow now taking the second place. The Qs were there and the SPY were. The Dow was in the.
What's it doing?
With the bottom one, it's up about 1.5% on the weekend. Then SPY, same thing, 1 1/5. And then we have the Qs up 1% there, my friend.
So you're saying the Dow's a dud?
No.
No, come on, Dow dud.
The Dow dud. The Dow is the.
What's Ram doing up there? I never really know what to. Whoa. I didn't even finish saying anything. Did you see that?
No.
I already had a projectile thrown at me there, man. Unbelievable violence, eh? Like, look, we're from the same region of the world, so I get, the quick to anger, quick to cool kind of thing. I share that with you, Ram, but stop hitting me with it. All right, all good. 720 HOD on IPDN. Here we go. So it's already breached 7, but as you can see, zigging and zagging at that 7 level, so it hasn't decisively taken it in the way that it didn't decisively take $6 initially, but then we know it did. So be careful with this one, because the thing about these small cap gappers is, as much as I love them, as much as I do fear them, because you don't know when the hell this thing is going to flip the switch on you, right? And it could do it at any time, right? You could make a new high, like an aggressive dollar squeeze into like 8, and then all hell can break loose and it'll halt down. And then you can be caught holding the bag, and then it'll continue halting down. So just be careful, okay? 729 high, we're at $0.25. Joey, I'm sorry, it's a 742 high now, and we're almost up 300%. So the squeeze is on. I don't know what the short percentage on this is. Adair, if you have a moment, can we, thank you, I appreciate that. IPDN, we'll keep an eye out for that. Daryl, let us know exactly what the short float is on this one. I don't even know what the float is, period. So here we go, 748, go ahead, Adair.
1.35 million share float, 10.2 10.2% short.
10.2, that's beautiful. So it's a very small float, relatively speaking, with not a high short float, but not bad anyway, Joey. So keeping an eye here, and I'm trying to also keep an eye on the 5-second chart above. Just got to flip back to that.
How many shares has it traded today?
This one, we're going on 142 million. So,
it's done like
140 times float
times.
rotation. You get it,
Crazy.
right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the insanity is real. It's fast and furious, but be careful for the downturns. I'm just waiting for this one to calm the hell down so that I can talk about the other ones that I've got on the side chart, because maybe you don't want to trade something as volatile or parabolic as this. And there are others. So I don't want to make you think that this is really the only one. All right, let's bring it in. SKBL looks good. It's up 26 somewhat %, and it's kind of putting in that nice little rounding pattern with higher highs and higher lows. Seems to be a seller in and around that high teens, 120. It wicked up to 120, but didn't really spend any time there either. DUO is going to lose its spot on the side chart any moment now. It's been below VWAP for a hot minute, and I don't know why this YDES thing is not updating me with the proper technicals over here. What the hell is this, Joey? Like, why is it not showing me my VWAP, my 20, and my 10? I need explanations.
The Ides of March, baby.
I don't know, man. So anyway, this one is halting to no end. It halts up, halts down. So another volatile one here that may be tougher to trade. GMHS is also losing the volume weighted average price and could lose its spot on the side chart momentarily. There was also WOOF, very consolidative. This one looks like it reported earnings after the bell yesterday because it popped up at 405. Pardon me?
Correct. They did report earnings after the bell.
Perfect. Thank you, Adara, for that confirming. So 405 earnings report pops up. It's holding yesterday's base. Looks like that base is at 3 3/4. It hasn't lost that level today, and it didn't lose that level after reclaimed it yesterday in the aftermarket. There does seem to be a range at play. Let's just say between 3 1/4 to about 4. At the outlying areas, you can see breaches that 4, goes up to 4 1/4, but nary a closing print above that $4 area. So I would be concerned if I was punching in on the breakout of 4. THAR is going to lose its spot as well. And last but not least, Katina Man brought you this one earlier on, NUKK. This one nuked up initially and then now kind of putting in lower highs, but also putting in higher lows. So a bit of a compression pattern and what looks to be a bull pennant. You'll recall that nuke was all sorts of strong on the 26th. What is that, Tuesday? Yeah, that's a Tuesday. Very strong, and we were trading it on that day. It had a couple of days off, Wednesday, Thursday. It took a vacation. It's back today, Friday, for the last trading day, but it is barely above that $5 area, Joey. So it really feels, sadly, that there's only one small cap gapper worth trading at the moment, and that's IPDN. I really don't like anything else. And if there is anything else, I request kindly that you tag myself or Joseph so let us know about it.
Let us know. Yeah, all right, guys. So there we go. Bang. We're starting to work here. Volume weighted average price is going to be that target that we're going to hold for. So let's see if we can get that. Let me know in the chat, guys. Do you think IBIT can get to the volume weighted average price? Yes or no? That's a simple question. But we're going to Adara.
You know, not much a move on this yet, but keep an eye on MSOS. Marijuana Moment, which is usually the, I guess, reporting website that leads to these moves in cannabis, reporting that apparently 9 GOP lawmakers sent a letter urging Pam Bondi, the Attorney General of the U.S., to reject cannabis rescheduling. So we've heard a lot of calls maybe for the potential of rescheduling cannabis. Now we're actually having some GOP lawmakers reportedly telling Pam Bondi to reject that rescheduling. Back to you.
Kind of don't get this.
I don't get it at all.
I don't get it. You know, not just because we're Canadian, we have a bias one way or another, but like it just, I can't wrap my mind around it. I've seen alcohol destroy people and destroy families. I personally haven't seen that with marijuana. Have you?
No, I've never. Yeah. That's the thing, right? Yeah. Like, I don't know. I get it. Like this, I love America, right? Yeah. It's like we want to be leading in crypto, we want to be leading in this and that, but no. You're sorry, guys. You can't legally smoke weed, which is insane. Hit the weed thing there. Hit the weed, man.
He's got it, baby. He's got it. There it is.
What happened?
Come on, Katina, man. Assassino there.
There we go. There you go. Weed Batman. For me, yeah, obviously, Charlie, it's cool. You know what I mean? It's not that cool, obviously, but at the end of the day, it's not. I think it should be up to you. As Sharif mentioned, you walk down the street, unfortunately, in the city of Toronto, you have people drinking at like 6:30 in the morning, et cetera, et cetera.
And now you can buy it at 7 a.m., bro. You can buy it at 7 a.m. now, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that in the States, but no, you can't legally walk down the street in America and smoke a little of the devil's lettuce. I think that's absolutely crazy.
I love that.
Crazy.
It reminds me of a movie that I love.
So, I mean,
devil's lettuce.
Yeah, it is what it is, though, man. To each their own. It's that, like, I get it. Like, you guys are leading in everything, but no, it's like there's no chance that we're going to legalize this plant that
No
grows.
chance, because that's what you've got.
There it is, but we're cracking this downtrend. Let's see if we can hold this here slightly. We were slightly in the money for a while now, starting to pull back. And I got some shares on here, so we're going to have to be really, really patient. VWAP is going to be that target. I don't even know if we get there today without establishing a new low, so we're going to be patient on that one. But yeah. That's what
See what Stephen Etienne did for us right now? What a kind individual, bro. He hit it for us,
thanks,
bro.
Brother.
What a kind guy. Like, I mean, I don't know what I would have done.
We need more.
If you hadn't done that.
Yeah, we need more of you, Stephen.
Stephen's great,
Do
bro.
a little hit for the boys.
All right. That's interesting, Eddie. Yeah, Eddie coming up with the other side. I have seen some people suffer psychotic breakouts due to THC more than CBD itself. Yeah, I love to hear the other side of the equation, the other side of the argument. So please, bring it and bring it kindly.
No, it's
right?
true.
Like,
Some people do have. I know a couple of people that have had like mental breakdowns from weed.
Really interesting. I haven't met too many of those.
I think that
personally.
also is what it does. I think it triggers something that's already there. And then
interesting. So people more predisposed.
Yeah, exactly. So like if you have a history of mental
Understand.
illness and then you hop on like the sativas or something, then sure enough it can definitely get that ball rolling.
All right, Adara, you got a €5 super chat over here from AXPM. Adara, I'm holding a big short still from 321 in MongoDB, looking for 229 if 309 breaks. Your thoughts? Give him the goods, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Thank you for that super chat. That's I love looking at these spready tickers. That 311 is like kind of holding a support. I actually tried a 311 breakdown short and it did not work. Wicked me out. Like I think 313 is like that's where I got kind of wicked out. I think that 313 right now is holding as resistance. If we break above 313, that might be not advice, but just in my opinion, 313 might be an area to, if you haven't taken any profits, to maybe take some profits because it is holding as a little bit of a resistance level, and as you can see, it was actually support going back to yesterday too. 299 as a profit taker is a decent level. I remember that was a level that was on watch on the daily chart, and obviously we literally started yesterday by breaking above it. Sometimes though with these spready tickers, they're even more possessive over these $100 levels than what you'll see with less spready tickers. So with that in mind, maybe consider doing a little bit before the 300 level rather than 299. But that being said, congrats. This is a beautiful, beautiful entry on that short, and shout out to you. 313, I would certainly be aware of, and then maybe considering doing above 300 rather than below 300. But congrats, and thank you very much for considering me and for the super chat.
Thank you very much, Axpum, and thank you, Adara, for giving us your take. I want to mention a couple of new ones. One new one, PMI. This is halted to the upside. All right. Halted at 594. That's the halt price. The percentage up on the day is 32%. Let's take a gander, Joey Options, to see when this one will possibly unhalt. NQ, nope. NY, nope. MX, yep. Okay, so 11:19:38. So what time is it right now? It is, I just got to look at my atomic clock, 25:08. So this one will be, it looks like, yes, it will be a 10-minute halt at least, okay? Because they open up in waves of 5, and this one should have opened up 11:24:38. Alas, it did not. So it's still halted to the upside at 594. Let me see if I can find out why this one is moving. Let's see what we got over here. Should have it. My news blotter opens up. IPO price per share. Oh, this is an IPO? Oh? Allow me a minute. Yes, this is an IPO. Yes, it is. Okay, so this is an IPO. Picard Medical. That is the name of the company. It's on the Amex exchange. So IPO pricing. Here's the information. Picard Medical announces IPO pricing of $17 million initial public offering. What's the share price? Okay, so the opening price was, it opened at $4.21, but it was priced at $4 per share. So it was oversubscribed. It looks like, yes, the deal was priced at a midpoint of $3.50 to $4.50. It ended up opening up at, the price was $4, and then it opened up at $4.21. So this is an IPO, PMI. We'll wait to see if it unhalts so it'll be 29.38. That should be the earliest time that this could open, 11:29:38, Joey. So we'll keep tabs on that, and if it does open on that time, we'll bring that to you guys. All right, IPDN rejecting that 7 2/3 area. In fact, right on the dot. 7 2/3 is the high of the day, 766, coming back down now into 6.5. Well, guess what? That 6 1/4, 6 1/3 is the 10 EMA on the 5. And as we've seen, and as I've made very clear, this one has absolutely respected the 10 EMA on the 5 all day. So I missed that. I should have been more alive to that. I should have had something in the low 40s, high 30s. But here we go. Do we pop back up? Let's flip to the 5-second chart here on IPDN so we can get a gander at the micro trend. And we are moving back up. We could encounter resistance at 80, given that we did reject that, or we did use that area as support. Let's see if we clear 80 with ease. We're at 80 right now, not clearing it with ease. Keeping an eye on my top screen where I'm looking at the 5-second chart, guys, trying to spot the micro pullbacks and the micro trends. So keeping an eye there. So we do reject 80. So we are rejecting 84 now, back into the low 70s. Do we drop back into the 60s? Yes, we are. We are losing the 70s and going into the 60s. So that 80 area will be an area of resistance, at least momentarily, until we can take it out decisively. So now that we've rejected 80, I've got a better read on this one. So if we clear 80, I'll feel a lot more confident punching into this one. So let's wait over here to see if we can get a move back above 80. So I have a couple of options. One, I can wait for the 680 break to take this one, or I can wait for another pullback into that 6 1/3, 640 area where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. Here we go. We're attempting a move back into 680 again. 6 high 70s, curling back up off this level. Let's go ahead and get ready with a position over here to take this one long if it does. No, rejects it again, Joey, and back into the 60s we go. So I'm going to keep watch on this one. Tell them what you're looking at, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still on the same thing, right? Just because how I'm positioned. So I won't be putting... I'm still in the same thing just because of how I'm positioned here. I probably won't be entering any other trades as of right now. Again, we cracked this downtrend line, so we're looking for this to hold. I think VWAP might be a dream considering that we did break it. Volume did slowly start to pick up here, but then again, it's just we don't even want to get anywhere relatively close to it. Let's take a look at spot itself. And on the daily to see what it's up to over there. And pull up the daily. Because, yeah, see, so we're right at a neckline here. So, I mean, this was a neckline, but we're at another key support level, and it doesn't seem to want to be respecting it. So you don't want to fight it too aggressively. If I get stopped out, it is what it is. We'll take a big-time loss. So put me about 3/4 of my shutdown, roughly, or so, if we do. So I'm willing to risk that and wait until we get to the volume-weighted average price. But, again, from a daily standpoint, not looking too good. And the same
PMI open.
Okay, there you go.
All right, PMI is open, guys. It's up 75%, and it just popped up into 680. It was halted at 594. It's now clearing 7s. This is up 75% now. Here we go. Let's see what PMI does. I've got no technicals off which to work. I'm going to have to fly blind here. It's an IPO. What am I supposed to do? We know that 580 level, 590 level, excuse me, could be support as that was the halt level. Sorry to interrupt you, Joey. Just wanted to let everybody know. It looks like we're going to hold down here, Joey. Halt parameter showing up at 585 here on PMI. So as quickly as this one was up into 720, wow, it just popped up aggressively, 80 pennies. The spread is opening up, though, guys. As the liquidity, it looks like it's not all there quite yet. So PMI, IPDN, Adair is going to tell you about crypto.
Solana certainly on watch here. I think we're going to talk about that during the news segment. excuse me, so I don't want to overstep. We're going to talk here about ETFs in the crypto space because there are quite a few. There is an ETF analyst by the name of James Seyfarth. He posted yesterday on X, apparently there are currently 92 crypto-related ETFs awaiting review from the SEC. Apparently a lot of these have to do with Solana and XRP, but also Litecoin with some potential ETFs here on watch. Quite a few, apparently Solana, 8 pending ETF applications, XRP with 7 pending ETF applications. This makes them, I guess, the most sought after crypto investments after BTC and Ethereum. Speaking of BTC, this is now unfortunately in a downtrend from its high of the day, from its all-time high on the daily chart. As you can see, we get that all-time high just below 125,000. Then we get a lower high Friday, the 22nd. That would be last week. Then yesterday, with that pop here into just below 14,000, we make another lower high and breaking out of this support from earlier in the week. We've also made a bit of a lower low. Now, BTC, of course, as Sean has mentioned, it tends to pull back after making a new all-time high. So all hope is definitely not lost for Bitcoin, but right now, a little bit weaker. Let's take a look at Ethereum here. Ethereum trying to hold on right now to some support and resistance around that 4,300 area, and last but not least, Solana. Solana is actually holding up really well, decidedly still in an uptrend on the daily chart and trying to break out of this previous resistance around 210. So mixed looking crypto, that's for sure. Expect more Solana talk during our news segment later in the midday. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Katina, man, you've been in Solana for like several hot minutes now. What's your price there, brother? I remember you talking about this in like 22, right? 20. You were talking about this in He's in from 20 bucks. You bought more? The Katina man bought more at 200. He was in from like 20 though, by the way. So yeah, there's that. I remember him talking about Solana and Cardano like 3-4 years ago when nobody was buying.
Ether.
How's Ether doing?
Ether's in trouble, I think.
He tried to be his own Tom Lee. You got to start a treasury hoarding company, Katina man. It's going to be real trading, hoarding Solana and Cardano. We're gonna have to talk to Peter about that.
All right,
let's go, Peter.
Let's see what Dell does.
Does Peter like crypto? He doesn't like crypto, huh?
Okay. All right. Let's go over some of these earnings names. Dell, not too bad of a look here, I guess, even though you do have that initial drive extremely weak here. So that's something to keep a note, but starting to recover a lot of it. So that's something positive. At least that's starting to recover. Affirm, AFRM. Let's take a look at this one, selling off as well too. Nice strong opening drive. I had my eyes on it, but I didn't like anything in the setup. Just right out of the gate, boom, just decides to go parabolic. An opening price of around 92 and then trades up to $100, as Neil mentioned not too long ago this morning as well. So that's not too bad of a look, but downtrend still fully intact here, folks. Is it going to snap? Maybe, possibly. Can we consider that? I think so, but we obviously want to have as many touches as possible. That's going to give more strength to our trend line there, Sharif.
Yeah, Joey. Okay, I'm still watching here as IPDN does consolidate. It is a tight area of consolidation. It seems like it's got about $0.50, maybe a little bit higher than the $0.50. Let's just say maybe 55, 60 as support. And it's using generally 75 to 80 as resistance. And that's been the case now since 125. So almost 10 minutes now of a sideways consolidation. That's typically not good if you're long, right? You're looking for higher highs on these. What keeps me optimistic that this one could hold the level and in fact take out that 80 penny level we keep talking about is the fact that it's still above the 10 EMA on the 5. It has not lost that 10 EMA, despite the fact that the 10 EMA has been getting higher and higher to reflect the price action. Here we are at the 10 EMA. So I may want to eat my words now if this loses it. Let's see. I'm not involved, but I was just singing this one's praise that it was picking up off the 10 EMA. And here we go. We're going to lose the 10 EMA momentarily. It looks over here at 630. I'm going to try this. We're going to give this a 6 1/4. If it loses 6 1/4, fine. That's the deal. We're in at 40s, Joseph options, so we're going to set up here at 45s, and let's set up at 50s as well. See if we can get a nice bounce off this level. Did we get the 45 print? Not quite yet. So we'll see what we get there. We're going to give this a try. We're at the 10 EMA. Let's see if we can hold. There's definitely a seller in the mid-40s, and it looks like they're getting more aggressive because now the lows are a little bit lower, and we do get stopped out. So we'll give back a little bit there on IPDN, which is okay. Got to give these a shot. I like the level there at the 10 EMA on the 5, but it doesn't hold, and it doesn't look like it will hold here unless We get a nice big bounce back up. But if we move to 6, we're losing it already. So we've lost it. We haven't lost it on a closing basis, but yeah, we just lost it right now. So keep a lookout on that. MJ, GX, 911. Have a look at Nuke. Yeah, man, I've got Nuke up here on the side chart. It's too consolidated for me, though, MJ, because I talked about this early on with Joey and you guys. This looks like a compression pattern to me, okay? We've got lower highs, but we also have higher lows. And look at where that intermediary point is, VWAP, literally the middle ground right there. So it looks like a line of best fit as opposed to any area of support or resistance. So usually the compression pattern like this with higher lows, lower highs, and higher lows, resolves in the direction of the trend. So you need only look at percentage up on the day. We're up 36, 37%, so the trend is clearly up. So whether or not we end up, meeting that textbook definition, your guess is as good as mine. I'd base it off key levels. For example, if it lost 490, for example, I'd be out. So risk 10 pennies, get in at 5. It's been giving you 5 multiple times. So I'd risk maybe 10, 12 pennies if you want to put it at 88. Give yourself a bit of a buffer off that 10 penny level. And then look for continuation, possibly near that 3/4, if not the 4/5, 585, 575. Let me know how it goes, brother. But Nuke, for me, at the moment, too consolidative and not respecting the areas that I look at for technical support and resistance. Volume-weighted average price is one of those, Joey.
All right, good look there, my brother, man. All right, so you see our average price there on IBIT. Here's the trade right now, just building in on those consolidation lows. And then let's take a look at the chain, because I'm like, why are we continuously getting stuck at that 62 level roughly? I mean, we got 7,000 contracts here, but the congestion is up in the higher levels here. So you can see as soon as we hit that 65, it's 30,000, 24,000, 45,000, 23. So we have that congestion that can definitely put some downward pressure on it. Now let's take a look at NVDA, king of the chips, and what we had going on those 85 strikes and those 90s. Look at that grow. Right, this is post earnings report right here, guys. So 112,000, and leading into the earnings, we were only sitting around 85 to 90,000 open contracts, and then sure enough, you run up to 200, 101. So we need those to lift in order for the market to start climbing. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a really, really strong Christmas rally, considering. But at the end of the day, we got to be patient and wait for those for that to come, obviously. So we'll be patient, as I mentioned umpteen times. Now let's take a look at Apple as well, because yesterday it put in a monster session and helped drag the overall market with it. So what do we have from an option standpoint here? At 215, 43,000. This is on the put side, 43,700 contracts right there. And then sure enough, there's nothing substantial. If you get higher on the puts, look at the open interest. Essentially nothing. It just falls off a cliff there. So keep that in mind. And then let's also take a look at Google. To see what it's up to. And I was listening to some CNBC last night, and a lot of analysts are bullish on Amazon. They think that it has the most potential upside out of the Mag 7, just due to AWS. We don't even look at it as an e-commerce anymore. It's all about cloud. So there is Google, 215. You have 33,800 contracts, and then we have a high of the day of around 212.37. 2.5, so 16,600 right there. But let's take a look at Amazon to see what's cooking with this name. 230, 16,200 right there. 232.5, 24,000. So you can see at each increment, you start to grow as you climb, and then you have the congestion between 237 and 227. So that 10-point congestion phase right there, Sharif.
All right, man. I see you guys saying, that the latency has increased there in the chat. Yeah.
I think that's due to the 4K.
Yeah, I know. I tried to reduce the quality on mine as well. We'll get that fixed. It's the first day, guys. We'll have it repaired. We'll have everything good to go. It's just the first day, and you know how growing pains are. When anytime you change anything, there's always growing pains. So we do apologize. I have noticed it. I've seen the clock on the bottom of our screen. I've compared that to my stream, which I can run simultaneously, and there is a variance. So I do understand that. Thank you. Yes, I see Eden San Jose. Yes, I'm going back and forth with him in the chat. I did Assassino. I did it on my side as well. It didn't. Oh, the speed of the stream. Yeah. So like 2 times stream. Interesting. Okay, so Assassino giving me a nice. That's what people are saying in the chat. So Assassino is telling me that if you increase the playback speed on your side of things, so go like 1.5, 2, apparently it catches up. So that might be a little trick. You hear us in fast forward for a little bit, then you catch up, and then you can kind of reverse that. Give that a try. Let me know if it works. Tag myself or Joseph. Let us know if that's working for you guys or what. I know, guys. I know. We're gonna. It's growing pains, baby. Let's go. Wasn't Growing Pains the TV show? Yes, it was, Eddie. But that's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about growing pains, as in the evolution of the show. Sometimes it doesn't go as clean as you'd like, right? So that's all I wanted to mention there. Nick, 499, super chat. Joseph, options. Can you look at ARM, long dated, June 160, 26 calls. And D-Dog, 138 strike October calls, like the long in those.
All right,
Joseph, options.
Yeah, let's take a look at them.
You've been requested.
I've been summoned, yes. All right, let's take a look at Datadog. And would you also say ARM? Yeah, let's take a look at both of them. D-Dog. D-Dog, Datadog.
We are doing it live, Steven.
Okay, it's very much live there, my friend. So yeah, there it is. Datadog looking pretty rough here from an intraday standpoint. But I mean, that's look at the market, right? So it's going to sell. It's going to be correlated. But at the end of the day, what we want to do is just take a look at our TA, do some basics here. If you can crack this downtrend, I think that you're going to be sitting on some pretty pennies. So be patient. This is just a selling day. You get that 3-bar play. You open up. As long as you don't crack those lows and start filling this gap, I think you'll be all right. You get that 3-bar play. You open up around here, and then hopefully you have a nice, strong Tuesday coming into the market. And I think that might be the case, right, considering how weak we are today. And then let's also take a look at ARM, and see what it's up to. So again, off of these April lows, nothing horrible. Outpaced the market 108%, which is insane. And then now you're starting to pull back. But I think at some point you do have this indecision print right here. You have plenty of time on these contracts. June 160, you're pretty good. They are extremely out of the money. I'm not sure when you've purchased them. So that's about 20 points or so, 22 to be exact. So keep that in mind. But once you start to fill this gap, I think you'll be off to the races. Hopefully you do get the complete fill and then head towards some key resistance levels and let that pop through. But other than that, I think you got to be patient. The Datadog contracts, not as much time, but the ARM contracts, you got plenty of time there.
Oh, Casey. Get it, Casey. $10 soup chat. August. One of the best months. Thank you, Sharif, for your support. You're the best. No, Casey, you're the best. Small cap gapper trader, and we're born one day apart. Shout out to you, Casey. I hope you're printing up multiple storms on your side. Always really happy to hear about your successes, Casey. Trust me, I live vicariously through you. So thank you for that super chat, and thank you for your kind words and also showing up every day to trade with us, these small cap gappers. Guys, IPDN just took a big pop off that 20 EMA on the 5 like a glove, man. This one is clearly the algo that's trading this, or the traders that are trading this, are clearly using the 10 and the 20. I mean, I just won't be convinced otherwise. We hold the 10 3 times, and then we dip into the 20, and we hold double bottom right at that 575, exactly where the 20 was at, and we pop into 675. Alas, we're still about $1.25 off the high, 766 high. So keep your eye on this one. It's not at the day's highs, but it is still giving you that opportunity for some. I mean, this is the best one so far. Okay, Wolf tried to work its way back above VWAP, but it's putting in lower highs, and it looks consolidative to me, very consolidative. Again, $4. This is the only one that I could consider other than IPDN, SKBL. And SKBL was very strong a couple of days ago, Joseph. Yesterday did kind of bupkis, but today it's putting in that bull flag pattern with higher lows, and that's all I care about, those higher lows, baby. But you're not getting much in the way of notional. It's up 25 3/4, but the notional isn't really there. So it may be harder to extract, the profits off this one than maybe a couple of days ago. I want to bring to your attention PMI. This thing's halted down at 545. This is the IPO. It has lost now the volume weighted average price. The halt time on PMI, 1139.08. It's 45. So this one does look like it's going to be another 10-minute halt. I'm not sure why the exchange keeps slapping this one with a 10-minute halt, but this is on the MX. So we will not be able to know what the theoretical auction price is during the halt because we don't get that information. We only get that information from the NASDAQ. You won't get it from the Amex or the New York. They won't, and if you get it, it typically is inaccurate. So this one's showing top 545, but that is the halt level, and it has not moved. So PMI will likely be a 10 or more minute halt for the second time today. So we'll keep an eye out on that, and I'll report to you guys if I take a trade on it. Nothing for me right now, Joseph Options, because I don't like the way IPDN is setting up.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to steer clear, sadly, of this one for the moment until it sets up in a more advantageous way.
Steer clear. I like that one, my friend. So there it is. All right, so we're still consolidating, holding this level. Downtrend cracked. Positive. Now, can we get a little bit of a bounce? There we go. There's a nice little pop right there. But you can see on the lower time frames, there's some key levels that we need to breach. Consistent lower highs, which is so frustrating. I don't know if you ever remember that club, Sharif, back in the day. It was a good time. But anyways, back to reality. Back to reality. We're starting to move now. The volume weighted average price is going to be the primary goal, considering how long I've been holding this trade here now. Okay. So just in case you guys were wondering, that was the lunch bell. So if anybody's hungry, then please go in.
Yeah, no, I just thought you were going to go say hi to your friend.
I thought you were.
That didn't work out too well for me, did it? At all.
Yeah, I would love to tell that story.
No, you're not gonna, though. Come on now, bro.
Exactly. I'm not
Don't do it, Joseph Options.
I'm not going to. But by the way, Trader TV Live, there was a little typo. Instead of saying F your stream, it was supposed to be if your stream. All right, so yeah. So that's what I thought.
Who was that? Is that Ram Ram?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, she did
corrected it.
So
Fabian's defending her.
I'm like, all right, I didn't know it was down like that, but I was like, yeah, all right, I see how it is. But yeah, good stuff.
We know how sinister she is, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
We know.
Having fun as always, as we do over here.
She has fun at other people's expenses. That's what she does there.
Stuff is not. Yeah, exactly. This is not cracking. So this is why we just do our trend lines, multiple tests of this specific level, and it just is having absolutely no part of it. It's so weak. I think it's the weaker asset today for sure, considering where it's sitting at from a daily standpoint. So I'm probably going to just end up taking the loss on this, considering that you're not even getting a bounce to VWAP. I'm not asking for much, Sharif.
Bro, why is the market
well, I mean, it is
today?
weak.
What the hell is going on? We didn't even get any bad numbers, man.
No, hold on 1 second here before we send it off to Adara. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's all not that bad. You're down.
You see your friend BYD's down 7.5%. I'm punching the buy button.
Are you? Go ahead.
I'm punching the buy button.
Do it right. Do it live.
You know how many times I've wanted to get into BYD and haven't?
Do it.
It's just because it's a Chinese company. It terrifies me, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're at the mercy of the overnight risk,
it's
right?
BYD, though.
Yeah, it is BYD.
It's BYD.
But, I mean, we'll probably talk about that a little bit later on. But, Adara, what do you got for us?
I'm seeing this circulate on X, but I looked into it, and this is at least 24 hours old. But so people are saying here on X that Akazawa, who is a trade negotiator, I guess the top trade negotiator in Japan, has canceled his White House trip. Now, I looked into this. This is not news. It was initially reported here on CNBC at 1 a.m. on Thursday morning. So it is well over 24 hours old. And at the time, it wasn't even just a report. It was actually already confirmed by Japan's chief cabinet secretary. So again, we are seeing here some headlines on X about how Japan's trade negotiators canceled its trip to the White House, to the U.S. We already knew this. This is, I want to repeat again, not breaking news. But it does maybe moving the markets here. Hello.
There, didn't they strike a 15% tariff deal with Japan, or is that temporary?
Apparently they're having some issues, I guess, with the deal, and that's why he's not coming now. Because he was supposed to come, and then according to this chief cabinet secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi, during the coordination with the U.S., it quote became apparent that certain points required further technical discussion. So because of that, the trip is canceled, and it seems like the U.S., as much as they were saying these letters were going to be the deals, kind of start to wonder if that's actually the case.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting because I thought that they had ironed out exactly what Japan was going to buy. Remember, they were going to buy some American rice. That was, and Donald was pounding the table about the rice. And yeah, that's what I remember. And I remember they got the most favored nation. They got 15%, like Europe got 15%. South Korea got 15%, and that seems to be the baseline. That's why everyone was talking about 15, right?
15.
I don't know. Okay, we'll have to find out more information about that.
One more thing here before I send it back to you, my brother. Look at Ether go. You're now north of VWAP, and we can't even get Bitcoin to go to the volume weighted average average price. So that's just displaying how weak it is as the market is heading back towards the low of the day there, guys. So yeah, some more weak stuff right
See
there.
your friend Ram Ram in the chat there? She's chirping the chat.
Yeah, she's going hard in the chat.
That's you? That's you, Fabian? All right, cool.
Yeah.
Now it's okay. If it's Fabian, then that's fine.
They're going hard in the paint.
Yeah.
Man.
Not Ram Ram. No. I don't want to take him.
Ram Ram was in there earlier saying, bleep everyone.
Unbelievable.
Bleep your stream, man.
Fabian, I could kind of tell it was Fabian. That's Fabian's sarcasm right there. Yeah, I like that. Barney, 415. Sharif, you have to punch in a BYD after you build your dream. I know that's what it's called, man. I know that's what they call it. I just don't understand why a Chinese company is built on an English expression. Like, how's going on over there, BYD? Could come up with your own name or what's going on? So, yeah, we'll keep tabs on that. No, but I definitely do want to punch into BYD. And let me just show the chart, man. Let's just stop talking about it and get into it and show the chart on. I'm talking obviously about the OTC ADR, BYDDY. Yeah, the F1 Katina, man, that's the ADR. Mendel keeps explaining it, and I keep forgetting his explanation, but there's two. There's BYDDY and BYDDF. Y is the actual ADR. Let's go to the weekly, just so I can get a good. Okay, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Bro.
Brother.
This is not a technical level.
Yeah, but
Once,
we're south of it. We're south
twice,
of it,
we haven't closed. OB thrice. Here we are. I'm going to have to log out and punch.
Okay, do your thing.
Yeah, I'm going to log out. I'm going to punch. And then, so can you take over for a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, this is again. I just gotta be patient, and see if we can break this trend.
put it on
If
my
we
phone,
do, yeah, do it that
way on the phone. Yeah.
Easier that way.
Perfect.
Okay, so the Q's starting to get a little bit of a bounce here as well too, off of those lows. So not quite heading into the LOD right there. Are we going to get back into the volume weighted average price? Consistent lower highs throughout this price action pattern. So just keep that in mind. What are you guys looking at? What's everyone trading? I know my guy Los Polios just mentioned some stuff on Tesla. I'm not seeing anything on the 5-minute right now. This indecision, I think, is what you're referring to, but that's more or less just a doji candle, right? So you got the bottom and selling pressure, not the hammers that we're necessarily looking for. And then also Okta, OKT.
Yeah, OKTA.
Yep. Oh, wow. Okay, there it goes. Bang. All the way up to 95. Why can't we do that in Bitcoin here? Volume really starting to kick in. Look at the profile there, guys. Stair step up, and then it just explodes, breaking through yesterday's high, breaking through some of the pre-market support levels, and then also today's intraday high with extreme velocity and vigor right there. So some good stuff. Yes.
Yeah, Okta literally just seems to be people excited about options, specifically one user on X. That's right, I'm seeing 3 posts from the same user on X. I'm not seeing any news with regards to OKTA. It seems like this might be an options-based breakout, but that's as far as I can tell from X. Okay. Again, if I get news, I'll let you know, but it also seems to be only one user on X even driving this.
What the hell? What the hell?
Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. You got what makes you say options, Adara?
Because people are posting photos of the options. Like, if I ever say options, it's only because people on X are speculating that.
I'm just curious because I would like to know some more information on like what specific. But if you don't have it, if it's other people posting it, then that's fine. I'm just looking for something specific that is eye-popping and says, hey, this is why we're moving. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm just going through the expiration cycles here. I'm now in September, so that's 14 days out. And we would be able to tell through the volume or open interest. And I don't see anything substantial just yet, but again, if there is mentioned and some people are talking about it somewhere along the chain, I'm sure someone in the chat will know about it. So if you do, please inform me, and then we'll have the ability to pull it up. I'll go through a couple more cycles. Now we're in the 19th, and then now let's go over to some October expiration dates. I don't see anything just yet, but if you guys see something, please let me know, and then we're going to pull it up on the chain, and then maybe we'll do a little strat builder on it as well too.
All right, man. Drive and Discover has been telling me about NXTT, and it's sub $1, and you guys know how I feel if you've been watching the show for a while. I mean, I don't like these sub $1 names. I'll trade them from time to time when there's nothing else going on, but I really try and avoid them, and there's a whole bunch of reasons why, but this one is not bad. Drive and Discover. It sold off to no end yesterday, basically from the bell onward. So this was an obvious sell program if I've ever seen one over here. This is the 5-minute chart too. So it's not even like the 1 minute where you could say most of the candle. No, almost all these candles are red, and it was defending the 10. Someone was offloading up a storm on this stock yesterday. My goodness. But alas, it's recovering a little bit. Up 76 and change today. To recover yesterday's price has got to get back above that dollar. So this one, get back above 60 pennies. It looks like someone was selling over 2 days here, Joey Options, because they started selling on the 27th. We were at the dollar exactly. By the time 8 p.m. came that day, we were at 60 pennies. We opened up at 60 pennies yesterday, and we dropped all the way down to 23. We did recover in the aftermarket, coming back to about 35 pennies. And then off that 35 penny level, we are up to today's high of almost 56 pennies, 55.96. We're at that 50 penny level right now. It does look like here, Mr. Drive and whatever there, Drive and Discover, sorry, I keep forgetting your name. It does look like we are using the 10 EMA here on the 5 as support. Again, as I mentioned, 75% and change. So I'll keep my eye on this one. I've got some aversion to these sub $1 stocks, but not enough to, permanently keep them off. So let's throw that NXTT. We're going to throw that on there, and we'll keep tabs on it. But this is not a bad-looking chart pattern, though. Aside from the fact that it's sub $1, the chart pattern looks solid, like a good one. Off the highs, of course, which is fine, but definitely a solid-looking chart pattern. But I don't think IPDN is done quite yet. It's trying to work its way back above the 10. Obviously, by extension of that, it's above the 20. And VWAP, it's about $1.25. $1.33 maybe off that high, which isn't that bad. It's trying right now to break through that key local technical area of resistance. I'm talking about 6.5. And 6.5 is not a one-off as resistance. It was once, twice. he is the one thrice again over here, rejecting 6.5. So despite the fact that we've gone all the way to 766, this 6.5 area is a staunchy little bugger and keeps coming in as resistance. So what can we do to try and gauge whether or not we're going to clear or reject that 6.5? Well, one thing that I always look at is whether we're putting in higher lows or lower lows. And a quick cursory view of the chart shows you that we are in fact putting in those higher lows in anticipation of a 6.5 break and take. So I'm going to still be very interested in trading IPDN. So if I get in here, Joey, I'd have to give it to 6, that 6 area, because that's the previous area trough. So that's a little too rich for my blood. It's going to have to come down just like it is right now into that area. Now we're going to punch, okay? So now we're going to give it to 6. What do we get? We got 19s. Let's take out some at 25, and then we'll, and then we'll take out some at 30, and then we'll take out some at 35. And then we'll take out some in the high 40s. Let's see if we can get that nice price spike up. And I'm going to move my stop into 598. All right, so we'll give that a little bit of room and see what we get there. So we've got a doji candle on right now, a candle of indecision, but we have bottom print for now. Underline that, for now. We need continuity. We know that the resistance is at 6.5, not 6 1/3. So I'm looking for continuity here. I will not DCA below 6. Come hell or freaking high water. I just won't. So I will get stopped out, and I will allow myself to get stopped out if it does go against me, Joey. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. And now we're going to throw it up to Adara for happening now. Then Neil is going to have his lesson of the day.
One thing that's happening now is apparently still this hearing with Lisa Cook. If I get any more news from it, I'll let you know. But the NASDAQ here almost at low of days now. Economic data was certainly on watch this morning, but pretty much all of the numbers that came out at 8:30 a.m., so that would be PCE and core PCE, personal income, consumer spending, they all came in exactly in line with the estimates. The one exception to that would be wholesale inventories, which came in a little bit higher than expected. Then at 9:45 a.m., we got a lower than expected Chicago PMI print, followed by lower than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment prints, and lower than expected 1-year and 5-year inflation expectations. Here's MSOS. This is going to be on watch. Doug Cass, he runs a management, or I guess hedge fund here called Seabreeze. He's apparently saying that there are rumors of a rescheduling announcement today. So keep an eye here in MSOS. Apparently, we could be seeing rescheduling announcement-related rumors as early as today. Lots of earnings on watch. Here is a look at an Affirm-related infographic you can find on X at TTV Research. So, Apparently my mic's having issues. We'll send you to Neil in his lesson of the day. It's weird.
Okay, we'll get back to it there in a quick little second. Your lesson of the day, we like follow through, but I think sometimes when trades follow through, it's not always super intuitive, and that can be an advantage. So what I mean is, when you have a day like today, or any day where you have extreme extension, in this particular case to the downside, when a strong name rolls over and has continuation, it might end up being a better opportunity than, say, grabbing the high. Everyone that trades or watches the show probably knows I like mean reversion, and there's a setup that I have that I really like. But the second part of the trade was better than getting the high. And I think the why can be important, and how we could get back into these, or at least how I can get back into these, is going to be the object of the lesson. So Affirm, we're going to talk about some strong names today, or relatively strong names today. Affirm is still up 11% here. Strong day after earnings. Sometimes it's just, it gets to $100 and $100 is $100. Now, ultimately, I'm like, yeah, if it gets to 100, I wanted the long off 88. As you can see, it never even tried to fill in the gap into here. So that was never going to be a factor. And once it was going, you just try to short it into the volume weighted average price, which I had my VWAP set wrong on one of my charts. It doesn't really make a difference. The point here is what happens when it loses VWAP. And really, when you think about a stock that's up 20-something%, I know it's relatively strong and you can be looking for long, but you can ask yourself, like, what is the bigger opportunity? Is the bigger opportunity if it fails under VWAP and not only has $6 to the low of the day, but $9 to the gap fill, or if it bounces VWAP and has $4 to the high? So in this particular case, yeah, sure, it's great if it can go into the long, but with the market bleeding, there's almost a better opportunity looking for that secondary trade. And I don't mind taking a shot at the long. It's what happened right after the long didn't work. Right in here, twice. You see it fail a top break. You see it fail lower. At this particular moment, it's about 10 o'clock. So if you're looking at the futures, you'll know that the futures are going to try to bounce off the lows and fail. It's twice at the volume weighted average price. And it's not this has everything to do with risk to reward. Ultimately, you've got more room for this to be a big continuation short both times off VWAP than you have a long back into the high. It's just a bigger opportunity because of how far this was extended. And I would extend that as well to something like Opendoor. Opendoor is another example of this. It was a relatively strong stock. When it finds the low, this time I even hold through VWAP. I'm like, okay, I got it back into the breakout price. But what happens after it bounces? Stop me if you've heard this before. As the market's trying to bounce, the market fails, this fails VWAP, and how big is the move? From here to the high, you've got about 25 to 30 pennies. From here to filling in the entirety of the gap, now I would venture you've got 1-to-1 here to this part of the gap, but you also have the support down at 420, which anyone that watched this show yesterday knows 420 was a bit of a thing for Opendoor. It's about that risk to reward. If the market continues to fall, the idea that you can join the reversal trade and get more out of the second trade than even getting the high of the day, pulling into, say, VWAP or into prior support. There are moments, and Friday can be an example of this, maybe more often than not. Some people like to call Free Fall Friday, whatever it is. But unless you're short something which is already going down, or just holding on to a short, when you're sitting there in the middle of the day and you catch a reversion like this, or you catch a bit of a top, the instinct to be like, oh, it's a strong stock, let me just get out and take my profit because it can bounce with a higher low here. That's all well and good, and you can get out. But if it sets it up for you to get back in to the short position with light risk, but the idea that the stock plays catch up and gives you a huge risk to reward if it just catches up with what the market has already done is almost too good to ignore. So sometimes you want to open yourself up. Don't get anchored to the fact that you had the top, because ultimately who cares, right? Like, you can have the high of the day and that's the greatest entry in the world. But if you can get one at a lower high that yields a better return, then you want to take that trade because that trade's actually just better. It doesn't matter if you get the high. It's the same thing at buying at the low. Like, so what if you buy at the low and get X? If you could have bought at a price higher, at a higher low, and that allows you to hold for the entirety of the day, then that makes that a better trade. So be willing sometimes to re-short a stock, even if it seems like it's relatively strong, in a situation like this where the futures are just showing no signs of curling, and it gives you that kind of a setup. So sometimes the continuation trade isn't that you have to hold on to it longer. It's that right after you get out, if you see a re-entry and the RAR to R is still fantastic and you're going with the grain of the market, you need to double down. Like Joey Swoll says, you need to do better. I need to get back into both of those shorts. I don't know. I'm watching a lot of Joey Swoll videos on YouTube. You watch something, it just keeps on getting suggested and suggested more and more. And to be honest, I really like what he stands for. It's really just about down to bullying and have more of a positive atmosphere, and down to everybody who feels like the only way that they can get attention is to put other people down. And it's just like if your go-to move to get attention is to constantly throw shade at other people, I get it. We live in a world and we live in a social media society where that kind of gravitas and whatever gets rewarded, but it's still trash at the end of the day, and it speaks more to the person that you are, that the only way you want to get attention is to put negative on others. That's why I watch Joey Swoll. So that's now like an ancillary lesson of the day. I don't even know how I got onto that rant, but I think we're going to go back to Adara before we go to the boys. Oh, we're not? No? Okay, we'll go back to the boys. Go get them.
Yeah, I never really understood that. Like, I don't understand why people have to be so critical of
I think
others
it speaks to their confidence or lack thereof.
Yeah,
I think that misery loves company, as the old saying goes. So if you're a miserable person, you want others around you to be miserable. But can I throw my own 2 cents onto this?
Yeah, of course.
I like to I notice people's faults, but I like to point out their strengths.
Yeah, of course.
And not because I'm some altruistic angel. I'm actually a POS.
Yeah,
but
same.
it's actually because I want good vibes around me.
Yeah.
If I bring you up, you're more likely to manifest good vibes. Yeah. And it's selfish for me to want good vibes, because if you give good vibes, I'm likely to have good vibes.
Yeah. So,
right? So I do it out of selfish reasons. Full disclosure.
Yeah, no.
I say that again, Assassino? Survival instinct. There you go. Assassino bringing it back to Darwinian. I love it. I absolutely love it. No, man.
I just never understood. Like, people are in the gym for a reason. Like, you don't know why that individual has been in the gym. I remember when I was 22, I broke up with my girlfriend at the time. And that just, like, the fuel that it fires, it's like, you don't know why. I think there's a bunch of reasons why dudes get involved in the gym. It's when they get their heart broken, or they're just like, their boys are hopping on a bunch of gear or something like that, and they want to as well.
Either of those. No, it wasn't either of those.
You're just a natural
I just liked the gym because I wanted to be like the guys in the magazine.
Like, I mean, let me put it to you this way. My grandparents had me working out since I was a young kid. I've been going to the gym for a long time, ever since I played hockey. Yeah. But the fuel that after that breakup at 22, or a decade ago, it was different, man. That fire that burns in you is insane. Yeah.
Good. I like
insane.
hearing
I'm
that,
sure there's a lot of people in the chat have gone down that road as well too, but that was big for me personally. So that's what got me into it, and it burns for years too. That's the sick thing about it. Yeah, how long it can last. So yeah, that was what really got me super heavy. And then shortly after is when I started boxing, and then that was like
the end
it's like no way. I have this gut feeling, and I get to hit people in the face at the same time. Did
you hear that, Neil?
In a calculated,
he's got to bring him back to violence every time.
In a calculated manner. No, let's see what Adara's got for us, guys.
We do have a bit of an update here on the Lisa Cook hearing. It concluded with no immediate ruling. Apparently, the judge asked lawyers to discuss whether she can skip over needing to issue temporary orders to preserve the status quo while she continues to consider the merits of the legal fight. I did a lot of research into this judge and into Lisa Cook. We will talk about that during our afternoon news segment, but I will have a lot more to say on this. Right now, though, this hearing does end without an immediate ruling. She did ask some subsequent court documents to be submitted by next Tuesday. So hopefully we'll have a little bit more news after Labor Day. Back to you. Hi.
Is that this court of first instance will likely be inconsequential because almost certainly one side or the other will appeal. I'm almost willing to bet that this ends up in the Supreme Court.
Oh, yeah.
And Donald's record currently, at least in Trump 2.0, is very good in the Supreme Court. And I mean, are you shocked by that? I'm not shocked.
No, he's designed it that way. Yeah, but I will say too, with regards to this, is I think it's really smart she didn't rule, because she said herself she's
reserved,
really worried that if she rules either way, she's going to get overturned. So she does not want to get overturned in an appeal. So instead, she's not having a ruling. She wants to get all her ducks in a row, especially with the issue of cause and the lack of precedent for that cause. This has never happened before in the Fed's history with a president trying to oust a Fed member. So I think she's incredibly smart to be patient and wait to, I guess, see a bigger picture. I think she's playing this well.
That's one perspective, but typically from my experience, a judge reserves when they don't understand the area of the law that well and they need to cross their T's and dot their I's, not just because they don't want to get overruled. I'm sure no judge in any circumstance wants to get overruled. It's kind of a slam dunk on them. So I just can't wait for this to actually get to the Supreme Court, because I don't know. My gut feeling is that's where it ends. We'll see. Maybe we'll do a little bit of an over-under or something like that.
I mean, so the thing is, too, because I just want to say quickly as well, I did look into the judge, Gia Kopp. She actually has a history in I guess, employment-related disputes. So she does know this area of the law. And as I kind of said, too, I do think part of it is that this specific instance is something that, she's not familiar with, because no one is with the president, right? So that I agree with, but I think also, she wants to make sure that she has a better understanding of the picture. We'll have to see how this goes, but I think it's going to be pretty complicated.
I'm sure every judge, they don't want to get overruled. So
man,
that does make sense.
Oh yeah, Sharif.
Finally doing well.
Finally,
okay.
Brother, you don't even understand. Like, I don't know if you can see that number right there, but it's we're in it to win it, that's for sure. There's no questioning that. So maybe as soon as we get to 75s, are we going to touch 75s? I might just flatten this position, because that's a really, really nice trade, and I don't want to bother anymore. So actually, you know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to take the majority of it off here. Before we get it at the top, why does it take so long to type something? Okay, bang. Let's go.
Show him, Joey.
Man.
Show him, Joey.
Oh, my days.
Attaboy.
That was, I was sweating over here trying to have some good conversation, but, in the back of my head, I'm like, ooh, this is not good. And I said to Shreve, I'm willing to get shut down on this trade.
That's okay.
So we were getting really aggressive.
Baby.
And this is kind of what I was talking about. You see Katina Man doing it, but it's like I'm always averaging somewhat up, and I'm never going below certain levels. So just keep that in mind. We'll take that one there. It's a really good trade for us. So now the average drops to 61.45. So that's going to give me a little bit more breathing room. We get into VWAP, then I think we'll be okay. Again, I mentioned I took off the 90% of the position. So I'm just rolling them with a little 10%er right here.
Attaboy, Joey. That's the kind of stuff we're so used to seeing you do, baby. I'm looking at my 5-second chart. I'm looking at punching back into IPDN. If it holds 7, great. If it doesn't, we're going to get out quick as you like. Let's see. It's holding 710-ish. It just lost a little bit of a level there. We got 16s on right now. It's got to hold 7. Nice breakout there on IPDN, but it does look like it might double top and fail 7. Let me throw in my order there at 688 just to give it a little bit of room. It does look like it will lose 7, though. Or right back up into 706, 707. So we'll see if this one can continue to hold the level. You don't want to get back too much on something that you're positive on, but you definitely don't want to miss opportunities as well. This one does look like it will lose 7, Joey, as like it's just knocking on the door there. It feels like maybe the shorts are in control or at the moment, or the longs are taking profits into the 7. Either way, it doesn't help my cause having punched in at 716, so we're about 16 pennies or so out of the money. Now tightening up a little bit. There we go, now popping back into 12s. Let's see if we can change trend over here and head to the high side. All right, now showing 17s, right into the high. Beautiful. We'll take out some more there. Showing me 25s. We've got 16s on. Let's put some in the mid-30s and some in the mid-40s to see if we can get that nice little price spike. This is a lower high, though, so 733 area high. The prior high was in the mid-30s, so we are putting in a lower high. That's going to be my flattening out there. We'll take out that break even. Let's see if this one holds 7 again. We know that it held 7 last time. If it does hold 7 and pops back up, I think that will be my opportunity. But the deal is it has lower highs. So I definitely have to be on the lookout for the shorts taking down the price at lower highs. So again, 740 prior area high. Then after that, it's a 732, and now we're zigging and zagging with that 20s. If we can make another area high above 733, that'll change trend for me, but we're not. We're actually rejecting that 20 penny area. So that's what I'll be keeping my eye on right there. Let's see if we can get back above that 733. If we can, I'm punching long again, Joey.
Oh, yeah, I love hearing that, my guy. So there it is. Also, OKTA, we took a scalp on that short right there. I was talking to my guy, Gorev. So what are we in there? 94, and then we pop out 93.60. So that's 50 cents. Boom. Off of that inverted hammer candle. I seen it bounce right off, and I'm like, let me hop out of this one there. So not too bad. I mentioned that I was just going to do a little scalp, and then we just executed that trade. So happy about that one. And then also now you can please buy Google up from VWAP. Yeah, I wish.
I love when people ask
yeah, I know. That's our boy, Gorev. Gorev, we would love to do that, man. If I had the ability to move that type of size and move an actual stock, that would be so wicked. I guess you can do it with small caps. Our guy Nimrod used to do that. Yeah, and we were like, yeah, whatever, brother. And then we actually met him. We're like, all right, you're probably not lying. But anyways, at the end of the day, so there it is. You're breaking through this trend. That's positive for you, though, Gorev, right? So you have this price compression starting to form, and then now you're starting to breach this there. So that's pretty good. All I got to say is those $7 Snap shares were a gift. Yeah, let's pull up Snapchat one more time. What's your Snap score? I'm obviously being somewhat sarcastic on that one. I could
oh my goodness,
man. Go ahead.
Oh wow, Joey, we punched back at 714 into 740, but we paper-handed the trade.
No.
Look at it. It didn't spend too much time at that 8, but look at that price spike. Right into 8, 795, drops all the way back down into 750. Oh my goodness. IPD freaking N gift that keeps on giving. Let's keep tabs on this one. We just made the new area high. Sorry to interrupt you, brother.
No. Go ahead. So you Devin Haney that one there.
Yeah, a little bit. Not gonna lie.
Mr. Haney himself.
I know. I love him. What a good boxer he is.
We ready for 145, bro. Yeah, whatever. That's what his dad was
He's
saying.
not ready for 120, bro.
He's fighting someone soon.
Yeah, I saw that.
Who's he going up against? I think someone. I don't know. Anybody in the chat, let me know.
I don't really watch his fights.
No, they're so boring. But I mean, the kid's obviously making a lot of money. Yeah, exactly.
Apparently, his dad's a good guy, though. Apparently, his
dad's a clown.
What? I'm just saying. Who's that? Oh yeah, Bud. He was telling Bud back in the day before anybody was talking about it that he should be fighting Canelo. So like Bud laughed at him apparently, according to the story that Devin was saying.
Really,
Bud laughed at his dad, and look now full circle, right? He's actually fighting Canelo. So.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this Tank Paul fight. To be honest with you, I don't think it's a good look. It's like guys 5'7", and then. Jake Paul's like 6'2" or something like that, 6'1", 6'2". And
you know how much Gervonta's making for that fight?
Yeah, it's like 10 million or something.
10? Yeah. Try 150 to 200 million.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what nobody knows exactly.
Yeah,
but that's what's being rumored.
Brother, I would take that fight too. At the end of the day,
you could tell he didn't want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want to?
Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. If you're looking for even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3 times daily to learn more. Shout out to Beta Pro.
Shout out to Beta Pro and company. So yeah, there it is, guys. We're just steadily holding up there. We couldn't even get into view up, so I'm happy that I took that off there. Once I seen price stall, I want to see more aggression heading in that direction. We did snap a couple of trend lines, as you can see displayed here, so that's something extremely positive. So maybe you will get up in there, but I already took the majority of the position off just because I'm like, yeah, I got to allow some stress relief there and lock in some profits because that's how you want to do. You want to end the month on a solid note, and I was willing to get shut down or do half decent on the trade. So there it is. Snapchat starting to come back in there. Let's take a look at some of the top volume names. Also, if you guys have any option strategies that you're running right now, let me know. I'll be doing some stuff over the weekend, obviously, just grading some potential setups. Even though I am still in my ETH trade right now, so I can't be doing too much. I'm sitting on zero cash. No, I'm sitting on zero cash in my long-term account too. Literally like zero. I'm full.
You've been doing that for a minute, though.
Yeah. That's
you've been doing that for a hot minute. Yeah.
If I like something, then just why not, right? walls to the wall, essentially. I said walls. I didn't say the other one.
Yeah.
But
Well, I don't think the other one is banned either. But
okay. But you get the game. 136 million shares traded right there. TSLA with 73.7 million, and then SOXL. So a lot of these leverage ETFs are leading the volume race. And who mentioned? Okay, Noah Dara mentioned that there's a lot of ETFs out there. I'm starting to recognize more and more. Brother, you're giddy right now. Let me see what you got.
Joey freaking options, man. This one just keeps on giving. Joseph IPDN is that gift. Another one. Into 750. Joey, we took it out into 785. So this one keeps on going. We got 300% in Greensville right now. It is that same level, though, 795 high. If we can clear 8, I think we're going to squeeze aggressively. I haven't even looked at the daily to see what the technical areas of support and resistance are on the daily, but this one has been holding trend.
Oh, you've been rocking that all
Bro,
day.
It's been all morning, Joey. It's been all morning, right? Very few losses on this one, man. I think I had 1 L on this one, and we gave back very little. Right. So we're going to keep doing it, man. Higher lows and higher highs, again, with that $8 resistance level that we're looking to clear here. So keep your eye on IPDN if you like these small cap gappers. If you don't, well, what can I tell you? I'm sorry, guys. I mean, but these are...
Get out of here.
Hey, these are the ones I trade. And, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're doing it freaking live, Joseph Options.
We're doing it live. Yes, we are. We take a little bit more off into that 75 right there. Bang, and we get another print on IBIT. Yeah, so that's what I got going on, man. We're just chilling here, having fun. It's been a good Friday so far. We're having a blast. I'm going to hit this one, Shree. It's a complete storm, and I can't wait to go home, toss the ball with Milo, and then cook up some steaks, because that's just what I do, and we're going to rock and hit the gym. I didn't go this morning. Did you go this morning?
Today was the first day I took off.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to. I'm quite tired.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You got to take a rest day.
Yeah.
But now I've been on a heavy streak right now. 2-day yesterday, gym in the morning, hockey yesterday. We played a bunch of 18-year-old kids, and you got to think about it. Everybody on my team, and they're good. Like, these kids are highly skilled, better than we were when we were that age. But we're a bunch of like 35-year-old men, and these guys are running around the ice calling us old men, etc.
That's crazy.
So what happens? There's a couple guys on my team who have zero tolerance for the ignorance of these raging teenagers. And what happened? The gloves were dropped, and we had a nice little tilly there. So yeah, but we ended up losing that game anyway, so that sucks anyways, but those kids were really good. I'll give them credit. But at the end of the day, all that matters right now is this trade on IBIT. Multiple downtrends cracked, and then now we're starting to head towards VWAP. So, I mean, it is what it is. We took off what we said, and then, yeah, we're going to continue to climb. The Qs, I don't know if we get a big-time rebound, but you can see on multiple occasions, we've almost formed a triple bottom right here, so that's positive. Risk profile defined, but you obviously want to get in on the lower end of the range. I wouldn't necessarily be buying the top end of the range right here.
Joseph, look at this, bro. I just took another trade. And oh my goodness. Joseph, this is still going, bro. 849 now. We're 325% now, Assassino, or when? Oh, no problem. Okay, perfect. 1 minute. So 849 high, guys. We're dropping back down into 8. Yeah, this one is the one. This is the chosen one for the day. At least it is for now. It's not putting on the brakes quite yet. Into the quarter dollar we go. We've got 49 highs, as I mentioned. So essentially that $0.50 resistance, as you know, traders in the longs, like I'm just speaking for myself, but this is something I know other traders do as well. You'll never really put your profit taker at 50 pennies, right? Because it's unlikely to get filled. So you put it at 48, 49. That's why likely we have a 49 high. Let's see if this one wants to dip in a little bit more aggressively, though, into maybe a 7.5, something like that. We do have a resistance level into 7.5 from this topping tail candle right here. So it would be entirely feasible and okay for this one as a long. If it was to dip in to 7.5, it's a healthy pullback. Here comes 8. Let's see if this one continues to dip down into that 7.5 area. It looks like it might lose 8 right now. Assassino. You've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now, and now they have created something very specially just for you guys. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage the risk, and what setups they rely on so you can learn and grow from what actually works. If you're interested, and you should be, Download it now by scanning the QR code on the screen or hitting Joseph, the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool, and shout out to Mitch, Hoke. Good dude, good swing trader too, Joey Options. Here we go again.
Swing alert, swing alert,
swing alert.
Hold on, where is it?
Where is it?
Right there.
Show everybody, baby.
Swing alert, swing alert.
All right, so that's what I'm looking at right now, Joey. Show them what you're looking at.
Yeah, for sure. Same thing here. Let's take a look at BABA. This thing is living in its own world, continuously grinding higher. So let's take a look from this trough right here. Come on, you can do it. Yay. 15% on the day, Sharif. Wow. That is some big time moves, and essentially what's going on, you don't even get the VWAP retest. You bounce above it, so there's probably some moving averages along here, like the 9 or the 20 or something along those lines. And then sure enough, boom, put in a new high of the day. Now let's zoom out. Sharif and I were talking about this morning, and we're like, hey, what's going on with this? I'm like, dude, trend cracked, right? So you have the multiple touches here, you have the consolidation and the multiple holds of that trend line, nothing south of it, and then sure enough, boom, you're starting to climb higher, massive gap up, and then now this key pivot is something that you want to keep an eye out for. Are you going to break it or not? But with this momentum, I think anything can happen. Now, as for Ethereum, not looking too bad either, guys. We'll pull this one up here. Let's head back in, zoom into the 5-minute. Excuse me, I just finished my fruit bowl. There it is. Nice indecision print right there. Oh, excuse me, sorry. So there it is, guys, nice 32.84 high. And if we look at this from a daily, this doesn't look too good now, does it? But if we get some more buying pressure stepping in, we close as a hammer. I would not be surprised if we take another move up into this previous high, 35.33. What do you got? It's going.
You know, it's continuing to go, but I think we're gonna go to Adair for a second.
Axios reporting here that we have a CDC warning here. CDC reportedly warning of huge COVID spikes amidst their internal turmoil. We know there's been some turnaround with regards to the CDC mRNA spiking a bit on this. NVAX is another name to watch here. Also perhaps Pfizer. But either way, again, keep an eye on some of these vaccine plays. It looks like the CDC is reportedly warning of a possible spike in COVID cases. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adair. Keeping an eye here on IPDN as we're like a couple of shekels away from that area high. This is holding at that 40 to 30 penny area, and there it goes again. There's a new high, 8.55. This is on that good stuff right now. Keep your eye on the squeeze into 9. It feels like it might be a $10 kind of day. That's just kind of how it feels at the moment. If it goes there in a straight line or if it pulls back, possibly into a key area of technical support, who knows with these ones. But it's awfully volatile and squeezy to the high side. Again, 8.55 high. We're showing 42s right now. Let's see if we can pick up something maybe around that $8 area. I don't want to throw in random orders there. That's not the move here. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Seller at 45s. Let's just keep focusing on this because this is the one that, is making the moves. The other ones that really aren't. Let's see exactly where we are over here. Let's load up the 5-second chart. And this is what my 5-second chart looks like, guys. It's awfully dense. So you'll basically all the way over here, that's 11.52. So it's a whole lot of data. The reason I even look at this 5-second chart, excuse me, not 10, is just to see where the repeat levels are. So if there's a buying area where people keep stepping in, or a selling area where people keep stepping in, you want a visualization of that, right? You can basically see the same thing right now on the level 2, but it goes and comes, right? Here we go, another high of the day, Katina, man. This thing is all sorts of squeezy, 65 highs now. Oh my goodness, 89 highs now. This was really going. It does feel like we might get to 10 on this one, 354% and going more, 93 highs now. Let's see if we can squeeze into that $9 area. And if we do, is 9 just, a milestone there for, or something that we're just going to stop on the way and pick up something at 10. So let's see what we get here at 90s. We're taking out some here at 90s. Again, into that low 90 area. Let's see if we can pick up some more at this area, picking up some more over here. Let's see. Okay, so we just took it out there. Let's drop back below my entry. Let's set up some now at prior bar high, which is 850. I'm going to front run that a little bit. Let's wait into the 60s, see if we can pick up something around there for an aggressive dip trade. So 358, 360% now. There's a buyer here at 88s, mid 80s. You can see that. Thank you, Joey. You can see that buyer stepping in multiple times. 87s, 88s. That buyer keeps stepping in. Seller though at 90. Can't shake that seller. He's gone. All right. So here we go. Now a seller at 93 on IPDN. Where's this one headed? Let me just have a look here at the top screen. Not 95 high, but we are putting in higher lows. 99s now, 9. That is the new high. 366%, 902 now. Do we pull back a little bit here off 9s? We did that at 8. If you recall, we got into 8, sold off a little bit. Then obviously we made new highs. So keeping an eye on this one. Yeah, man, this one's just keeps going, Joe. Like, what the hell, bro? It's not even giving you a pullback.
Oh, 364%.
It's breaking through 9. We were trading this at 580 initially, so it's a 903 high. Oh, Yanks. Yanks, 1317, dropping cash money in the chat, baby. Shout out to Yanks. Thanks for IPDN tip. I've done great with it. Very happy to hear, my friend. And you're probably doing freaking better because there's a new high of the day, 939, Joseph Wilson. Well, looks like we're going to squeeze here into 400%. Yeah, felt like a $10 kind of day on IPDN. This is all sorts of strong. But I said it once, said it 100 times, Joseph. What am I going to say?
It's not here for a long time. It's just here for a good time, man. That's it. Money. Hold on. Money, right. money. All right, yeah, speaking of that, speaking of money, here we go. Still cooking up in IPIT. How many names would I take? Oh, yeah, I took that Tesla short earlier this morning. We'll go back and touch on that and see what's up with TSLA. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Someone calling me, but I'm not going to answer that one. We don't know who that is. Oh, you know what it might be for my
MRI.
It might be an MRI results.
See that
right
Drake
there.
song?
Who's calling my phone?
Who's calling that?
Keisha? Is it Stacy? Is it Nathan? Yeah. Who called my phone?
Thought you didn't like him, Madera?
Yeah.
I thought you didn't like new Drake.
I'm allowed to sing certain songs.
Oh, nobody said you're not allowed.
When they're played in the club.
Just saying, you said you didn't like new Drake.
Yeah, I generally don't like new Drake.
Singing it then.
I happen to enjoy that one song.
It then.
And I'm going to close the door like Powell.
Oh, I'll give you permission to sing.
She doesn't need permission, bro. She's going to sing anyway.
Is it Stacy? Okay, so yeah, as for Tesla, so that was a nice short continuous down 2.5% on the day. And I mentioned not too long ago that it essentially broke whatever that uptrend, that breakout, that little breakout that we had on Tesla.
Yes, sir.
It's AC Slater to that one there, Sharif. So it's gone, breakout, heading right back into the middle of the range. But one thing to note here is that you have these consistent higher lows, which is something positive that you can look out for. If it cracks the downside, then that's going to be some trouble. But in my humble opinion, I don't know how you feel about this, Sharif. I think the days of Tesla's EV supremacy have definitely cooled off and are maybe coming to an end. I don't know how you feel about that. Is that a hot take or what?
I don't know.
Okay.
Dude, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Do
We're in a position.
All right, man. Punch, man.
All right, here we go. We're doing it live. If it loses 50, we're going to flatten out. We got 60s on. I've already wet the beak a couple of times. It's holding generally that 60 area. Let's see if it pops up a little. Oh, my goodness. All right, good luck. All right, here, 75 seller on IPDN. Can we shake them? I'm going to wait up here. There we go. We shook them. And there we go. So, right, nice, man. Very happy with the trading today on IPDN. Haven't been the biggest moves that I've taken, but the stock has done plenty of big moves. 989, high, Joey, 998. Here comes 10. All right, so there goes 10. 1022, up 420%. Shout out to my man. 420 Bud Monster. Get it, my man. All right, 1022 high a day. That's correction. 1024 high a day. This one keeps on going and going and going like the dang Energizer Bunny. Trade it carefully. Joey, what was your question?
As for Tesla's EV range, I think that it's starting to cool off and
no question about it. But everybody was gunning for that because they had an indefensible market share. Right, like that 60, 80% market share or something. Like it was only going to go down. It couldn't really get much bigger.
One thing to note too that I was thinking is like, okay, yeah, BYD is just grabbing share, obviously in Europe aggressively, but they're relatively new, so you're going to see the growth substantially more than what you're going to experience in Tesla. But I mean, it sold
agree.
8,800 EVs across all of Europe last month. It's not.
It's insane.
It's not. No, I mean, as for Tesla,
not good.
that's not good at all.
It's like
no,
that.
it's not good whatsoever. So, but yeah. Anyways, enough of that. Curling over Q, starting to head back towards the volume weighted average price. Is this going to be a base? Ace of base right here, to see if you're going to run through this and then potentially break this downtrend and the volume weighted average price from a daily standpoint. I don't know if we get into that neck of the woods, but holding up relatively well, so we won't complain. Now, as for anything else, what are you guys looking at? Google, yeah, Gaurav, we'll take a look at your Google right there to see if it is continuously grinding higher. I like this name. There it is. Okay, so nice price compression. I mentioned this before, but now you're running into this resistance zone and just continuously kind of rejecting that. So watch out for the lower end of the range, but you can possibly hold it for a higher low.
All right, Joey, it's 5 minutes after. We can start the news a little bit early today. I think we've got like 16 different news stories to go through, so there's quite a bit. So let's get right down to it. You good with that?
Yeah.
Adair, you good to go?
There's another way.
Okay, let's do this. So here we go. Let's start with the first one, Marvell. Oh, baby. Let me just make sure I'm canceling all my outstanding orders so nothing triggers Assassino while we're doing the news. So Marvell doubles down on AI and data center growth, but there are some good and some not so good items in this earnings report, so let's get right down to business. Adjusted EPS came in at 67 pennies, which beat the 66 by 1 penny, so a check on that bottom line. Revenue was in line with expectations on the quarter, coming in at 2.06 billion, but it was kind of at the lower end of the guide there. The guide was 1.957 to 2.163, so falling in a little bit on the lower end. The company obviously shifting its focus from traditional chip making into AI and data centers, and they've completed their $2.5 billion all-cash sale of its automotive Ethernet business, so they can do just that, focus on AI and data centers. Their data center revenue surged 69% year over year, now making up actually 74% of their total revenue, so it gives you the idea they are really trying to be almost a one-trick pony. CEO Matt Murphy emphasized the pivot towards that AI infrastructure push for the company, calling it the company's massive AI opportunity. Buddy, you might be a couple of years late, but better late than never. They did aggressively buy back shares, at least for them. Proceeds from the sale of that automotive Ethernet business will give Marvell the financial flexibility with plans to bolster the technology strategy that they have and continue their buyback program. Roughly $2.1 billion from the transaction is expected to be deployed towards share repurchases and future investments. So not earmarking all of that money for share buybacks to put back in the hands of shareholders, but you may get that value vis-a-vis the future investments. Now let's talk about the guide with respect to their Q3 outlook. Management flagged lumpiness in its custom silicone chip business with a sequential decline expected. So some weakness, at least in the short to intermediate term. CEO Murphy described delays as a timing issue tied, Joey, to large customer build-outs. He disagrees that it is structural weakness that's leading to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a smart strategic move right now, Sharif, considering that we're in the AI boom, building more data centers. I think that's going to be something positive for this name, but obviously that's going to come at an expense. So as with Marvell, a big-time gap down, the street not liking what it's seeing, but again, that comes with when you have heavy capital expenditure, then sure enough, the market may sell you off at the end of the day. And guides are obviously extremely important as well, too.
Dara, what do you make of this report? Do they have anything to offer that some of these traditional chip makers don't?
Yeah, like you kind of implied there, I think they're a little bit behind the curve. I think, yeah, I mean, honestly, like from a trading perspective, this was pretty boring, as you can tell, unless you go out that continuation short off the open. But yeah, I mean, I think like the market doesn't seem super impressed. I don't think day traders are super impressed with this action. Yeah, sorry, I don't want to beat up on the company or anything, but this is just not a super inspiring report. And their guidance was a little mixed. I think I saw like a slight miss on revenue depending on what estimates were looking at.
Yeah, it was on the lower end of the guide.
Not the best. Yeah.
Do you feel maybe that they're setting up for better days? Like he keeps saying, you know, future investments, we're kind of weaning off other segments and really focusing on AI. Is that an eggs all in one basket kind of risky approach, or is this what everybody's doing?
It just seems like all talk, honestly, until they actually like do anything about it. Then it's just talk. And you know how I feel about talk. You've heard my thoughts on Elon Musk.
Yeah, I know you're a very big proponent of Elon. Get it, Adair. All right, let's go on to the next one. China ramps up AI and chip development amid U.S. restrictions. What's happening over here, Joey? It looks like Alibaba is throwing their hat into the chip ring. They've launched a new AI chip, more versatile, according to the company, than the NVIDIA H20 for specifically the Chinese domestic market. It's positioning itself, Alibaba, that is, as a homegrown chip alternative to U.S. companies. Alibaba's cloud revenue did rise 6% year over year in Q2. We'll get to that in the next story where we go over Baba's earnings. But obviously there are restrictions from Washington on Beijing or on China in general. Washington's limited NVIDIA's AI chip exports to China, the H20, possibly the upcoming B30A. But for their part, the Chinese don't really look that interested in buying these en masse at the moment. Maybe the Chinese companies do, but certainly the Chinese regulator not really pushing for that. Despite the curbs, Chinese AI companies are accelerating their R&D with government support, obviously, to try to catch up in the AI chip race. And speaking of those companies, here are a few, just a few out of the many. Meta X is in Shanghai, built a chip that it claimed exceeded the H20 performance and is preparing for mass production. The name of the company is Meta X. Then you have Byron Technology. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. They posted a $217 million breakout quarter on strong AI chip demand, with shares soaring. I don't know if 18% year to date is soaring, but that's what this article wrote. Huawei, we already know about them and their AI Ascend chips, which, you know, really kind of a mixed review depending on who you speak to. According to reports, DeepSeek had to actually postpone their latest R3 model because the Ascend chips weren't up to snuff. So, conflicting reports. Speaking of Huawei, Huawei's Ascend 910B chip has become central to Chinese AI labs and cloud providers, with demand outstripping supply. Sure, I guess they're good for some things. Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent, ByteDance are all now major customers, Joseph, for these local AI chips, hedging against U.S. sanctions. But again, it's not just the U.S. sanctions that are putting the kind of the cap on Chinese AI.
Yeah.
It's their own regulator that is scared to buy these.
Yeah, but that's what I was just about to touch on as well, too. So I'm curious to see, even though, you have some of these emerging companies building in the chip space, what is going to happen with the Chinese regulators? And then what if they run into a scenario where, in the likes of with the Huawei chip, it doesn't really work for training and they can only use it for one specific thing? So what does that mean? Maybe they're going to be more dependent on the H20 or the lesser version of the GB. All right, so that's where I'm sitting on this one. I'm still curious.
Fair.
We're still in the early stages of some of these Chinese chips, and we don't know too much about them, but I wouldn't be surprised if they run into some issues like they did with the Huawei chip.
Adara, were you as surprised as me that Alibaba is throwing their hat into the ring? I mean, I didn't hear anything about Baba in the chip business.
Yeah, no, that's a little random. Again, at this point, it's a report, right, from Wall Street Journal, so we'll have to see how it all unfolds. But yeah, I think also the timing of this report, right, in tandem with Alibaba's earnings is, I think, a nice look for Baba. I'll put it that way. It is unfortunately not a great look for NVIDIA. But here's the thing, like, we already know that China doesn't want NVIDIA chips, so it's like a natural extension. They're going to try to get chips built in China. I don't think the story is that shocking. I think the Alibaba element maybe is.
Exactly.
But other than that, I'm not super surprised. And honestly, like NVIDIA, I guess you can't really do like what, the situation where to make a weird comparison with Tesla having a whole bunch of Norway sales to make up for their bad sales other places. I don't know if NVIDIA can find like another non-China market that really needs chips that the U.S. will allow them to sell. Who knows? But
Middle East,
right now, maybe it's a
Middle
little
East,
dicier.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying the Middle East is definitely, we know about G40.
That would be
we
a
know
great
about the
place,
Saudis, et cetera. I'm sure there are others as well. Maybe Europe will finally catch up and finally get an AI company we're speaking about here, so they'll buy some chips. Let's go on to Alibaba beating, their earnings report. We'll talk about that. So their revenue came in at 247 2/3 billion yuan, which is about $36.4 billion, give or take. That was below expectations, so they missed on the top line. Their net income, though, 43.11 billion yuan, well above the 28.5 billion expected, and a 78% increase year over year. There's a reason that number is so high. It was boosted by an equity investment gain in Trendyol disposal. Excluding that Trendyol investment, net income would have actually declined 18% year over year. So that feels like a one-off line item that may not reoccur in the next quarter or next year. We'll have to keep an eye on that. The shares are up 40% year to date at the time of writing. Let me look at where they're at right now. Try 60%, 59.39%. Baba is up year to date. That's freaking amazing. And Futu, the best performing, I think, Chinese ADR, up 132% year to date. I think that's the Chinese brokerage, like an IB or a Hood.
But as we were talking, were talking earlier, it's great that Alibaba's up that well. But then you never know what's going to come out of China in your sleep, and then sure enough, the stock's down 25%.
We know about the ADR risk,
right? Right. So it's just like the overnight risk is so huge because if you go to the daily, let's pull it up here. Okay. It's just gap up and gap down everywhere, right? Because you're.
But you know why the gaps are so much there because
the overnight, right? It's the overnight trading, right? Exactly. So you gotta wait for that. But that's what I'm getting at. You're still at risk of the overnight trading, regardless of how well it's performing. It's like, okay, Sharif, imagine you're like, I'm gonna go out long Alibaba here at 125. Boom. The next day you wake up 10 points lower. And then, guess what? The next day you wake up another 20 points lower. And then you're just like, okay, I don't even really know what to do with this trade anymore.
Fair enough.
You've been stopped.
I respect that. Yeah, I've been there in Li Auto many times, my friend. That was really the only Chinese ADR I've ever really invested long-term in.
Li, you said?
Li Auto, yeah. Let's go on. Talk about their cloud and AI strength. We're still doing the Baba earnings. So their cloud revenue reached about 33.4 billion yuan, which is up 26% year over year and accelerating from the 18% year over year growth that they had last quarter. So good higher lows, higher highs, kind of if you're looking at it on a chart. Their AI-related product revenue as well delivered triple-digit growth for the 8th consecutive quarter. Good luck. Adjusted EBITDA in cloud rose 26% year over year, reinforcing, that unit as a profit driver for the company. But let's talk about their core business because e-commerce is kind of what I know Baba for, at least initially. Their core e-commerce revenue rose 10% year over year, up to 19.6 billion yuan, driven by 10% customer management revenue, certainly not growing as fast as cloud. I'm sure you guys can make that observation. Their quick commerce, meaning 1 hour delivery, revenue climbed 12% year over year, so growing faster than their core e-commerce business, up to 14.8 billion yuan. And their adjusted earnings in e-commerce, dropped 21% year over year, reflecting, though, Joey, the company saying heavy investment in the instant commerce wars. We know Temu, Shein, so many different local Chinese competitors compete with Baba, obviously, and they've got to up their game. But they seem to be doing better internationally, Joey. International e-commerce, 19% year over year bump with losses narrowing. So it doesn't look like they're quite profitable yet for their international e-commerce segment, but getting there.
Slowly starting to narrow those losses. The street will like that as well too, and we can see that displayed within its intraday price action. This name is still grinding higher. We just had the daily up. Well, now look at the intraday. The key pivot that I was referring to earlier. Guess what? Well, we breached that. Now we're trading up to 135.65. That's going to be almost a 20% day on the session, Sharif, 16.5. So it's a really, really good look. My thing is, are you going to continue in this strength come Tuesday morning when the American markets open back up again?
Well said, man. And that's something that I'm sure many people have been burned on with these ADRs, at least in the last 5 years.
Right.
Adira, does the slowdown in their e-commerce business, and cover this however you like, but just a slowdown as we see in their domestic e-commerce business, do they make up for that in cloud?
I mean, I think that is certainly notable, but it seems like they're already kind of trying to pivot as a company, right? So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Like, we know they really pushed that AI and cloud investment. especially if they are working on this reported chip, I actually think it's maybe a good look for the company. You know, they're realizing like, hey, this is what the people want right now. Now, do I think, you know, a company should change its business model every 2 seconds? Of course not. But I think in this case, it's probably a smart push for Alibaba. Like, I guess you can interpret this a couple ways, right? Like either they're emphasizing e-commerce less, so the revenue is dropping as a result, or, you know, they're already seeing this decline, they're going to focus on other avenues. Either way, I mean, I think clearly the market doesn't care. I think that the AI story is going to be a lot bigger right now across, like, across the market, across the world.